Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get the meeting started. Beidou, Kelly Coates Kurikan, Hankurana Ete. Good day. Kelly Coates is my name. I'm of the Cow Creek Umpqua people, and I am the tribal representative on the OWEB board and one of the co-chairs. And I just want to say thank you, everybody, for being here. For those folks online, Claire and Brian, we see you. Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. So, for our audience, this meeting is being recorded and streamed live on OWEB's YouTube channel. You can find the meeting materials on OWEB's website under the Board and Committees section. Just click on the relevant board meeting date and you can access the materials there. For those of you joining our Zoom call today, please remember to mute all devices to help reduce any additional background noise. And Linda, go ahead and start the presentation. Okay. Thank you, Linda. So to start the meeting, okay, there it is. To start the meeting, we have just a couple of slides that kind of ground us in our discussions and remind us of what our mission and focus is. So our mission is to protect and restore healthy watersheds and natural habitats that support thriving communities and strong economies. Okay, our board focus. So this slide is familiar to folks from the last couple of meetings. We have our policy and strategy focus. So where should we be headed? What's our mission, our vision, our values, our investment priorities, desired outcomes, agency rules and policies, community connection, and risk management? And then we have our oversight and accountability. Did we do what we said we were going to do? Tracking progress and consistency, investment decisions, rules, outcomes, and communicating results. And these two things feed each other for us to adaptively manage what we do. Next. Okay. Then for our agenda, we are going to have some moments where we're going to learn and share. So we'll start with our board member updates. And as I mentioned, for the new folks on the board today, we'll go ahead. I will call on you last, so you have a minute to hear what everyone else has to say. I really appreciated that when I was the new person on the board. We'll have an urban watershed partner panel. We're going to have our public comments as usual, and then we'll get an update on our land acquisition program update and next steps. And then we have some things that we need to deliberate and decide on today. So we have grant awards for open solicitation and forest collaboratives. We've got a mid-biennium rebalance of our spending plan, drinking water source protection, land acquisition program initial recommendations, water acquisitions program rule adoptions, operating capacity program rulemaking, and the co-chair election. So we've got quite a bit on the docket for the next 2 days to deliberate and decide on. Next. I also just want to say a welcome to our newest OWEB board members. We have Sarah Deardahl. She's our public member. We've got Chad Allen, who's our rep from the Board of Agriculture, and we've got Dirk Renner from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we are so excited to have you all on the board. And during the member comments and updates, you can go ahead and, if you want to introduce yourself a little more thoroughly, let folks know what you do and where you're from and that kind of thing, feel free to. But again, I'm not going to put you on the spot right now. I'm going to give you a little time. Okay. Thanks, Linda. All right. So we are now going into agenda item A, board member comments. So I will go ahead and start. I can't start over there. So Dan, I'm gonna start. I feel like maybe. Okay.
Give me one quick second.
Okay. Do you want me to go? Do you want me to go to the next person and come back to you?
That'd be perfect.
Woody. Okay. He's prepared. Okay, here we go.
Well, I don't know about that, but I can say something. Prepared might be an overstatement. My name is Woody Wolf. I represent the Oregon Water Resources Department, and my update is going to be brief relative to the rulemakings that we're going through. At the last meeting, I spent 2 to 3 hours with technical difficulties trying to get on remotely, and my laptop is now scheduled to go into the state because after about 3 hours of failing to join the meeting, I said the universe is telling me to go back to work. So I changed my clothes and walked out the door and didn't think about the meeting after that. But we are going through some rulemakings, and we've got some new board members, new commission members. And so brief and not very descriptive, but that's the update.
Thank you, Woody. Good luck with the laptop. Dan?
Hello, thank you for the patience. Shortly after our last board meeting, EPA issued in April a fact sheet on the economic benefits of protecting healthy watersheds. And it compiles sort of state-by-state evidence demonstrating measurable economic returns of watershed protection across 6 benefit categories: drinking water, treatment and cost savings, natural hazards mitigation, recreation, tourism, subsistence hunting, fishing, foraging, quality of life and health, and property value. So that's just another kind of a resource that's out there. The other thing I wanted to mention is in June, Dan Brown, ex officio, EPA representative to the board, non-voting member. In June, EPA awarded $248 million in funding for about 193 projects, brownfield projects across the country. Those are cleanup projects. 11.5 million was awarded to projects in Oregon. And one of the big ones that folks are super excited about is with the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, which received 4 million for its demolition of the old Blue Heron paper mill at the Willamette Falls. So that's a big project that many people are excited about. And yeah, that was a great one. Oregon was allocated $415,000 under the Small Rural and Tribal Drinking Water Assistance Grant Program. That program awards funding to states on a non-competitive basis to help public water systems in small, underserved, and disadvantaged communities meet and comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act. So that money goes to the states, and then the states kind of put that on the priorities. I've talked in the past about our community grants. These are congressionally initiated funding for specific projects. And this past month, we awarded another one of those in Oregon, this one to the city of Redmond, which received $1.25 million to implement their wastewater system improvement project. And then the last thing that I was trying to look up and delayed me was that we recently announced a new startup and new members of the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Committee in Eric Orem from Oregon Department of Agriculture is going to be on that national committee. think he's on the board with you, Chad. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that update. Raya?
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Raya Bushnell. I'm a public voting member at large. In thinking about the updates today, I think I thought back to our last meeting where everyone was talking about the dismal water reports. And I think my one update from that is I work closely with irrigation communities. And so we went from the dismal water report in the spring to just having regular updates from our irrigation communities and irrigation districts that they are turning off water. So some of those districts have turned off water as early as the beginning of July. Other districts are moving to rotations. So I think just the, effects on the agricultural community, everyone knows that they were coming. And I think, now they are here. I think that's one update. I think another update that that we've been thinking a lot on sort of the grant receiving end and project receiving end is we're seeing a lot of new updated information coming down from the change in NEPA policy. So I think, everyone is aware that the federal NEPA rules have, changed over a year ago. However, there is now and continuous changes coming from different agencies on how they're interpreting the rules, especially along how long NEPA needs to take. So now there's limits that environmental assessments can only take 1 year and environmental impact statements need to take up to 2 years. And so that's much more straightforward when you're just beginning a process of going through NEPA. But for so many projects that were begun before these changes in rules, they're stuck in this gray area of when does that actually mean my project needs to be wrapping up? And so certain agencies such as I think USDA and others are now coming out with hard and fast rules of these are the projects that were in the process. You now have until this date to complete your NEPA, otherwise your project is canceled. So I think for a number of, folks that are working on those projects, there's a little bit of a scramble now to be moving those projects forward to get completed with NEPA. Otherwise, those projects are canceled. So those are my two sort of like broader updates. And then when I was also thinking about my update, I was just thinking about we were coming to the Dalles. I live in Hood River. And I was just thinking about sort of something I love about OWEB is going to these different places and getting to do a tour and oftentimes for myself getting to see these places for the first time. And I was just thinking because we were in the Dalles and I've lucky enough to come here pretty often, I was thinking about two interesting facts about the Dalles that I knew that overlapped with OWEB. The first, I think everyone's aware, the Dalles Dam is here. But if people haven't been here before, prior to the Dalles Dam, there was Celilo Falls, which was a gathering area for tribes. But I think what was really fascinating for me is that there's evidence that people have been fishing at Celilo Falls for 10,000 years. I think I didn't realize how long that tribes had been coming and fishing in this area. So I thought that was a fascinating fact and thinking about OWEB and our focus on restoration. And then the other one, which is going to get really nerdy, and I already told Dan Brown this because I know he loves air quality, was previously in the Dalles, there is a lawsuit that occurred between cherry orchards. There's a ton of cherry orchards that were here. And in the 50s or in the 60s and 70s, there was an aluminum plant here. And the aluminum plant, the air quality emissions were ruining agricultural crops. And so the orchardists brought suit against the aluminum smelter plant, basically against the fact that their emissions were ruining the crops. And so they won that case. So there had to be a change in the air quality standards for that smelter. That smelter also later became a Superfund site. But it was a key milestone environmental case of, looking at how industrial uses or other sort of environmental degradation can affect agriculture that I think is, now taught in universities such as Harvard law classes. So I thought that was just an interesting fact of a place we are and visiting, and I think those little facts and effects are across many of the communities that we see. So that is my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhett. Very interesting. And I know on our way up here, driving up Scenic Drive, I was like, oh, this is kind of scenic. And then I looked across and I saw the mountain and the river and everything. And I went, oh, this is very aptly named Scenic Drive. Yeah, it's very scenic. I almost wanted to pull over, take a picture, so. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. Very interesting facts. Mark, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart. I have the privilege of serving on the Fish and Wildlife Commission and voting member for OWEB. I'm going to steal a little bit of Liz's thunder probably, but some of you know me. I worked in fire for a lot of years, and I had the privilege of being an incident commander on an ODF, or Department of Forestry fire team for 11 years. So I've been following this fire stuff very closely, and I thought, I've been talking to some of the staff in Salem that I know personally, so I thought I'd just start off before I get to my ODF&W report to give you just a little status report on what's going on right now. This fire season is already one of the, for the history books, we still have at least another month of high fire danger remaining. As of yesterday morning, there is 1.4 million acres that have been burned across Oregon. The number is increasing by the tens of thousands of acres each day. In this report this morning, there was 151,000 acre increase on fires yesterday. The number continues to increase by tens of thousands of acres each day, and the day before was like 300,000 acres increase. There are currently 45 active wildfires burning throughout the state, and those fires alone grew significantly. There are 14 complex incident management teams working right now with 12,427 firefighters out on the landscape as I talk. They're working across both Oregon and Washington to try to suppress these fires, and loss of property and lives is the top priority for all of these fire teams. The word that they're using in Salem is apocalyptic. For these fires. We've not experienced something like this in a lot of years, and we still have a long ways to go. The reason that they're saying apocalyptic is because of very low snowpack, as we all know, severe drought, and then we had a shot of spring rains, and those spring rains made the grass grow like crazy. And so those are called fine fuels, and of course those have all dried out now. And then we had our lightning storms. The first one that hit last week had something like 2,000 strikes, started multiple fires across central and eastern Oregon, and it quickly overwhelmed the initial attack forces. So we've got a long ways to go. There's a lot of smoke out there, and there's a lot of damage that probably OWEB's going to have some role in helping to alleviate some of that as part of our objectives that we co-chair read. So while wildfires continue to demand immediate attention, ODF&W is making some significant progress on several important conservation initiatives. One of the most significant milestones this year was the approval of the 2026 State Wildlife Action Plan, or what we call the SWAP. It was approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on April 10th. The SWAP serves as Oregon's roadmap for voluntary wildlife conservation over the coming decades. To support implementation, ODF&W has launched a new interactive SWAP portal that allows local partners, watershed councils, and OWEB grantees and reviewers, the technical team reviewers, to evaluate proposed projects against the conservation opportunity areas and species of greatest conservation need that are identified in the SWAP. This new tool will help ensure conservation investments are directed to areas where they can provide the greatest benefit for fish and wildlife and their habitats. Of course, another major accomplishment that you hopefully all know about is the implementation of House Bill 4134. It was legislation to establish long-term dedicated funding source for non-game wildlife conservation. Following Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission approval of the ODF&W requested budget in June, the budget package will be submitted to the Governor's Natural Resources Office by the end of August. Beginning January 1 of 2027, the bill's 1.25% increase in the state transit lodging tax will provide stable funding for a wide range of conservation priorities, including habitat connectivity, wildlife stewardship, crossing structures, wildlife rehabilitation, and wildlife response centers around Oregon. Also included is wolf depredation compensation and law enforcement to reduce the amount of poaching that's going on in Oregon. Equally important, this new funding will reduce ODF&W's longstanding reliance on license revenue while strengthening partnerships with organizations such as OWEB to implement larger landscape-scale conservation and climate-resilient projects. The department has also responded quickly to an important aquatic invasive species issue this summer. Some of you may have heard about it, but doing the routine monitoring on June 6th, a single adult quagga mussel was discovered along the shoreline of Prineville Reservoir. While this marked the first documented detection of a quagga mussel associated with an Oregon water body, the response was immediate. Extensive shoreline surveys, water sampling, and environmental DNA testing conducted by Portland State University found no additional mussels and no evidence of established population. Monitoring continues as investigators work to determine how the mussel reached the reservoir. Preventing establishment of quagga mussels remains a high priority. They are an invasive species in Oregon, so why quagga mussels? If you know anything about it, you might want to Google it because they'll show water pipes, irrigation pipes, culverts completely clogged with quagga mussels. They are rapidly colonizing some of these spots in the west, and they colonize reservoirs and water bodies. They reproduce very quickly. They clog delivery systems, they damage infrastructure, they foul boat motors, and they're a significant disruption to aquatic ecosystems. So it's a big deal. Looking ahead, additional conservation funding opportunities are also on the horizon. The next solicitation for the Private Forest Accord grants is expected to open in November and early December, creating new opportunities to support conservation restoration projects throughout Oregon. So be aware of that if you're interested in applying for grants from the Private Forest Accord. ODF&W continues to build innovative partnerships that benefit both working lands and wildlife through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation Partner Program, Sustainable Northwest, and the Nature Conservancy Partners. They're pursuing funding for a part-time range specialist in Lakeview County that would serve as the state-wide outreach specialist for virtual fencing technologies throughout local watershed councils. Virtual fencing is becoming the thing for a lot of ranchers, and it's starting to become more attractive financially. And so we know a little bit about it, of course, on this board, but it's going to get some more attention, in my opinion. Just an exciting note, the Oregon Environmental Restoration Council, that's the Monsanto funds. Oregon got a significant amount of millions of dollars from the Monsanto settlement. Recently had approval of the state agency's proposal for the agency program, and ODF&W was one of those recipients. We received an approved allocation in supporting the drinking source program of $1.2 million. The nexus back to ODF&W is that these protection grants often protect habitat for fish and wildlife, particularly in cold water refugia. And we talked a little bit about this partnership yesterday. I think Russ brought it up about sharing cooperatively with other funding sources. This is a new one that's coming out, so we will need to watch that with OWEB funding. ODF&W, last but not least, ODF&W is partnering with the Oregon Department of Agriculture, SageCon, Oregon State University Cascades, and their Native Plant Hub, the NRCS Natural Resource Conservation Service, through an innovation grant to evaluate, this is really important because of all these fires, to evaluate whether native grasses and forbs can become economically viable crops for Eastern Oregon producers. The project will conduct on-farm trials of measures for improvement in soil health while providing incentive payments for producers to establish native seed foundation lots Researchers will also evaluate the economics of establishing native seed production, including startup costs and time required before producers can achieve profitable commercial production. The goal is to create opportunities to improve soil health, support working ranchers and farms, and expand the availability of native plant materials needed for large-scale habitat restoration projects in Oregon. And as we know, as soon as these fires go out, it's almost immediate that the cheatgrass comes right back in. And so there's an opportunity here for exploring some more potential for getting some native seed produced, because it's an economic issue for people that raise it. It's an economic issue for the ranchers and farmers that would like to have it but can't get it. And so there's going to be some more work done on that. So hopefully that'll move forward. End of report. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. You had a lot of very interesting things to tell us today. Thank you. We appreciate that. Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Curtis. I'm the ex officio representative for the Bureau of Land Management, where I'm currently the acting deputy state director for our Division of Resources, Lands, and Minerals in Portland. As Mark mentioned, wildland fire is, currently enveloping most of our districts right now. For people's awareness, in some of our district offices, we have 100% of our staff doing nothing but supporting the fire crews right now. So I just ask for a little patience if you have any pending business with us, and we're taking care of the key priorities in terms of public health and safety, as well as public land resources out there. In terms of other updates, I mentioned we're still proceeding with the revision of our BLM Western Oregon Resource Management Plan. So we're still on track to have a draft plan out for public review and comment sometime this fall. The BLM nationally recently proposed new livestock grazing rules that would apply to all BLM lands that are available for livestock grazing. The public comment period for those proposed rules closed a couple of weeks ago. I believe we have about 100,000 comments that we're sorting through before we issue a final rule on that. The BLM recently finished processing a cooperative agreement between the BLM and OWEB that's going to support about 20 plus on the ground projects with many of our mutual partners. I just want to again thank the board for helping facilitate those transfers of funds, and Sarah and of course the staff for supporting those efforts as well. I believe since the last time we spoke, we do have a new BLM director who was confirmed by the Senate. His name is Steve Pierce, and he is up and running and has already told us one of our new key priorities is going to be addressing a lot of the abandoned mine land features out on the public lands. So abandoned mine lands, I'm learning a lot more about them certainly these past few weeks, but they're essentially features that were abandoned prior to 1981, where there's not really a good law on the books, or we can't even find out who left those features out there on the public lands. And so now really the taxpayers are on the hook for addressing those issues. So, and we've got a lot of them here in Oregon. Our current inventory is about 30,000-ish, but we also have fresh set of LiDAR that we still need to go through and look, and so we're anticipating a lot more there. So I'm bringing this up because certainly, we're going to need help doing this, and we've got a lot of mutual partners who may be interested in doing this work. But I would also say, I think if you're out in the public lands, you know them when you see them, but if there are abandoned mine lands you certainly want us to consider addressing as a part of this initiative, whether it's in your local community or your favorite trail or a project area, please get in touch with me and we can see what we can do together. And that'll do it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Russ?
Good morning, everybody. Russ Hoflick, member at large. I have the unique opportunity, being retired, to be able to travel the state. And I have a wife who's willing to join me and encourage me along in the process. But I try to be strategic the last few months in my travels. I had been looking at as it relates to OWEB, and the state for that matter, the governor's climate challenge to the state to coordinate with our partner agencies, but also to better understand the impacts to the fish and wildlife, connectivity related issues, and trying to better understand the state wildlife action plan and where it's taking hold and where we could really get leverage. So I had the opportunity to travel and focused in on the closed lake basin regions of the state that are particularly getting drought declarations, to better understand and see firsthand what the challenges are in those communities. I started out with a visit to the Chihuacan watershed. It's a 650 square mile watershed, and to understand the complexities of how that river both supports fish and wildlife, but also agriculture, and the lack of information in an over-appropriated system is really challenging, I think, for all of us. There is early reports coming out of groundwater, the groundwater levels dropping in that region by about 1/2 foot, but yet the validity of that is challenged, I think, because we do not have a lot of groundwater monitoring occurring in basins like this. The same is true in the Harney County Basin as well, where we have need for accurate information. The location of springs became self-evident to me as I'm watching wildlife, particularly the bird species out there, struggling for fresh water, cold water, and to watch pelicans in particularly hovering by the hundreds in wherever you're seeing cold water springs in these systems was of concern, both to the health of those species. I looked at Summer Lake, Silver Lake, Lake Abert, and although the breeding season is almost complete, the birds are struggling in those systems. Where they will go when they see the systems dry up is always a question of great concern. What in particular concerns me is what's going to happen during the fall migration, when we have literally tens of millions of birds moving through on their fall migrations that need these systems to be able to refuel as they move south, and not have the water supply available for them, let alone a food supply as they move through the system. So it's a great concern. I also had the opportunity to visit at Lake Abert, the Rivers End Ranch, which we had a preliminary conversation about at our last meeting. And this is the last ranch complex before the Chihuacan River drains into Lake Abert. And it was fascinating to see how productive that system is, but how all the state natural resource agencies and many of the federal agencies allowed a dam to be placed in a very culturally significant region without, I'd say, appropriate assessment of its importance culturally to our state's tribes, let alone nationally. This is, to me, by far one of the most significant tribal congregation areas I have seen personally, and to better understand what the restoration of that region can do with proper inputs is really interesting to ponder. But improvement of that system, working with the ranchers to find a way to do a balancing in the face of drought is going to be a mind tease for all of us. And I'm just happy I had the opportunity to visit, but understanding from somebody who loves birds, the peril that this drought situation is imposing on the wildlife is significant. I also had the chance to go further south into the Pueblo and Trout Creek Mountains. And Mark, I was able to see the virtual fencing at the Trout Creek Preserve in play. And just want to give some context that to build a mile of fencing is now costing about $10,000 per mile. And that is just not affordable. I mean, whether it's a federal agency trying to put up fence or a private rancher, I don't know how economically how you could protect your animals at that and do it economically at $10,000 a mile. But to see this technology advancing at a scale and scope that I'm just really proud that OWEB is supporting those efforts. That was on roughly a 500,000 acre property out there. And if you haven't been in the Pueblos or the Trout Creek Mountains, the aspen stands that the BLM is managing out there are really impressive. I mean, to see 500 acre stands of aspen thriving in the face of climate change. I mean, sure, we have pressures on those systems, but they're intact and they're really doing well. So congratulations for the efforts down there. I also had a chance to visit the Steens in the Malheur Basin, and it was on a day when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was making some very, very difficult decisions about which systems to shut off for wildlife because of the drought. And it just emphasized again the importance of everybody working together to get good information. And again, the springs were the congregation areas for the remaining wildlife. And we have to do a better job somehow in getting the information needed to be able to better understand the trade-offs that are occurring. And now's the time to be making those. Probably should have been making that investment 10 years ago, but we need it as quickly as possible. Those cold springs are absolutely vital. I also had a chance to visit the Heart Mountain National Antelope Refuge and to see how the sage grouse were responding and also the antelope responding to the fires that occurred out there, and seeing the lack of sage was of concern, but there is significant regrowth of Great Basin wild rye occurring at a very high rate. Where they got the access to the seed is a very interesting question. Where we need native perennials and forbs to be able to make sure that they have options after fire. That definitely they got some material somewhere to be able to get the system up and operating again. And I also traveled further west from Heart Mountain and was reflecting on how leaders in this state have helped to shape the conservation outcomes that perhaps many of us take for granted. And I was thinking about what Senator Mark Hatfield had done and what Congressman Leslie Coyne had done for the state of Oregon to protect the Warner Wetlands and the Warner Wetlands area of critical environmental concern managed by the BLM, and what they did to acquire critical inholdings within the Heart Mountain Antelope Refuge as well as the Warner Wetlands, and to be able to look at the systems as a whole and their vision. It just needs to be recognized, their leadership and their extraordinary investments. And I did see that on the anniversary of the 250th anniversary of our country, that the BLM was working hard to make sure that the visitor center down there and the Water Wetlands was ready for the visitors to come through, which was kind of nice. And there's water in the South Warner basin. And yes, the pelicans and a lot of shorebirds were still out there. And I thought about OWEB's investments in the rivers of that system as I went through there. I also had a chance to get into the Klamath Basin and not only stand in the Wood River and think about the salmon that are running through that system. You have cold water, consistent temperatures, and the systems, because of investments made by OWEB, are ready for the return of the fish. There are some diversions that need to be screened. For that matter, there are many of them that need to be screened, but the fish are coming back and the systems are intact. And on the Sprague River, again, just driving down the road and stopping and seeing the recovery of those systems and what OWEB has done to help incentivize the recovery is a true gift to the state. And lastly, as well, I'm getting towards the end. On the Williamson River Delta, OWEB had been a great partner in that project, and to see 27 years later, the cathedral forest, knowing that this was the village of the Klamath people and the burial grounds of the Klamath people, and how this property is healing and moving forward in helping to meet the needs of all, just made me proud. And I just want to thank OWEB for its continued investment in that geography. And last but not least, as I was getting up towards Lincoln City, I passed by what I will say is on Highway 101, probably one of the most visible OWEB restoration investments with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at Drift Creek. I urge you to slowly drive by and watch this project unfold. I just want to see someday, very soon, a project brought to you by OWEB and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the list of partners, including Ducks Unlimited and others. It's a great expression and show of commitment of OWEB to see a project like that with such high visibility. So that's my report for today.
Thank you so much, Russ. That sounds like a wonderful trip.
Eye-opening.
Yeah.
Sounds like I should retire sooner than.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I can't wait for that. That sounds great.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking about that. Okay. Liz. Yeah.
Well, good morning, Liz Agpawa, liaison from the Oregon Department of Forestry. And Mark, thank you for doing that, because I had my notes from ODF, but they were already more than a week old. And as people who have been driving over from Central Oregon have actually seen in the last, 24 hours, the big impact. So thank you for that. And welcome new members. And it's great to have you. And it was really nice to socially connect with everyone last night. On this side of the table, we get to see behind you all a great view.
We're switching at halftime.
We are, yeah, so everyone's like the bus, everyone switched places. Great facility, and thank you for taking us on the road once again. I know it's a large effort, Nicole and staff, to get everything arranged, and I think it's well worth it for us. So new members, you can see the range of reports. Some are very short, some are a little longer and robust. Mine is going to be, and has always been, on the shorter side. So we had a special meeting last week. We have, of our 7 board members on Oregon Department, for ODF, we have 3 are departing or rolling off their second term. So we were compelled to have a special virtual meeting to take a vote on what has been a long journey to complete a forest management plan for Western Oregon forest. And so the vote was to go ahead and repeal the old plan and then adopt the new plan. The guts of the new plan, the FMP is an overarching document, but the guts of the really new plan, we've said it many times, and specificity has been the HCP, which has been sent to U.S. Fish and Wildlife and awaiting their final, decision on it. And that has taken a bit of time. We know that there's just been a lot of changes within the system, but probably because we are rolling off some new members, we decided to go ahead and put that up for the vote. And it had a lot of really good discussion because there is a compelling need to move forward, but how do you move forward with information that is not yet there and not yet approved? And so good debate, good discussion among the board. And in the end, we agreed to send it forward, absent of the HCP, but the staff is now seeking incidental take permits without the HCP. And we anticipate, cross fingers, that we'll have that sooner than the HCP, because as a lot of people know that there is a changing definition of harm to species, which is significant with the HCP that we submitted a few years ago. So, and I think many people who are in that process are making a decision on how to move forward. So that was passed, and so now we go forward, and then Casey, our new state forester, will go forward and we'll start working on implementation when we get the final decision from the services. So that has been a long haul. And I'm just reminded there is no straight shot when you get to planning, and especially when you involve multiple, different levels of government, and it's so consequential. So check that box and we'll see what's around the corner on that one. But that's why we get paid so well, right? To make these tough decisions. Anyway, I have just, thank you for doing such a great job, Mark, on this. But I do have a little report on just resources. So you all get a context, what is helping with these incident commands and what ODF has. And so Casey sent this to us. This is her first fire season. She used to be the state forester in Nevada, and our new deputy is Kate Skinner. And I think that team is going to be really awesome with, both, great thinking on both sides and experience. So I'm looking forward to working with both Casey and Kate. And hopefully I won't mix their names up too much. This is like, I write it down. Okay, so Casey gave, and this is a couple weeks old, going into the fire season. Just wanted to share what our resources are for ODF. Says we're entering the 2026 fire season with an array of tools. From across all the districts, we have approximately 800 personnel and 300 pieces of equipment ready to fight fire. In addition, really important, our 4,000 incident resource agreements, from everything from heavy equipment to hand tools to food services for fire camps. On the aviation side, we have 16 statewide aircraft that can be moved based on fire danger through the severity program, funded through a special purpose appropriation from the legislature. This includes ODF's new Twin Otter multi-mission aircraft that's replacing the Patanavia after more than 30 years of service as the department's aerial intelligence program. The new aircraft brings improvements in endurance, range, payload, fire sensing technology, reliability, and enabling us to detect fires sooner and provide real-time information and mapping for decision makers on the ground. As always, ODF has 3 complex all-hazard incident teams, which Marcus says they're all out there right now, that each come with at least 50 people to help local partners manage planning, operation, logistics information for more large fires. So that's what I have, just to give you a sense of scale on what ODF is contributing. And, we'll see. We said, I think back in 2022, we had a record fire. 2020 was a record fire season. And so Marcus said again, it looks like we're edging on yet another one. So thank you for all the support that you all give in any way that you give it. It's important. And to report.
Thank you, Liz. Annie?
Yeah, should we give them a round of applause, those firefighters? I feel like they've gotten a lot of props, but maybe a round of applause is well-deserved. Good morning, everyone. I'm Annie Burney with NOAA Fisheries, and I am also an ex officio member of the OWEB board. I just have a few kind of high-level, what are we calling it, balcony-level updates or updates this morning from my agency and from myself. I was lucky enough to spend the weekend in Neatarts, so driving down through the Tillamook Bay and trying to remember all the rivers that flow into Tillamook Bay and thinking about the coho that get to explore them and how many more opportunities they have to kind of rest and be at peace and spawn because of so many restoration projects that have happened in that region and along the coast. So we're super hopeful for the state of coastal coho salmon this year. So we're also able to continue to support our species in the spotlight, one of which is our southern resident killer whale, and push some monies their way for recovery. Let's see, after I went to the coast, I drove up the Clackamas River where I live, the Clackamas River watershed, and was thinking about the partnership with PGE, OWEB, the Forest Service, Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, and the Clackamas Partnership, and all the projects, primarily the safe passage around the dams there, and how Chinook and coho and steelhead continue to thrive in the Clackamas Basin because of those partnerships. Reconnected floodplains, side channels, and really also a lot of engaged communities along the Clackamas. And now we're in the mighty Columbia. That would take forever to talk about all that's going on in the mighty Columbia, but driving out yesterday, looking at the dams, thinking about agriculture, irrigation, hydropower, obviously, and how all the different states and a few countries as well interact to support the Columbia River Basin. So I think moving fish above dams has been a challenge and will continue to be a challenge, especially with all those players, but it's something that everyone in the basin seems to be committed to. So bravo, and getting more water in the river too. Hopefully we can continue to do that. And then I know a few key projects we're working on. Speaking of hydropower, we are still working with the Army Corps on the Willamette Valley system, hopefully figuring out the best way to move fish upstream and get them back downstream. That continues to be a little bit of a struggle. And then now the Skagit hydroelectric project is kind of in the spotlight for Seattle City Sound, I believe that agency's called. So really jumping in there with the tribes to figure out how we can support the species in that system. I know that's a little bit north of us, but it's something we're focused on. And then, of course, we do have our executive orders as well to restore American seafood competitiveness and expansion of American timber production. So trying to continue to support our mission and our federal partners to implement those orders where we can. So I think that's it. Oh, there is my final update, and I'm sure a lot of people at OWEB are well aware, but there's $99 million up for grabs by way of the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund this year that we didn't think was going to happen. So I'm sure people were rushing to get their applications in, but those applications are under review right now. 6 states, federally recognized tribes, or their representative tribal commissions are able to get those monies. So, excuse me. So we're kind of wrapping it up furiously in the next few months, but hopefully we'll have a lot more information, maybe even by the next board meeting, where those will be spent this year, so, or in the next few years. But yeah, I want your itinerary, Russ, please. That's awesome. And We keep a pin on the map.
Yeah. Where is Russ?
And it's good to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annie. Zavi.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Xavier Borja, and I am a public voting member at large. I think it's so funny as I'm sitting here and I'm like, I feel forgotten. I'm like, I'm still also very new. This is only my second meeting, second in-person meeting. And my first one, I was traveling and trying to make areas where I was voting. But then Raya had an incredible update as well, so I have no excuse for that either. I think, frankly, too, I just forgot that we had the opportunity to be able to give updates. And I think also just sitting back, learning what I can share that can bring and be of value to the group, to the community, and to OWEB at large and all the viewers and folks watching. But as I was reminded last night that we had this opportunity, I was thinking what I was going to share. And Mark eloquently, spoke to it already. I wanted to kind of take it back from this balcony level and the kind of the community kind of area of we are experiencing apocalyptic, fires. And I think I'll speak for myself. I feel that it started later than I had thought, but we still have a long ways to go. And then on my drive here, coming from Bend, so I'm living in Central Oregon area, driving through Warm Springs. And so just really understanding the detriment that it's doing to tribal communities, to communities at large. And again, pulling away from the balcony level, I think it's always great to know that we have a lot of funding avenues for a lot of different things at this level, but ensuring that it gets down to the grassroots, to the community levels, to Oregonians, as we do this work and put these policies and processes and programs into place and funding. But again, I think my message or my update would be an encouragement just to folks at large, as we all represent different parts and corners of the state, to just be a good neighbor. Again, being in Warm Springs, being in Central Oregon, a lot of folks are being displaced, out of their homes, out of their areas, out of their lands. So again, just doing whatever that we can as good stewards, as Oregonians, as, neighboring communities to different counties, just to show up for community and with community, whether that's sharing information, any and all the things. Because again, I think we're at the beginning of it, as I think we're all aware. But I think the encouraging that we're all just doing our part in any way to ensure that we can get through this and think thoughtfully as we move forward.
Thank you, Zavi. And for the new board members, you get one meeting. That's it. And then just training wheels are off, and then it's immersion learning from there. Jesse, what do you have to tell us today?
Good morning, everybody. Jesse Kirshner, ex officio board member representing OSU Extension and Oregon Sea Grant. So I have a couple of extension updates to share and then one Sea Grant update. So along the same theme with the wildfires, I just wanted to let folks know that OSU Extension is coordinating with local response efforts to help farmers, ranchers, and communities deal with the consequences of the wildfires that are currently affecting Oregon. And at the Office of Emergency Management's request, OSU Extension is partnering with state and local efforts to coordinate hay, grain, and monetary donations. The donations are being used to support impacted communities, providing them with air quality resources such as box fan filters, livestock, hay, and grain, and then donated hay transport. So for folks with people that have available hay or grain to donate, please contact your local extension office and then they can get it to where it needs to go. And for those that are affected by wildfires or have needs, again, please contact your local extension office and they can connect you with resources. So I just wanted to put that out there that that's something Extension is trying to support right now. Also, I mentioned this last year, I think this is the second year, but OSU Extension is hosting the Youth Outdoor Career and Leadership Summit, August 12th through 15th. It's meant to bring Oregon teens together for 4 days of hands-on learning, leadership development, and career exploration at OSU. So it's just an opportunity for teens to come and learn about career pathways in education and outdoor leadership and natural resources. And they get to experience what campus life is like. It's for ages 14 to 18, and it's a week-long experience, and there are scholarships available. So it's another resource that's offered through OSU Extension Kids Spirit. And then the Sea Grant update that I wanted to share is that I had the opportunity to travel to Washington, D.C. last week with a partner chef from Oregon. Her name is Chef Mylene Chavez. She used to operate the Olympia Oyster Bar in Portland and now does, after the pandemic and all the challenges that hit the restaurant industry, now does catering and then cultural tours and food experiences. And so the purpose of this visit was to do congressional briefing with other Sea Grant programs and chefs in response to the executive order around seafood competitiveness and highlighting how chefs and Sea Grant programs partner together to really support our local coastal communities and their economies. And so it was really fun. For those of you that don't know, there are 34 Sea Grant programs across the country and within our territories. So it's within the Great Lakes and then our coastal states and territories. So there were chefs there from, Virginia, Georgia, Louisiana, and then Oregon was our West Coast representative. And it was an interesting opportunity to highlight a group that doesn't usually get a floor in front of congressional folks and staffers. And we had really great visits with our federal delegates and just a fun opportunity to think about how we highlight maybe partners we don't always think about highlighting in our work.
Thanks, Jesse. That's
One last thing, which is I highly recommend traveling with a chef because we went and had some fabulous food in Washington, D.C. because she follows other chefs and was like, we're going to go to this restaurant and you should try this food. And so.
Yes, if we want a list.
Yes.
Go with the chef on Russ's.
That sounds like a great trip that we're all putting together here. I like that. Thank you, Jesse. That's super interesting and a really cool, unique opportunity. Okay, Mark.
So, I hate that thing. Mark Webb, liaison for the Environmental Quality Commission. So brief update. Concerns outstanding resource waters, a designation. So Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, or DEQ, is updating its rules with the objective of designating the wild and scenic Illinois River and Rough and Ready Creek, both in the Rogue River Basin, as outstanding resource waters because of their ecological, recreational, and water quality importance. Designating a water body as an outstanding resource water results in requirements that preserve the water body's current water quality, with exceptions for temporary impacts associated with restoration or emergency response activities. DEQ has formed an advisory committee with tribes, environmental and recreation groups, local governments, federal land managers, and forestry and mining industry representatives to provide input. The committee met in June of 26 and will meet again in August 26. DEQ plans to bring the proposed rules to the Environmental Quality Commission for action in March of 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, we're going to go online now. Brian?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Chairs, member of the board, and general public. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm Brian Staub, ex officio member representing the U.S. Forest Service. Couple of items. Oh, first of all, welcome to all our new board members, and thank you very much, Raya, for hosting us at your wonderful facilities there in Hood River last evening. So some remarks, top of the list, which I will keep brief since it was well covered by others, is the significant fire activity in the Northwest. Yeah, I'm not going to go through the details because those were provided, but just as a reminder, nationally, we're at preparedness level 5, which is the highest and have been since July 18th. And a lot of that is driven by, many of the stats that Mark and others covered as far as the fire activity here in Oregon and Washington. And there is support from around the world, including folks from Australia and New Zealand supporting those efforts. So significant challenges on the landscape now, today, and certainly after fire season, and that's likely to persist given the snowpack or the water deficits that we've heard about. So really important implications. It did strike me as I was driving through to the Hood River yesterday and looking at some of the fire effects. I do want to remind folks that there's some really good research coming out on the effects of fires, the 2020 fires in Western Oregon, both on the geomorphic, hydrogeomorphic responses, erosion and such, and what kinds of events trigger certain types of responses. And also on the ecology, including the aquatic ecology response to these fires. And I think it's important to, that some of those or some of the expectations that people have are a little different than what has actually played out for both geomorphic response and fish. So something to pay attention to, particularly since on the fish side of things, some of the really high expectations for pretty catastrophic outcomes really didn't play out. And OPB did a pretty good job of covering that last year for the general public. So encourage folks to kind of stay tuned on that and think about fire responses in different places differently, because a lot of our contemporary knowledge is driven from kind of semi-arid responses to fire. And of course, that's common in Eastern Oregon, but less so in Western Oregon. So just a different landscape with different responses. Second item is on our agency's reorganization. So the Forest Service announced several months ago that we were doing a major reorganization, including moving the national headquarters office to Salt Lake City. There will be we will be retaining capacity in the DC capital, national capital region, but the majority of folks will be in Salt Lake City. Those efforts continue. In addition, the 9 regional offices, including the one here in Portland that I work out of, are being phased out, and there'll be a single organization above the national forests rather than the Washington, the headquarters office, 9 regional offices, and national forests and districts. There will only be one level above the national forests. Those efforts continue to kind of map out what that new organization looks like. Emphasis on the organizational structure of the national forests themselves is not being affected by this reorganization. So they're working on, we continue to work on the mapping out of the headquarters organizational structure, and then the state director's offices. There will be a number of state offices that are going to be a fair bit smaller than the regional offices and will have a narrower function. And there will be state director's offices, one in Salem, and then one in Olympia in Washington. And then beyond that, there will be these service centers that will support those state directors in implementing their work with the forests. So stay tuned for that in coming months as far as finalizing that structure, and then implementation will occur, over the year after that. Third main item is forest planning. There is the Blue Mountains Forest Plan revision, and the draft environmental impact statement is out for review currently, or today, and I think it was earlier this month. And the comment period ends at the end of September. So that's available for review and comment. On the west side of the state, the Northwest Forest Plan amendment efforts continue there to update the range of alternatives being considered for that plan amendment. That will be available. The current schedule is for fall of 2026, and a final environmental impact statement and record of decision scheduled for the spring of 27. Fourth item is Forest Service, including Region 6, continues to focus on implementing the active management strategy that was mentioned previously per the executive order on increasing timber production on the national forests. So those efforts continue in the region to do that work and to do it in ways that protect watersheds, aquatic resources, and water quality through resource protection actions, and then also continuing with our active restoration work. On the restoration front, our Washington office worked with us in the regional offices to produce and publish a report on integrating watershed restoration and kind of fire fuels management and resiliency. And that was published in May. It really emphasizes a lot of the floodplain reconnection work, including OWEB-funded work here in Oregon for Waichus Creek as well as Sheep Creek in the Wallowas. And so really emphasizing the role of the fact that water does not burn. And so when we raise the water table, that confers some resilience. When fires do come in, we have some good case studies where that has occurred in South Fork, McKenzie, Waichus Creek, other places. And so that's that report went out. The other thing that came from that, from a policy perspective, we can now claim support, or accomplishment for fire resilience through those floodplain restoration projects. So hopefully that will encourage increased investments in that kind of work, especially if we can couple it with the upland fuels treatment that we know is critical in some of these systems. And we continue to work with our Washington office to scale up some of those opportunities that we have already underway and available for implementation. And so those efforts continue. Last two items, we're continuing to make investments in the USGS 3D hydrography program. That's the new LiDAR-derived hydrography water resource mapping efforts to replace the national hydrography data set as the national standard, and really improving the accuracy of those data. And so we're making investments along with EPA, some other federal and state agencies on those investments across the Pacific Northwest, including Oregon. And then the last item, I appreciate Mark's update on the outstanding resource waters, and I also appreciate the approach that DEQ is taking as far as engaging stakeholders in that decision-making process. I've worked on that throughout a number of states in the Pacifics, or across the Pacific and other states in the country, and just different states, as you might expect, handle that differently, and some encourage more of that engagement with stakeholders than others, and I would put Oregon on that high end of stakeholder engagement, so I appreciate that. That's what I have. I appreciate the time and looking forward to the rest of the week.
Thank you so much, Brian. Claire.
Hey y'all, Claire Takella. I'm the Assistant State Conservationist for Partnerships with the Natural Resource Conservation Service and an ex officio member of the board. I'm sorry I can't be there with y'all this week. I think I made the right decision in not sharing my current plague with everyone. I would prefer not to have it, at least, so I'd assume you all feel the same. But yeah, just a couple updates from me. We are not as far along in our agency reorganization, so I'm limited in what I can share, but just we have passed the congressional notification period for the farm production and conservation reorganization. And so in the coming weeks, actions from that or notification and communication will be forthcoming both internally and externally. And then just with that ongoing, we're working on getting all of our Farm Bill program obligations wrapped up for this fiscal year. So we were able to, through our Environmental Quality Incentives Program, pre-approve 342 direct producer contracts. We have about half of those, a little over half of those obligated right now, but looking to obligate about $36 million through that program in the state this year. And then for the Conservation Stewardship Program, we pre-approved 99 applications and have about a third of those obligated at this point, looking at spending about a little over $17 million. So really, we're in the home stretch of getting those obligations completed for this fiscal year. And then last but not least, I think yesterday was the deadline for the National Conservation and oh my gosh, I can't even say Conservation Innovation Grant deadline. And so had the opportunity, I lead the CIG program in Oregon, so I had an opportunity to hear from a lot of the folks planning on submitting proposals in for that, and just really hopeful that some of those get funded here in Oregon, and looking forward to those innovative ideas our partners have out there. So with that, I will hand it back. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Claire. Thanks for joining us. I hope you feel better soon. Okay, so now we're going to go to some of our new members, and I'm going to start with Sarah.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Sarah Deardahl, the newest, I believe, voting member of the board. I live in Eugene, Oregon. And I'll just say that this is really a delight to be able to be here with you all and to be at my first board meeting, sort of sitting at this side of the table. I spent 15 years working for watershed councils in the state, so I know what it's like to sit on that side of the room and ask for funding and give you all my, our very best projects that we had to offer. Anyway, after, spending that time working for Oregon Watershed Councils, I actually got the opportunity to work for Oregon Department of Forestry. And was really delighted to hear Liz's update on the forest management plan and the habitat conservation plan, because as the aquatic specialist for state forests, I worked really hard on those plans, taking the science, translating the science into basically operational plans and policies that state forests could actually implement to meet the triple bottom line, which is really difficult. So hats off to Liz for her board service and stick-to-itness. I made it about 18 months and decided that it was time to go back to nonprofit world, and have been working for American Rivers now, a national nonprofit based in Washington, D.C., for about the last 3.5 years. In that role, I've zoomed out even more. So I went from working in watersheds to statewide across Oregon, and now work regionally for American Rivers, managing our Northwest region. So that's Oregon, Washington, Alaska, and in truth, bits of Western Idaho, because the Columbia River Basin is in my region's portfolio. I just sort of reflecting on the comments that were shared, some of the things that I get to do in my region is work really closely with some of our other sovereigns besides the states. So working with, I'm looking at Mount Adams, which the Yakama Nation calls Pato. A few weeks ago, I was on the Deschutes at Warm Springs with the Warm Springs tribe. And so really getting to, work with our other sovereigns and understand their needs and find, solutions for rivers and people in those spaces is really a joy. Tomorrow after this meeting, I'm actually headed up to Grand Coulee to visit with the Colville tribe and look at their fish passage efforts to try to get salmon above Grand Coulee, which is a huge undertaking, but really interesting endeavor. So excited. It's actually still a little bit risky. There's the Kaiser Canyon fire is burning in that area. But as far as yesterday, we were still on for the tour and actually a fish release. So that will be interesting. Another couple of groups that I serve on, which are, I think, germane to this effort, are the Columbia Basin Policy Advisory Group, which is actually convened by the Washington Department of Ecology, but it includes both sides of the river, and everything from integrated water management to habitat restoration, drinking water, et cetera, in the basin. And then also the Columbia Basin Collaborative, which is the sort of carry forward of the Columbia Basin Task Force or partnership. And so get to serve on that effort with 13 tribes, 4 states, and some other, stakeholders or interests, if you will. And so I think that, I'm hoping that I can bring some of that regional lens to OWEB in my service on the board. And I'm just really excited. This feels a little bit like a homecoming for me. So feels really excited to be, caring for my home state, and also able to help those that are working, getting their hands dirty, putting shovels in the ground, and doing the really, really good work that the state needs. So really happy.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, we'll go to Chad next.
Okay, I can see there's a high bar here. I'll just start off a little bit about myself. Chad Allen, dairyman in Tillamook. Our family's been there for about almost 50 years now. Some of the things that I participated in that's I think got me to the opportunity to serve on this board is years ago I worked with Woody in Central Oregon on developing the groundworks for Oregon Ag Heritage Commission and understanding the importance and the connectivity between long-term agriculture and the connectivity of conservation and how those can be together and work in unison and making sure that we can come up with some ways to reduce the fragmentation of ag over time so that we can keep that continuous lands together. Mark Labhart and I worked for years and years and years together. We started with an Oregon Solutions process for flood mitigation and restoration together combined, and it was a long journey and lots of stops and goes and things to be successful in the completion of the seven floor corridor project that was completed in 2017. And so we have agricultural properties that butt against that project. And so, which has been really neat is that we could really show the ability to have agriculture along with conservation and to be successful without being detrimental to one or the other. And it's that kind of philosophy that I've tried to continue to advocate for Oregon. And I learned a lot from that process, right? We talked about some things yesterday about working together in collaborative and compromises and these kinds of things and being true to your values and keeping focus on that. And I learned a lot from that process. As we all care dearly about Oregon and its survival for all different things. I take a lot of pride in that. In terms of things from Oregon Department of Agriculture, like OWEB, we try to travel to different parts of the state on our quarterly meetings. And this year, certainly the common theme, as we hear every year, is about water and drought. And so OSU Extension has research facilities all over this state and continue to look for water efficiency uses and and embrace new technologies. Last September, we were down in Klamath Falls. A real neat theme that we were seeing there was another great example of collaboration between irrigation districts and the wildlife refuge and how when they think about moving water here and there and when and this kinds of stuff, and that it seems to me that there's been a great success story there in working together in those two entities for the benefit of both. And it's been neat to see that. As we toured the agricultural properties, the soils down there are just phenomenal, and their ability to grow a wide variety of different products and the higher percentage of organic matter in our soils is something else. And so it's a true value to a resource to Oregon. But just to see how they work together for salmon recovery and the dam removal, just that whole process, right, is a publicly emotional thing that's gone on for some time, right? And there's a lot to be learned from that. When we look at wildfires, not only is it a devastating part of the landscape, but the negative impacts of smoke, to the development of crops, especially your perishable crops, and the negativity to your vineyards. And so OSU has done, continued doing research to understand the long-term impacts of that. And beyond that, just those impacts to our cattle ranches, or cattle themselves. After the big fires that we had in 20 in the Willamette Valley, trying to understand the long-term impacts to dairy cattle, right? And then, just the impacts to our workforce, and so trying to develop, not necessarily rules, but just management around how we make sure we take care of the respiratory needs of our workforce, right? And we've already, just in terms of temperature stuff, when temperatures get above a certain degree, then there are certain requirements that we got to do in that situation for our workforce. When we went to LeGrand, we had the opportunity to go out to some rangeland work that OSU was engaged in, and a lot of it was around fire and looking how do we get rid of our annual grasses, get those perennial grasses reestablished, so they can be more resilient and recover quickly. Mark, there's been a lot of conversation for ODA in terms of the wild seed production and trying to figure out how to create more partnerships between private producers, especially in the seed, so they can have more opportunity to move around in seed production, and be successful in that and have the supply. There used to be a lot more supply federally, and that's been reduced significantly. And so we got to rely on those partnerships on private commercial activities to produce that seed so that we can be prepared after, right? Last winter, we were in Hood River, and there's another research facility there. And I know there's been some disease declaration for pears. And so they're trying to figure their way through that. On the animal side, we've had a screw room come into New Mexico and Texas. And so our state vet has been really retroactive to trying to develop plans, depending on how that moves. When we dealt with the avian flu virus that entered into the dairy industry, it was prevalent in California and Idaho. ODA put together a very strict policy on how to deal with that. We've been testing raw milk for the last year randomly on all dairies, and we've yet to have a positive. So Oregon has had a pretty success story in terms of not having that cross-contamination in the dairy. And so that's kudos to Brian. He's done a really great job on dealing with that. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, ODA also deals with the crab, industry and fish and all that kind of stuff. And so we'll be meeting in Astoria next in here in September. I think we're going to get some updates on the Oregon Prosperity Council, some of the findings that they've had, and how ODA can participate in helping that. So yeah, I think that's about it, but I'll certainly be more prepared next time. Trying to get the big highlights, Oregon Department of Ag, working in conjunction with conservation is a big theme for agriculture success here in Oregon. So it's just a real natural fit. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much and welcome. Okay, Dirk.
Hi, I'm Dirk Renner, the new ex officio member with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Well, I'm just a little background about myself. The primary hat that I'm wearing right now, as of about a year ago, is I'm the new Oregon State Coordinator for the Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program. However, I've been with the Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program in Oregon for about 17 years. I've worked with OWEB in the past, and as a review team member, I've been on the Region 6 team, and then most recently I've been on the Region 4 team, and I've been doing that since I think for about 16 years, however long ago it was that the Region 6 region broke off from the 5 and 4 regions. So I was one of the founding members on that team. So yeah, happy to be here. Prior to this, I was with the Forest Service on the Coconino in northern Arizona, and did some work with at Crater Lake National Park. It's part of my grad program, and while I was a student at Oregon State University. I wanted to, we can't really ignore all the fires going on in Oregon, and it's been brought up multiple times. Also, people brought up the fencing and the virtual fencing, and when I was at the John Day Basin workshop last year, we did a tour of some people who did some virtual fencing, and one of the things that they mentioned that I thought was fascinating, that I thought I'd mention real briefly before I go into some updates, was the fact that they could see where their livestock was on the ground. And so when a fire does occur, they can actually use those tools to push their cattle to locations away from the fire or for pickup. So I just think it's an amazing tool, and I'm really hoping that we can encourage it into the future. So our updates, as a new guy, I'm trying to figure out what's most appropriate for the board and everybody. So in the future, hopefully I'll be a little bit more refined. But I wanted to touch on funding. Our program, the Partners Fish and Wildlife Program, right now we've finished up the process of developing our funding agreements, and they are off to headquarters for review and finalization. So we're hoping to get most of our both for the Fish and Wildlife Service and Coastal Program funds out this year. We are expecting some changes in our funding process. There's a new change to the CFRs that's coming, so we'll see how that updated guidance affects us next fiscal year. For staffing, as with many of the federal agencies, we're operating at a reduced capacity in 2026 we had another round of deferred resignations and early retirements. So we're focusing our work forward. Our workload priorities are on completing consultations and facilitating on-the-ground restoration and recovery actions. Regulatory aspects, we're prioritizing being responsive to ESA consultations requests and helping facilitate priority projects such as Forest Service fire resiliency work. In the species world, we're continuing to work with our partners to identify, coordinate, and leverage recovery opportunities. For example, in the upper Deschutes, for Oregon spotted frog restoration planning is gaining steam alongside the implementation of the Deschutes HCP. And listing updates, we don't really have any new updates other than, for the Western Ridged mussel, it is we're doing the 12-month status finding. So that's really all I have this morning, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, and welcome. Lindsay.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Lindsay McClary, Public at-Large voting member on the board. I live in Salem and work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. So in my job, I spend a lot of time implementing habitat restoration on the ground. Spend a lot of time undoing things people thought were good ideas over the last couple centuries. Which brings me to what one of my favorite parts of being on the board is, which is open solicitation. I think it's on the agenda for this board meeting, and I'm really excited to make some awards to clear the pathway for folks to do good work on the ground and keep moving that needle forward for improving Oregon's beautiful habitat. So just a quick thank you to all of the regional program reps and the technical review team members for putting in all of that work to get us to this point, and also the applicants. I just feel like this is really a significant effort that the board gets to make these awards to move those needles. So thanks to everyone for that. In the last quarter, I got to attend the Governor's Natural Resources Cabinet Retreat with Sarah in Salem, where all of the state agencies and the board chairs come together to learn, to collaborate, to network, to strategize. And I just hope that effort continues to happen, because I think it's really impactful to get those folks in the room. And it was also facilitated by Donna Silverberg. So that was a really wonderful experience, and I do hope it continues. Our tribal fish and wildlife team is about 15 staff, which is significant from when I first came onto the tribe. It was about 3 staff. But all of our team got to attend an emerald ash borer training in Forest Grove, facilitated by the 3 EAB staff on Oregon Department of Forestry. They took us around for about 6 hours and were absolutely knowledgeable, fantastic, enthusiastic, and it's my understanding they are soft funded. They are grant funded, and so their future is uncertain, but what they're doing is very impactful, and so they continue to do these trainings for all natural resources professionals, and it was just really valued by our team. So please pass that on, Liz, and hoping that they can continue to have funding to do the impactful work that they're engaged in. One other quick update, Grand Ronde is co-hosting with the Eco Studies Institute, the Cascadia Prairie Oak Partnership Conference that happens every other year. It's not until October 2027, but just throwing it out there that it's coming down the pipeline. It's a really great kind of usually 2 or 3 day conference to network, share, collaborate on all things oak and prairie. And then welcome to the new board members. I'm really excited to get to know you better and to work with you. So end of report.
Thanks, Lindsay. Okay. So first of all, for the record, Kelly Coates, tribal representative on the OWEB board and co-chair with Lindsay. For the newer folks that I didn't get to do a formal introduction or spend 20 minutes with yesterday and chat, I am the Natural Resources Director for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. That's my day job. And I'm also a Cow Creek Umpqua tribal member, and I have a really great small team of folks within our Natural Resources Department that get a lot of work done on the ground. So my updates are going to be kind of short and sweet, but I attended the ARE committee meeting in June, and I just want to say a big thank you to the chairs of that committee. I really appreciate, and the folks that are on it, and the staff, I really appreciate all of the hard work that has gone into it, and the discussions that we've had. I'm also very, very thankful for everything that's come out of the discussions regarding the tribal work stream as well, and how that's been handled, and the conversations that folks are having and reaching out to the tribes to get more information about how we can make that program work better for everyone. So just really appreciate that, and just want to acknowledge the amount of time everybody's spent on it. So thank you for that. One thing of note, the Cow Creek Umpqua hosted the tribal water healing ceremony for the 9 tribes in Oregon in June, and I was able to attend that and participate in it. It was 2 days of ceremony, including a salmon ceremony, and I was so touched by the amount of people that came from across the state to come together to talk about healing our waters and how we can do that and how we can support one another and how we can work with non-tribal partners on that and continue the good work. And it just felt very, very revitalizing. It was really humbling, obviously, with all of the drought conversations we were having and where we're at in the state right now. But it was also just felt very renewing to have those conversations and to come together for that. So, speaking of tribes and water, I also attended the State Tribal Water Policy Forum meeting last week, and I think we're making some really good strides in having, again, integrated conversations with tribes and other partners and agencies about how we prioritize water, what we do in the state, what the concerns are, what the data gaps are. And I look forward to continuing those conversations within that space as well. And then I just want to brag on my team a little bit right now because it is summer season, so it's in-stream restoration implementation time. And for those that attended the OWEB board meeting in April in Canyonville, I took you all out to one of our restoration sites up West Fork Canyon Creek on some of our tribal lands. And my fish team is out there right now with our contractor actually getting the work done. And I'm so excited for that. And I know that my fish team is also very excited because, as we've talked about before, restoration projects don't just happen overnight. I think we've been planning this one for a minimum of 5 years. So I know whenever we're in the middle of it, my team is pretty stressed trying to get everything done and make it happen. But then afterwards, there's this huge sense of relief and this awesome project that you get to see on the ground and the good work. So I will come back in the future, since you all saw it pre-restoration, I'll come back in the future with some post-restoration photos, which we all love to see, and information on that. But really excited to get that project going. We focus a lot of our restoration work within the South Umpqua watersheds, talking about coho, Oregon Coast coho, the South Umpqua coho population has been really struggling, and that's where the majority of our restoration work happens because it's frankly where it's needed most, and it's in our the heart of our homelands. And so yeah, just really excited about that, and just sending some positive vibes to my team right now in the field. And I'm going to send a reminder out there to them that it's going to be hot, so I need you guys to drink water and stay hydrated. Okay, that is all I have, and we are about 3 minutes behind. But I think we'll make it. So we will take do you still want to come back? 10 minutes? Nicole's giving me 10, so we get the full 10. Okay, so we will be back at 10:24.
going to ask everybody to come back from break.
Oh, yeah. You're an I'm an Eagle Creek. Yeah, nice. So.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started, everybody. Okay, we are back from break and moving on down the agenda. So we are going to be on agenda item B, which is general board business. And just a reminder for those folks maybe following online, all of the board materials are publicly available on the OWEB website under boards and committees. Click on the relevant date and you will find the materials there. So first up is item B1, which is the meeting minutes from our April 2026 board meeting. At this point, I would ask for any discussions, clarifications, questions on April 2026 board meeting minutes. This is also on your ebook, page 22. Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing any, so I, at this point, would entertain a motion.
I move the board approve the minutes from April 28th, 29th, 2026 board meeting.
It's been moved by Zavi, seconded by Mark Labhart. Without seeing any questions or clarifications, I'm just going to move right into the vote. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, we have one more item for general board business. This is going to be item B2. It is a request to award a new Telling the Restoration Story grant to the Mid-John Day Watershed Council. The grant would go towards analyzing high-resolution topographic data that will be used to develop and publish an open access peer-reviewed journal article and a publicly accessible GIS story map. The funds would also be used to update existing websites and communicate results. The project will fill an existing gap in telling the restoration story investments and lead into communicating outcomes from a restoration practice that OWEB commonly funds. So at this point, I would look for any discussion or clarifying questions on this item. Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing any. Because we're on Zoom and there's some camera delay, for all motions going forward, we're going to do a roll call vote, and Nicole will help us facilitate that. So at this moment, I would look for a motion.
I move, Mark, okay. Co-chair, I move the board awards $64,979 to the Mid-John Day Watershed Council for the telling of the restoration story, reconnecting floodplains in Bridge Creek grant number 227-7001-25214 with an award date of July 28, 2026.
Thank you. It's been moved by Liz.
Second.
It's been seconded by Mark Webb. Okay, Nicole, please.
Hi, everyone. Nicole Bettinardi, OWEB's least sarcastic staff member, for the record. As Lindsay said, we are going to be doing roll call for all of our votes, mostly for our Zoom audience. I will be calling you in order of your board seat number. So when I call your name, please tell me your vote. Lindsay McClary.
Aye.
Kelly Coates.
Aye.
Russ Hoflick.
Aye.
Xavier Borja.
Aye.
Raya Bushnell.
Aye.
Sarah Deerdahl.
Aye.
Chad Allen.
Aye.
Mark Webb.
Aye.
Mark Labhart.
Aye. Aye.
Yes, and to your microphones, please. Thank you. Liz Agpawa.
Aye.
And Woody Wolf.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Great, thanks, Nicole, and thanks, everybody. Moving right along into the agenda, we are at item C, which is the director update. It is page 33 on the ebook, and I think Linda's going to run a presentation, and I'd like to hand it off to Sarah.
Thanks, everyone. Sarah O'Brien, OWEB's Executive Director. I'm glad to have another Sarah on the board now, because I know the sort of heart-stopping feeling when somebody calls your name and you're not prepared to present. So now Sarah and I can probably both enjoy that to some degree. I do want to take a moment just to echo what we've been hearing from board members all through the morning, which is just our thoughts being with our friends around Oregon that are being really significantly affected by both fire and drought. And I think the fire, especially as we sit here, and I'm facing east, and it is really smoky out there, and we're really right on the edge of the most fire-affected areas. And, you know, drought is maybe a little less noticeable for most of us right now, other than that it obviously intersects with fire, but really a catastrophic situation pending. Woody, we got a presentation from Raquel Rincier from Water Resources Department at the State and Tribal policy meeting last week that Kelly described, and showed, you know, anywhere from 30 to 50 and at most 70% of normal stream flow for this time of year. So really a pretty dire and quickly evolving situation. I have pretty brief comments today, so I did think I would maybe take a note from Russ and mention a little bit about my own travels over the last couple of months. It's a little less impressive, but I wanted to note I did get a chance following our meeting in Canyonville last time in April. Had a chance to go down and visit partners in the Rogue Basin, tour a number of projects with Mark Grenbemmer, our regional rep there, and a number of watershed council partners in that area. Which is pretty new to me and really great to get to know that part of the state. On the way back up, if you kind of imagine a circuitous route, Claire, I had a chance with your boss, Greg Becker, the NRCS state conservationist, and NRCS staff to visit projects in the Klamath Basin, meet with partners there, and hear about kind of upcoming opportunities of mutual priority for our agencies and think about how our funding fits together. That was a really neat opportunity. In the same, in the Lapine area, meeting together with NRCS with partners there that are working on forest health initiatives. So that's been great. I was hoping to be at the PGE Fisheries Conference last week and touring. I think it was going to be in Waichus Creek, and unfortunately that was canceled due to, the field trip was canceled due to fire impacts. And a couple of weeks ago, I took my own family vacation, had a chance to canoe on the Willamette, as some of you know, for several days. It's kind of an annual thing that my family does. Deeply underappreciated river in terms of sort of scenic beauty and recreation potential, and like you can have a wilderness experience just by not being at eye level with I-5. It's pretty cool. So my family and I spent 4 or 5 days canoeing on the Willamette, and as someone who comes from the Midwest where rivers have generally been quite heavily impacted, the ability to be in and enjoy a river the size and scope and sort of impressiveness of the Willamette, and just enjoy the wildlife, enjoy the water quality. I feel about water like Russ does about birds. So to be able to get in and out of water without worrying about water quality and be in cool, clean streams is a really unique opportunity. And as with and see the results of in conservation investments and projects that our partners have made in those areas is really neat, and see some of the challenges as well. I mean, it was clearly, I think the Willamette Basin stream flow is about at 50% of normal for this time of year, from Raquel's presentation the other day, and really significant impacts we were seeing too from Liz is at Ludwigia, this invasive water plant that's starting to really affect the sort of margins of the main stem Willamette. Seems to really take root in Wapato patches, which is really concerning, obviously, as a culturally important food source and traditional culturally important plant as well. So a lot to work with there, and appreciate seeing the work that our partners are doing in that area as well. I am planning upcoming to head out with a number of the other natural resource directors to the Eastern Oregon Economic Summit, where there's a feature in Ontario, I believe it's end of August, feature on water management and shared water priorities. So looking forward to that. And then maybe I'll stay home for a while. We'll see. We'll see how the fires go. Okay, now the real director's report. Go ahead, Linda, to the next slide, please. Folks will remember we talked at the beginning of this calendar year, the members that were here at the beginning of this calendar year anyway, on a number of our priorities. Our very next agenda item will be potentially wrapping up the water acquisitions rulemaking process. Look forward to hearing from Brian and Renee about that. The committee has been working, the Acquisitions, Restoration, and Emerging Issues Committee has been working hard on land acquisitions program modernization, and that is coming potentially for some recommendations this meeting and next. So you'll hear about that more tomorrow, and really launching the sort of nuts and bolts part of the program modernization going forward with your direction. We're also going to talk today about initiating council and SWCD capacity grant rulemaking. We'll share some of the results of that engagement up to this point. We'll continue to have some updates on agency budget development, although this time of year it seems like we should be in the thick of it, but really it's mostly a bunch of paperwork getting submitted, and we'll tell you more about that. I know the board worked yesterday with Donna Silverberg on just a kind of balcony view of where we're at as a board in terms of the culture of the board that we want to continue. This has been historically an incredibly collaborative and strategic and insightful board, and a real asset both to the agency and to the broader community. Maybe we should write some of that down. And so, writing down some of those practices, talking about the board's focus. The board, I know, had a retreat yesterday or a mini retreat to get a start on that. And we will continue that work. We always have many grant award decisions, and this month in particular. So I'll let you get started on that. That's where we're at in July. Go ahead, Linda. We do always want to give you a quick heads up about delegated award memos. So these are grant funding or amendment decisions that you as a board have delegated to me as a director. 9.1 million and 26 agreements for the quarter. As a reminder, these are mostly things that either the board has already made a higher level decision, as they do in focused investment partnerships, time-sensitive funding, as we did sometimes in the past with fire recovery or drought recovery grants, where we knew we didn't want to wait till the next board meeting to get those funds on the ground, or projects like through our BLM Good Neighbor Agreement. I always struggle with that, Erin, I'm sorry. Where a funder that we're effectively managing funds for is the ultimate decision maker. So that's what these are made up of, and we just always want to show those to you and let you know that work is ongoing. If you're ever interested in more details, let us know. It's a lot of signatures. You're not missing too much. Go ahead, Linda. I hope you had a chance to take a look, and if you didn't, then tonight would be a great time to do it after our dinner at the strategic plan updates that are provided by staff. There really is a lot of effort that goes on at the staff level to making sure that we complete the agreements, the objectives that we put in the strategic plan that the board, worked with staff to develop and pass about the time I joined the agency. And to report that back in a way that creates transparency and a positive loop to make sure that we're following through on our commitments, similar to the board roles slide that Lindsay shared earlier. We've been, especially Linda, working on updating our county investment fact sheets. So when I travel or when I meet with legislators, I'm able to take them a beautiful one-page front and back summary of the investments that we're making in our communities and the partners that we're working with there. That's a really important asset and a great communications piece for the agency. Folks are always amazed how large the numbers are. We have a number of efforts going on in terms of improving accessibility to our grant programs, including website updates and application training workshop that the regional reps are working on. I think Kelly might have mentioned when Mark Labhart mentioned a little bit earlier that as development of the Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund, which OWEB is the fiscal manager for, has continued with a sort of interim first step set of state program payments to state agencies. That's a roundabout way of describing it. One of the pieces of funding that was approved contingent on a fall release of funding by the Oregon Environmental Restoration Council under these, again, Monsanto settlement funds, was a modest amount of funding for the drinking water source protection program that we've operated in the future, and that was, or in the past, and that was actually at the request of Oregon Health Authority. They were the ones that put in the proposal. We wanted to sort of, as we're engaged with supporting the team developing that system, didn't want to put an application into the process this year for fear of kind of a perception of a conflict of interest. But in fact, Oregon Health Authority submitted a joint proposal that was approved by the council at their last meeting, I believe, to bring some funding to the drinking water source protection program, which I think is just an indication of how important and successful that work has been and highly valued by partners and communities. And I do encourage folks too to take a look at the article in Digger Magazine, the Oregon Nurserymen's Association publication on restoration projects, including a dam removal and water quality efforts with nurseries in the Salt Creek area. Really cool example of collaborative work that benefits both working lands and conservation outcomes. We'll hear a little bit more on some of the other staff reports in a moment, but I did want to note we hit a pretty impressive milestone and are kind of scratching our heads about what the best communications approach is for this moment. OWEB has surpassed a total of $1 billion within the last few weeks here of grant investments in terms of, yeah, I wouldn't mind some applause. Really impressive amount of investment, and as you guys know, the effort that goes on both in the hands of partners and in staff and review teams of making sure those are really high quality projects and outcomes. So that is a lot of really, really good work over OWEB's 26-year history. So that's fun to see. Go ahead, Linda. Annie mentioned the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds, and we'll talk about this a little bit more when we get into our spending plan conversation, I believe tomorrow. You may recall last time we talked about applications being delayed because of a delay in the agency getting the approval to move forward with the notice of funding opportunity. I believe at the April meeting, we were telling you that we were expecting it any day, and then I think at the end of the last day, it actually came out, and maybe folks who were in the room remember. Yeah, Courtney, give me a thumbs up. So that was delayed about 6 months. We have submitted our application. We worked hard to connect to administration priorities, including the seafood competitiveness executive order that Annie and Jesse and others mentioned. Strong case there in terms of the traditional salmon recovery work that we've invested in with those funds. So we're anticipating a delayed award for federal fiscal year 26. We're hoping that we will hear about that around September, and we'll have some news to share with you at the October board meeting. So you'll see when we get to our spending plan conversation that we're proposing a more measured kind of phased approach to the normal rebalancing of the spending plan. Just an acknowledgement that until we have those funds under agreement, we're a little bit nervous to do the setting loose that we would normally be doing at this time, but we feel like a measured partial rebalancing of what we had planned is feasible and appropriate. So Miriam and I will talk to you more about that. Really continue, and Courtney Schaff on our team is leading these efforts to connect really closely with the other Pacific Coast salmon states and have a very strong bipartisan interstate, cross-state effort, including also with our tribal partners to advocate for the continuation of these important funds. So possibility of some November Hill visits, which we've traditionally done on about an annual basis. Lindsay and Kelly, I think you've joined those sometimes times in the past as well. And just looking for every opportunity we can to continue to emphasize the importance of these funds from all the different outcomes that the salmon recovery work gains us. Go ahead. Finally, I think this is the last part. Finally, you may remember last time we talked about Executive Order 2526, the Governor's Climate Resiliency Executive Order, and the work that we did with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to convene natural resource agencies and also a number of other partners. I know a handful of folks at this table were involved in this effort as well, to identify what are kind of some key attributes of climate resiliency that the state should be working towards with the efforts that are moving forward under EO 2526. And you saw this lovely graphic that helps represent the results in a way that really reflects the interconnectedness, not only of the different attributes of climate resiliency, diversity and complexity, connectivity, space for ecological processes, and the ability to sustain communities' lifeways and livelihoods, but also the interrelationship of humans and nature, and just the fact that we see every day in our work at OWEB and where all of you live and work as well, that this stuff happens because people live in places that they care about, and that communities are continually acting as stewards and individuals as stewards to be able to support healthy environments and a changing climate. And so hopefully that looks a little bit familiar. I wanted to share with folks today just a quick update. As Lindsay mentioned, the Natural Resource Agency directors and board chairs were able to get together at a kind of day-long retreat with the governor's office to talk through this and what the role of boards and commissions and agencies might be in carrying it forward. Since that time, agencies have been working directly with the governor's office to develop a work plan for their implementation of the executive order. And so that's kind of in a draft form. If you can go to the next slide, I think maybe I've got a little bit more detail there. We'll be sharing that with you between meetings. It was originally developed just because there are 14 agencies and 34 boards and commissions involved in a spreadsheet. And it's not a lot of fun to look at in a spreadsheet. So Linda will be looking for, Alexa and I will be looking for your support over the next month or so here to get that in a more manageable form where it's a little easier to look at. But I wanted to share some highlights here because we anticipate getting some feedback from partners over the course of the next couple of months and then bringing that to you. I don't think it needs to be a formal vote, but for kind of reflection and feedback and board, informal blessing of some kind, if not a vote at the October meeting. So the rough outline, I can send you the slide, Mark. You don't need to take pictures.
I assume it's on the website. I just wanted to.
I have a short attention span, so when I see something out of my line of vision, then I have to kind of say it. I'm sorry, Mark. So we struggled to some extent to figure out how to outline in a spreadsheet form OWEB's contributions to climate resiliency, because really everything that OWEB does, everything we fund, all the reporting and monitoring work we do, all the communications and convening work that we do, all contribute to the attributes that we outlined on the previous slide and that are outlined in the executive order. So we said so, and that will be a big part of our message, is that everything we do is a contribution and should count and can count and will count towards the 10 by 10 goal that we shared at the last meeting, the metrics of which are still being developed. There is also a paragraph in that executive order that focuses on streamlining of grant application and review processes that seemed also really relevant to OWEB, and also the kind of thing where we look at it and we're like, well, we're already doing a lot of this. We can certainly do more, and we can certainly talk to our agency partners about how to do that in a way that's more coordinated and integrated, and that starts to steer us towards a more integrated approach. So that is something that we will highlight in our work plan. We were asked to identify our existing key performance measures, which are the metrics that we use to report back to the legislature every biennium on our progress. that particularly link to the executive order and start looking with other agencies at opportunities to harmonize those. So we might be reporting something similar to the other agencies, in particular, those of you that sit on other boards and commissions for the state agencies. Sometimes, those have generally been developed agency by agency in negotiation with our Department of Administrative Services, the governor's office, and the legislature. And so I don't know that anyone has taken a close look to how they fit together. If we're reporting on one outcome and WRD is reporting on a very similar type of outcome, but using a different metric or reporting separately. So that is what we're starting to take a look at through this effort. And OWEB has some, thoughtful, well-designed KPMs, especially around our restoration and land and water protection programs that I think will really help us out there in demonstrating progress towards the goal. We also were asked as part of the work plan effort to identify places that we could be contributing more pending additional funding. And again, that really probably applies to any of our programs, but we took the opportunity to highlight programs that have received past or current general fund, many of which, as you know, are sunsetting, pausing as they are beginning to run out of general funds. So that's the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, Drinking Water Source Protection Program, despite that bump up potentially in the Monsanto settlement funds, natural and working lands recently, but also the drought and fire recovery contributions we've made in the past that have really the general fund investment that's allowed our agency to make a much more proactive contribution to helping communities and partners recover from fire and drought. So we all know that we're heading into a tough budget situation. We have been asked to not put those kinds of aspirational funding opportunities in our agency request budget, as we've talked about in the past. But this is an opportunity to flag them and to say we could make significant progress towards the Executive Order 2526 goals with some reinvestment in any of these programs or additional investment to any of our OWEB programs. I do know that in the past there's been concern that we've talked about at the board quite a bit over the last couple of years that many of those programs have been built with limited duration positions, which makes it very difficult for us to continue them and to continue the capacity and to continue to be there for communities and community partners. And so that one-time funding and limited duration positions, if it proves that additional funding is available in many of these areas this year, we would propose establishing a small internal team. And given the budget situation, it would be a very small and modest effort, but that was permanent duration positions that were really dedicated to the efficient launch and integration of new funding programs, and also the kind of agency-wide continuous improvement that we do all the time, whether that's the kind of application and website work we talked about earlier, or stuff as large as the land acquisitions program modernization or capacity work coming up. I think that would help us maintain an even keel through these funding ups and downs. We always have a backlog of improvements to our grant-making systems that we're just dying to make. We hear from partners, we work on them as fast and as hard as we can, but there's always a backlog. And so if we had a couple of positions that could help us weather those periods in between with a focus on grant-making systems improvement, and to weather the periods of more significant general fund or additional investment by having some folks that are familiar with and longstanding in the agency to help us quickly build and integrate those programs into our existing grant-making systems. I want to be clear that I can't ask for that in the agency budget development process, but it would be really cool and it would contribute to EO 2526. So that is an opportunity we're taking with the work plan developed to highlight some future opportunities there. I think that's it for me, and I promised to run under, and then I did. That's quite unusual. Is there another slide? Yeah. There is. But I already said most of it. We'll work on a one-pager. We'll share that with you either between meetings or in the materials to the next meeting. We have regular quarterly or even monthly conversations with a lot of our partners in the conservation working lands community. So we'll take that opportunity to share those materials with those partners between now and the October meeting, to reach out to folks that were involved with the attributes effort that we think might be interested in discussing it more. Have those conversations through probably August August and September, and then bring the discussion and ask for your feedback at the October meeting. I do also want to flag that Alexa Schmidt on our team, who's been very involved in this work, really just incredible leadership and working closely with the governor's office and partner agencies, and in particular ODFW, and Sarah Reif on that team has been an extraordinary asset to the attributes effort as well. They're starting to step down now into the sort of nuts and bolts of how do we develop a couple of metrics towards that 10 by 10 goal that we can all contribute to as agencies and have, as we talked about last time, as kind of our shared North Star of what all of our natural resource agencies are contributing towards the climate resiliency effort. So there's a small technical team convened by the governor's office that Alexa and Sarah and others serve on that will be working on that, and over the next couple months, we'll likely be able to report back as well on the progress there. It is beyond my intellectual scope at this point, and so very happy to have that in expert hands and to learn when it comes out the other side what we can be doing to better dovetail our efforts together. And that, I believe, is it for me, unless there are any questions. I'll hand it back to the co-chairs.
Thanks, Sarah. Any questions, Mark Webb?
I had one comment. This is why I took the picture, so I wouldn't forget the fourth bullet point, Sarah. So on the mount here, Brian maybe remembers this. We just developed a lot of shelf stock, and so the Forest Service, the way they were budgeting, at least pre-COVID, not every forest was able to spend that money on projects. If you had the shelf stock, they would redirect it. And so I was just thinking about that with that fourth bullet, whether it's staff capacity or it's projects. If you have a list of stuff and somebody's out of money or has money but can't spend it, you just raise your hand. If the state is good with that, that's how you start to accelerate some of that.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Thanks, Mark. I'm going back to look at what my fourth bullet point was.
I can pull it up for you real quick.
I think I hear where you're headed with that. I think that's a great idea.
Any other comments or questions for Sarah? Okay, thanks for a great report.
Thanks,
I will
guys.
hand it over to Kelly.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to agenda item D, water acquisition rules revisions. This is on page 43 of your ebook. And I'm going to have Eric Hartstein, Eric Williams, and Brian Wolcott come up, and Renee. No. Yes, Renee. Okay.
You get one Eric only.
I get one Eric. I get Eric Hartstein, Brian Wolcott, and Renee Davis. And just as a reminder for everyone, there was a formal public comment period for this that was open through June 1st of 2026. And the board will not consider additional public comments received after this deadline. Okay, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Co-Chair Coates, Co-Chair McClary, members of the board. For the record, my name is Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator. I'm joined here by Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager, and Brian Wolcott, Water Acquisition and Capacity Coordinator. And today we'll be asking the board to approve revisions to the Water Acquisition Grant Program rules. We'll start with a brief overview of the rulemaking process, including some of the key themes that were first brought to the board's attention back at your April meeting. And then we'll close by pulling up a draft of the rules for questions and comments. Okay, so the Water Acquisition Grant Program provides funding for legally or actually protected in-stream flow restoration for the benefit of fish and wildlife habitat and water quality. The program features voluntary transactions with water right holders to increase stream flows in priority waterways for habitat or improvements in water quality. And these transactions are facilitated and implemented by qualified conservation partners on the ground. The board first authorized rulemaking for water acquisitions at your July 2025 meeting. And consistent with statute, a rulemaking advisory committee, or a RAC, was assembled that was made up of entities that were most likely to be impacted by the rules. So these include expert reviewers, current and past OWEB grantees, other eligible OWEB grantees, and tribal staff. Over the fall and winter, we had 5 RAC meetings, which were virtual and open to the public. And I'd say we had a fair amount of comment that was provided during these RAC meetings. And it really helped drive and inform the conversations that were held with the RAC. So we really appreciate the comments that were submitted. Okay, and here is the Rulemaking Advisory Committee members. Really want to acknowledge this great set of folks. Each of the RAC meetings featured some really robust conversations and included some pretty weighty topics. So really want to acknowledge these folks for contributing a good amount of time on a voluntary basis. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Brian to go over some of the themes.
Good morning, everybody. For the record, Brian Walcott, the Water Acquisitions Grants Coordinator and Capacity Grants Coordinator. And Chair Coates, Chair McClary, board members, I'll take the presentation from where Eric just left off. And the 4 main themes that came up during our rulemaking process was, 1, just better clarity around our definitions. We wanted to make sure those definitions better aligned with statutes and rules, especially the water transaction tools that we use that are also managed by Oregon Water Resources Department. And just wanted to make sure our rules and our definitions were going to line up exactly with theirs to avoid any confusion. Another theme was around eligibility. And this included eligibility activities such as project planning and development, project design and outreach that lead to water transactions for in-stream flow improvements. And this is in addition to the eligibility of funding request for the actual purchase or the cost of the water that's going in stream. Third theme was evaluation criteria. And we made some modifications to the evaluation criteria, especially around the Oregon Water Resources Department's allocation of conserved water program and other Water Resources Department administered water conservation programs that increase in-stream flow, such as the Deschutes Alternative Pathway that's been developed in the Upper Deschutes Basin. And there could be other similar programs before the next rules are made by OWEB for this program. So we left that as just more generic language around that. And we also refined some of the evaluation criteria around water rights, just emphasizing seniority, protectability, and then also an emphasis on the cost-benefit relationship of these projects, especially those that are irrigation efficiency projects. And then a 4th theme was around public involvement to better align the public involvement comment process with how we provide opportunities for comments when applications come in and then after recommendations are brought to you all, the board members. So we provided rulemaking notice to the Secretary of State, and that occurred on May 1, right after the last board meeting, and from the April board meeting. And we also solicited comments from the tribes in the state and also public comments on the draft rules. Out of that, we had 4 sets of comments that we received. Some very thoughtful comments were provided by many of the same folks who had been providing input during the rulemaking process. It was good to see, what comments during the rulemaking process and then afterwards. And so we appreciate how people have been tracking this program and paying attention to it.
And prior to asking you all any questions about the rulemaking process, I just wanted to call out how appreciative we were for our rulemaking advisory committee members, just really thoughtful input, and then also thoughtful input from the commenters throughout the process. And we look forward to these rules being adopted so that we can move forward with a grant cycle soon. We're hoping to have a grant cycle posted in August, and hopefully we'll have some applications that we can start reviewing late fall, early winter. So I'll open it up for any questions about the rulemaking process. And following that and our responses, we'll then go through a red line version of the rules for you all to raise any comments about the rules themselves.
Okay, I can't see the folks online to see if they have questions. My assumption is no, but. Okay, and.
Correct for me.
Okay, seeing no questions, go ahead.
We're going to share the red line version of the rule revisions on the screen and then move through those section by section to see if you all had any specific questions about these sections and the revisions that we made in those. The first section that we have up and available to look at is the purpose section. Just some minor adjustments in there. Not seeing any questions or comments about that. We can move on to the definitions. And here's where we got into some of that alignment I mentioned before, making sure our definitions were closely aligned or exactly worded as many of the Water Resources Department rules around water management and in-stream water transaction tools.
One question, Brian. I was fine with this, but I'd just like to hear explicitly. So Oregon Water Resources terminology will be sort of ag-oriented, production-oriented, and the kind of alignment you're talking about with OWEB, where we're much more, I would say, ecologically oriented in terms of the outcomes. They're well suited to one another. I mean, there's no problem in aligning what we're saying with what the rule says with what Oregon Water Resources says. Is there?
No, some things were as basic as a clear definition of a water right. And it's a long and wordy definition. It's toward the end of the definition list. But then also our definition of in-stream transfers and in-stream leases, just to make sure those were directly aligned with how Water Resources Department has set up those programs.
Lindsay?
Yeah, thank you. I see the definition technical review teams is removed. Is that for consistency or is that not included in the process any longer? Can you speak to that?
No, we definitely have it. I'll take it.
So the technical review team is defined in our Division 5 rules, which are for the newer board members, kind of their overarching grant program rule set. So try not to be duplicative.
Thank you.
Any other questions in the definition section? Not seeing any. We can move on to the eligibility. Not seeing any questions or comments through the eligibility section. The next section is use of grant funds. And here we clearly called out the purchase of equipment to improve or modernize irrigation equipment or irrigation delivery systems. Can be an eligible project if utilizing the allocation of conserved water program or similar in-stream conservation programs administered by Water Resources Department. So any comments or questions there? Not seeing any. The next section is matching contributions. And you'll note that there is a cross through of the section talking about match funding being required. And that again refers to the Division 5 rules that Eric recently mentioned, that there's already clarification in the Division 5 rules that match will be required. And for the water acquisition program, there's application guidance for every grant cycle. And that would spell out exactly what that percentage of match is that would be required. Any questions or comments regarding that? Not seeing any. The next section you see is totally crossed out, and that was consolidated down into a more concisely worded statement a little further down in the rules around partnering with other funders. And then the next section is evaluation criteria, and here's where we did some fine tuning around the characteristics of the water rights involved, and also just some fine tuning around projects that are water efficiency projects utilizing the allocation of conserved water program. Not seeing any questions or comments in that section. And the next section is the application evaluation process. And this just describes the technical review team process. Not seeing any questions in this section, and then moving on to the staff funding recommendation process. Any questions in this section? Just some pretty minor changes there. And then the next section is the funding decision process. Not seeing any questions or comments on that section, and then we get into public involvement. Not seeing any comments, and now the next section is board approval and delegation of authority. No changes in that section. And then the next section of the rules.
Liz has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank Thank you, Brian. I'm just, my mind was still on and disconnected with it on the technical review team. Is the removal of defer to staff or board with an explanation, is that because you see the technical review team as like a straight fund, do not fund, or fund with conditions? That's your primary role, and that is their understanding that if there are questions, that'll happen at the time y'all present it to the board in a time, at that time. Is that why it's taken out here and sent forward? I'm just thinking there's a place for that. And
Yeah,
what
well,
was your understanding of just removing it, just to make it simple to send forward with
and
those three
which
options?
section are you referring to?
The applicant evaluation process. Or the red line out.
Okay. But yeah, we just wanted to have clarification around the technical review team. We certainly rely heavily on the technical review team, and, there is mention of using the technical review team as mentioned the Division 5 program, or the Division 5 rules for all OWEB grant programs, but just wanted to make sure our rules are aligning with others. It looks like Renee has some additional.
Yeah, for the record, Renee Davis, Acquisition and Special Programs Manager. So Liz, I think where you were going with your comment is where we were going, which was an awkward remnant to still have in a rule set. That's not typically how a technical review team functions. And so certainly in the midst of a technical review discussion, there could be a condition, for example, that's suggested, or information that's captured in the evaluation that we as staff would flag as part of our recommendation to the board that you all may raise in the midst of it. It could be a policy issue, it could be a budgetary issue, but not have that responsibility sit with the TRT, but rather have that be part of the evaluation that's presented to you and ultimately your deliberation.
Right, thank you. That's exactly what I think I understood. I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
And so now we're getting back to the director's funding. Let's see, what is director's funding approval and distribution of funds section? Any questions there? Not seeing any, and the next section is the compliance and enforcement section. Not seeing any questions there, just some minor changes. And then the next section is subsequent conveyances. No changes there. And that's the last section. Oh, I'm sorry, we also have the waiver section. The waiver and periodic review of rules, and our OWEB rule sets, our goal is to have rules revisited every 5 years for all the grant programs, and we've been on schedule with that, with this revisiting of the rules, but this would certainly occur again in 5 years. So, any other comments or questions, Mark?
General comment. Wait, I was waiting for we're done. General comments?
Yes.
Okay. So, not sure where to start here. First of all, great staff work, great public involvement, great work on a really tough subject. My concern is what concern has been in the past with some board members, and I'll use Donna's 4 or 5 point, strongly support with questions, all the way down to heck no. So the issue that I've had all along is the purchase of these rights, water rights, is for just a very few cubic feet is extremely expensive. But it's a benefit to that stream for in-stream purchase of those. And so that's not what this is about. But eventually it does come down to that when you get an applicant and we are asked to spend considerable dollars to purchase those water rights. And so it's just, I'm going to support it, but I'm in like number 2 or 3 here about, we've had this discussion among the board members in the past about, is this the best use of our dollars, is to buy a half a cubic feet of water for hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever the figures have been in the past versus putting it into trying to get water back into the stream to begin with. So I just wanted to make sure that that is still out there for, at least for me. I'm definitely not a heck no, but I just have that concern about, is this the best use of our dollars? So that, I just want to put that out there, but don't read anything into it that I'm not going to support it. So it's great work. So I will be voting yes.
Thank you. Sarah?
I just want to note, Mark, I think another good place for that conversation may be as we start to develop our spending plan for the next biennium, and that is appointed, which will be, which is not today, but will be, starting to think through for the next biennium as we start to end the general fund investment, which later turned into other funds, the legislatively dedicated funds that have been funding water acquisitions up to this point and have only been able to fund water acquisitions, right? We're approaching the end of that unless those funds are refreshed. And so I just want to note that will be decision and deliberation and discussion above the board, the board in the future where you may want to bring that point. I think we know they are highly important projects. It is an opportunity to work with ODFW, with WRD, with our other interagency partners that this is a really significant funding priority for. And I wonder, I started to look and then didn't want to get distracted. Can you remind us, is there in the evaluation criteria a way that that's addressed in rule as well? That I know it comes up in review team conversations a fair bit.
Yes, if I could, Co-Chair. Yeah, again, for the record, Brian Walcott. Yeah, Mark, your question around the high cost and is there enough benefit to justify that? And we did address that in the eligibility section where we, as we're talking about the characteristics of the water right, just emphasizing the seniority of the water, the protectability, and also for water irrigation efficiency projects or projects using the allocation of conserved water program. There's an option when a water right holder puts their water through that efficiency process and they have to leave a percentage of water in stream. And we emphasized a preference for a greater percentage than the minimum 25% of the saved water goes in stream. And then we also said that the date must be the same. Currently, the way Water Resources Department has the program set up, the water right holder can choose to make the water they put in stream from the conservation project 1 minute junior to what they continue to use out of stream. And we changed that to, or our interpretation for it to be eligible for our program is it needs to be the same date and the same minute. So it makes it a lot easier for the state water master on the ground to regulate that water. And in a really bad water year like we're experiencing this year, that can make a big difference. We could invest a lot of money in a project, and if that water's 1 minute junior, if the last remaining water available is just going to serve that out of stream use, then we won't see the benefit of that in-stream water that we paid for. And so by making that date, same minute, there's a much greater chance that that water is going to remain in stream and keep fish alive. So there's, yeah, just some of the changes we made in the eligibility section, or I'm sorry, in the evaluation criteria section.
I appreciate that very much. No concerns with any of that.
Okay, Woody and then Liz.
Okay, just a comment, Mark. Conceptually, I get where you're coming from, and when both on OWRD and this board spent quite a lot of money on a small amount of water in the Illinois Valley, I spent quite a bit of time conceptualizing the process and where we're at. And so basically it boils down to the state has overallocated most basins, live flow and groundwater in the state, and they gave it away basically for an application fee. And unfortunately, the value tied to that can vary greatly. And I think we're at a point where in order to get some of that water back, it's going to be very expensive. And I have come to grips with the reality that in the right circumstances, a large amount of money gets a little bit of stream flow, and that it seems to snowball. And then the restoration projects have better effect, and they complement each other. And so just a comment to you personally, I struggled with exactly what you're struggling with in the beginning, and I've just come to accept that water is becoming more valuable all the time. And if we want to fix these ecosystems, and part of that is flow, unfortunately, it's just going to be very expensive at times.
Liz.
Liz Eckpowell, board member. So I look forward to what Sarah said for deeper discussion, but I also appreciate Mark and Woody that you bringing that up right now, because I think as, you know, as a combination of existing and new board members, those things that you bring up, Mark, have been in the past important. And I think that we can address these and just highlight them briefly. And then I always think that, Brian, you are a little masterclass in how to speak extemporaneously and very specifically about a range of topics. So I always look forward to you in your explanation. Thank you and all the staff.
Russ,
So
and then Brian.
as it relates to the cost of the water, I think that it was helpful to hear today that 27 years later, that we've hit $1 billion in investments. The land and the water are truly expensive assets. We have to accept the reality of history. We gave away a lot of land. We gave away a lot of water. Now, for the benefit of future generations, we're going to have to make investments to be able to bring both back into protection of one form or another, particularly in the face of climate change. The reality is we do not have enough money to do that presently, but I'm reassured by the commitments of others who perhaps are not in the room today, who are working to try to identify new funding streams to help augment the resources that are being allocated, because we do not have sufficient resources. We need to think boldly as a state to be able to come up with new funding mechanisms to be able to solve the problems we're grappling with today and into the future for that matter.
Brian?
Yeah, I've noted this prior, but there are a lot of new board members, and I just want to hit on the comment on cost. So first of all, Brian Wolcott mentioned that important differentiation on the date. I think that's important, but I'm not sure if it was mentioned that the cost criteria are built into the review process, and that's an important thing that the technical review teams look at. So just a reminder that that is one of the important criterion, as well as a lot of other contextual ones, including what Brian mentioned on the seniority of the water right and such. So those things are very front and center. And I want to remind folks that the OWEB's program is somewhat new, but water acquisitions in the Columbia Basin, including much of Oregon, are not new. Bonneville Power Administration has been funding the water transactions program for decades. And a lot of OWEB's program has has borrowed and from lessons learned of those decades of implementation. And a lot of the review criteria are built on those learnings. And many of the review team members that are on that program that's widely recognized as being quite successful are also on the review team for OWEB's process. So I just think that's really important. And then I want to echo Woody's comment and Russ's comment that, yeah, water is expensive in the West, especially in the places where it's needed most. And I think that's kind of baked into the process. And so I think, as Sarah mentioned, trying to consider that as far as the degree of investments that the board makes at a strategic level will be an important next step. But I do think it's important that we realize that that those review teams are considering those outcomes for each individual project. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Renee?
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Just a quick observation, I think, in terms of the constitutional direction to this agency. So the two primary intentions around measures 66 and 76 were restoration and acquisition. Not to say that there aren't a lot of other important activities that are supportive to those, but acquisitions includes land and water, as Russ noted, and not to say that each one of the water acquisitions is a permanent protection. Some are contractually protected and time limited or a lease situation, but a number of the projects that come through this program do offer permanent protection. And having permanently protected water, it is the responsibility of WRD on behalf of the state as part of public trust, is a really enormous benefit. I think certainly at a time like this where we're facing drought conditions, but I think even just as a base for providing a solid foundation for native fish and wildlife to do subsequent restoration or monitoring of that work on top of. So I would just want to underscore that the transaction piece of water acquisitions and that ability to certainly contractually ensure some protection of water, but oftentimes permanently is really, really valuable and pretty unusual that we have the benefit of being able to do that via this program. So just wanted to underscore that. I agree that it can be expensive. Both land and water can be expensive, but lots of the other projects we invest in on the ground, we'll hear about it tomorrow on open solicitation, can be expensive too. But I think all of those combined together to really get at those water, those stream flow, those water quality, and those native species benefits that we're looking for out of the totality of the portfolio is really key. Thanks.
Thanks, Renee. Raya?
Thanks, Kelly. I wanted to follow up on just a few different comments that were made, but first I wanted to thank Brian and Eric and everyone that has worked on the rulemaking. I think something, that it ended saying, we would revisit this in 5 years. And I think we can all acknowledge that rules are changing all the time at federal and state levels. The climate's changing, over the next 5 years. And so I appreciate the specificity that was added to this, but also flexibility to allow changes made to water rights and utilizing different forms to legally protect water, because water rights are really tricky. It depends on water rights, but I appreciate the flexibility to use the allocation of conserved water or for just legally protecting it, not necessarily through that program. So I wanted to acknowledge that and thank you all. I also just wanted to, in thinking back to the cost question, I think, with every single project that's done, there's always more benefits than a grantee can ever write in the application process. And I know that the water acquisitions is really focused on the protected water in stream, but I just wanted to acknowledge that there is a whole slew of other benefits that oftentimes come with those efficiency projects, whether it is energy conservation because there's no longer pumping costs associated with it, or a uptake in having farmers change their irrigation practices from flood to, pivot because they are not incurring pumping costs. So I just want to acknowledge that, that's not discussed as part of this water acquisitions grant in necessarily, but there are a lot of other benefits out there. And I also wanted to acknowledge the benefit that I think Chad touched upon earlier on why he enjoys being on OWEB, is that it is this overlap between agriculture and conservation. And I think, thinking about water projects, that water right is hugely valuable to both the stream and also to the farmer and rancher. And so finding a program where you can overlap and have benefits both to the agricultural community as well as the conservation community is really valuable. And yes, it can come at a cost, but I think the reviews team ability to look at those benefits and determine whether that cost is worth it is something to consider. And I appreciate the due diligence that's done in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, general discussion? Just gonna keep scanning. Okay. All right. I think we are at a point where I would entertain a motion.
I move the board approve the water acquisition grant program administrative rules found in attachment D.
Second.
Okay. The motion was proposed by Mark Webb and seconded by Woody Wolf, and I've got Nicole coming.
Mike over here.
Okay, and we've got Nicole coming over to do the roll call vote. But I guess before we do that, I would just say any additional discussion, questions, anything. Okay. We're good.
Folks, thank you. Lindsay McCleary.
Yes.
Kelly Coates.
Yes.
Russ Hoflick.
Yes.
Xavier Borja.
Yes.
Raya Bushnell.
Yes.
Sarah Deardle.
Yes.
Chad Allen.
Yes.
Mark Webb.
Yes.
Mark Labhart.
Yes.
Liz Agpawa.
Yes.
Woody Wolf.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
All right. Thank you so much to the staff. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we are ahead of schedule, so I'm going to look to Nicole because we don't have a whole lot of things on the agenda that we can move up, but we could start. Are we good to go? Okay. Okay. We are actually going to move on to agenda item F. So I'm going to pass that to Lindsay.
Thanks, Kelly. Yes, let's capitalize on the rarity that we're running early. I love this.
Before we get started, could I ask a question of the group? I'm sitting here cold. Is there a reason we are setting a temperature? Is this to keep everybody and just keeping us?
I think it's in the hands of the military, but we'll check in on that.
Russ, you're not alone.
Oh, okay. I just was
Okay.
wondering if there was some.
Can we consult with the National Guard?
Keep us awake, frozen.
Temperature and we're gonna.
Yeah, we may.
I have a blanket in the car.
You may have to
Yeah,
step
yeah.
outside to warm up. Okay, we're going to move on to item F, which is the spending plan rebalance. It starts on page 89. We've got Miriam Scherer here. And we will do our best to get through this item. If we do need to stop, that's also an option too for lunch. So Miriam, please take it away.
All right. Well, Miriam Scherer, for the record, OWEB's Fiscal Officer and Business Operations Manager, and Sarah and I are going to co-present, and Sarah is going to kick us off with introduction.
Thank you, Miriam. I had promised to come and sit at the table, but now in the moment, it seems awkward for me to just go around there. I'm a little bit playing the role here of former Deputy Director Stephanie Page, who normally leads these conversations with Miriam. So I'm a little more dependent on my notes than usual, so please bear with me. So members, today we're going to look through, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to start a spending plan conversation, but it's about spending plan rebalance based on the availability of funds mid-biennium here. So we're on ebook pages 7 to 9, and we'll dive in. I'll give a little bit of an overview, reminder of what the spending plan is and why, in particular for our newer members who haven't had the fun of developing and approving a spending plan in the past, and then Miriam will talk about all the important stuff. Next slide, please. So just a reminder of, oh, that is the one that shows what the presentation will be. Yeah. So Miriam will walk you through board allocated programs and the funds available for rebalance at this point. Go ahead, one more, please.
I think that's it.
I said it would be rough.
I think those are your 2 slides.
Those are my 2
Those are your 2
slides.
slides.
Okay, well, in that case, we'll talk a little bit more about the spending plan. I think when Stephanie used to help with this presentation, she would let folks know that coming from other state agencies, the opportunity to pass a spending plan is a little bit unusual because it is about how our agency expends our grant program funds rather than our legislatively adopted budget, which is about how we receive funds. So that I do have a tendency to think in shorthand of this as a budget conversation, but it is not our agency budget. It is our spending plan that shows how funds will be allocated over the course of the biennium. And obviously that supports a wide diversity of local, state, and federal priorities. It's only the grants portion of OWEB's budget. So the other side of our agency budget, as you'll recall, is operations, and that's, you know, our staff arrangements and so forth that are allocated by the legislature and included in our agency's legislatively adopted budget at the end of the biennium. The operations side of the budget is, just for a reminder and for reference, for this biennium is 47.5 budgeted positions and $21.375 million. So significantly dwarfed by our grant spending. I think that landed us with about a 9% operations rate in our last biennium, as a reminder. So the spending plan is adopted by the board prior to the start of the biennium or at the start of the biennium based on funds available. And we always know that midstream in the biennium, it'll be time to take a look at funds received, and in particular, the availability of Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds, which make up a significant portion alongside lottery of our grants portfolio. So normally as I mentioned earlier, we'd have a significant rebalancing presentation at their proposal at this point. And what Miriam will talk us through is the details of a sort of more modest phased approach that we're proposing, just in recognition of the fact that we don't yet have secured the anticipated federal fiscal year 26 PCSRF funds. So as you see in the third little flag on that slide, the spending plan itself is split into 2 parts. And this was kind of a rework of the approach to our spending plan that Steph and Miriam worked hard on last year to help us make sure that we're communicating our investments in a way that's kind of as lumpier rather than splittier and as easy to navigate for us and our partners as possible, and thinking more about the large chunks of program funding that we have to allocate. So the first split is that we have board allocated programs, things like open solicitation that you're reviewing tomorrow, and we have funds that are either by the legislature partner allocated funds, so the board doesn't make a decision about which category to place those funds in. They've already been designated for a particular offering. So that would include the other funds, as I mentioned, that we've been spending on water acquisitions recently, federally funded programs like the BLM and NRCS agreements, and other funds such as the Interim Measure 11 Pacific Core and Forest Collaborative funds, which we'll also have a funding decision on today. So the board, as I mentioned earlier in the director's report, sometimes directly allocates either of those, or they can be delegated to me. So it's a neat little hierarchy that turns out to be hard to explain verbally. Miriam, I am sorry, I'll do better next time. Now you're going to save me.
You did fabulous. You did fabulous. And I will rely on my notes as well. So I get distracted by the pie.
The pie
here, and
will
Linda,
save us
thank you
all. That
always for
looks
having us with the
delicious.
pie. So there are three key things that we really want you to leave with today. There's a fixed amount of funding, so board allocated funding available. That's based on revenue forecasts. So when our budget is built, it's built on lottery funding revenue forecasts, PCSRF funds, and a small amount of salmon plate. I'll always say that wrong. Salmon license plate funds. If we choose to add more than available, we would be drawing at this point on unallocated funds, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. We're recommending increases to grant programs based on available funds. We'll walk through that. And we're also recommending leaving some funds unallocated. Away with the pie and in with the pluses and the minuses. So where do all these numbers come from? Rebalancing the spending plan includes, we adopted the spending plan for the biennium last July. We looked then at how much was available. We look again at the rebalance, how much is available. And when we say available, it's not money that's just sitting in a bank account. It is, we get our lottery funds in quarterly. We're using our legislatively adopted budget figure for our lottery funds. We look at what our PCSRF funds are. And as Sarah has mentioned a couple of times today, this time we're not including our hoped for federal fiscal year 26 award. We'll talk about that a little bit later and hopefully bring something back to you in October for that. We talk about, so how much do we want to leave unallocated? And unallocated, I don't want to use the word reserve because that gives a connotation that we've got sort of this reserve bank and money sitting in there. But it is really in us holding back some funds in anticipation of fluctuations. Lottery revenues, we get our budget, but our expenditures are based on what money is coming in. So we want to keep that we want to keep that unallocated funds, as well as, we left a much higher balance in our unallocated when we adopted the spending plan because of the unusual uncertainty in federal funds. So I'll leave it at that. So when we developed our 25-27 spending plan in July 25, we had about a 9.2% unallocated funds. That was just a little over 13 million. So again, even with that 13 million that we had unallocated, we anticipated adding $5 million in the second year of the biennium. You'll see a little bit more than that, so that's good news. We have reduced our holdback to 5%, so from the 9.2. And again, that is in anticipation of the additional PCSRF award later in the fall. So the unallocated amount is reduced down to $7.2 million. We then subtract out how much we've already got committed in the spending plan, how much is already out there in grant awards. We come up with the beautiful number of $10.1 million. Again, this calculation is for the top section of the spending plan, and that is the board allocated funding. You can see that you can see the details of this beautiful pluses and minus chart also in table 1 in item F of the staff report. Then we had to leave this in because I love this. Every time I see this, I think of, for some reason, of Bigfoot towards the end, but we won't talk about Bigfoot. So once we know our available funds, our big pile of funds, then we can add to the board allocated. We consider the buckets of the programs that we want to recommend adjusting. Today, we're only making recommendations for adding funds to the bucket. In the past, we have had some reductions to move things around. Today, we're only recommending adding funds to certain buckets. These buckets are actual programs, and then those, for example, restoration is a bucket, but they would then filter down to specific grant project types. So for example, in the top part, in restoration of our spending plan, and our spending plan looks something like this, though yours is much bigger font. I tried to squish it all into one page. Within the restoration programs, there's things, open solicitation that you'll hear about more tomorrow, weed grants, small grants, et cetera. There's other programs within there. The grant programs will still manage a grant solicitation, evaluation, and award process within the amounts available. So we are adding funds available for staff to have those grant offerings, but you will still see them come forward to you. And there we go, drum roll, please. So on this slide, you can see the $10.1 million, and staff is recommending $3.7 million being allocated or distributed out to open solicitation programs. You can see the chart on the right side that shows you where the exact line items are. That is also, again, in Table 3 in your staff report. And then I'll round it, $6.4 million added to the land and water acquisition program. And that's the split there. Again, we have not reduced any line items, and this is in addition to, or this is just about $5 million more than we had anticipated adding in this second year. So before I keep going, even though I know I'm between us and lunch, are there any questions on the distribution of the available funds or programs within this section?
Annie?
I have a question.
And there's phone a friend.
Thank you. I'm horrible at math, but wouldn't there be, instead of, with the negative funds, I guess we're not calling it negative, but the disappearance of security of the PCSRF funds right now, wouldn't you be?
We haven't reduced
You wouldn't be
those.
asking for more, you'd be,
So what might happen,
Yeah.
and I'm going to be super Pollyanna.
Okay.
In October, once we receive our PCSRF award, we will be bringing additional funds to add to the spending plan.
so this number will be bigger.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is what we will be adding, or what we are recommending to add this month or this quarter, and then in October, we will add more to the spending plan.
Thank you, I appreciate
welcome.
that.
Mark Labhart, please.
So this is under the category of dumb question. I should know the answer to this, but I don't. So the unspent, unallocated funds, lottery, salmon, plate, PCRF, we have general fund too. In this biennium, we didn't get any general fund, because I know we got general fund in the past, so we just,
There are no general fund grants available.
grants,
And anything that, we do have some general fund for operations.
Yeah.
But any of those would be down in a legislatively appropriated, that lower section.
okay, so,
The legislation actually, if they appropriated those funds, it would be for a specific program.
okay, and so there's nothing to reallocate there?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Webb, please.
I just wondered why you have this particular distribution instead of, say, 2 million on top and 8 million below.
2 million on top.
No, I'm
below.
just wondering, why is it 3.7 for the total open instead of 2 million? And why is it 6 point whatever for the land acquisition rather than 8 million? I'm just wondering why you allocated the dollars as you did.
So I'll give a partial answer, and then I'll look to Sarah and other managers if they're specific. What we wanted to do is first hold that 5 million that we had anticipated. So we had already put 5 million on the spending plan anticipated for the second year. We wanted to hold those amounts, and then we had additional funds. So then we added more to the programs.
Yeah, so as Miriam said, part of that was a split that we discussed when you adopted the spending plan at the beginning of the biennium. The other thing, and I would invite Eric Williams and Renee to add to this, we've been watching closely through the last couple of cycles demand for these programs, and demand is high across the board. There's no doubt about it. We also start to anticipate, assuming that PCSRF funds are secured, where those funds are likely to be allocated and what programs they're likely to be available to. As you guys will remember, we saw unbelievably high volume of land acquisitions applications compared to the funds available. And what we've seen over the course of biennia, and this is, Russ, a comment that you've brought to previous meetings as well, is there appeared to have been some kind of artificial change in demand of that program where we were getting fewer and fewer applications as we're progressing with our program modernization efforts, we are getting many, many more applications suddenly. So anticipation of demand for land acquisitions, a recognition that general fund or other funds available for water acquisitions is running out, leads us to expect that in next year's spending plan conversation for the next biennium, we'll probably start to, or that you all may choose to start to expand that program back to closer to the proportion that it historically played in the board spending plan. So that's us imagining what you will think next year, depending on how much money we have from our federal partners and how much demand we have. But that's roughly the calculation that our management team worked through to recommend this allocation. Okay, Renee and Eric are staying seated, so they seem happy with that.
Dan.
This is just kind of more of a curiosity question. I almost asked it during your director update, and I didn't know whether I should wait until the drinking water source protection conversation, but of course, I was very, very happy to see the Oregon Environmental Restoration Council provide some funding for the source water protection program. And given the ongoing need for that and giving that Monsanto pot of money is pretty solid. Obviously, we can't predict the future, but if we wanted to be Pollyanna, could we think that that's going to be a continuous source of funding for that program, or could possibly be a continuous source of funding for that program?
I would hesitate to speculate on that, in part because I'm merely the fiscal administrator for those funds, and there is a separate council that makes decisions about those allocations. And the proposal structure, basically, state agencies bring their program ideas consistent with the settlement funds to the governor's office, who crafts sort of a portfolio of recommended projects or programs that then go to the council. And so that will be, a biennial process very likely going forward, but even that machinery and sort of what are the decision criteria for the council to make those allocations and for the governor to recommend them is still in the works. Like, we literally don't know what their spending priorities will be yet. And the council will make its decision based, even the current set of awards is contingent on the availability of a fund release later this year in September, I believe, that itself is a little bit uncertain because it's based on the success of the investment or the outcomes of the investment portfolio that lives at the state treasurer's office. So that's probably a badly botched description of how those funds are managed financially, but I think it fits well with the settlement agreement, but I think we're a long ways down the road from knowing whether that will be a consistent interest of the council in funding, fortunately. But I don't want to, ruin your Pollyanna feel.
Well, EPA continues to invest through our environmental finance and into some of those smaller coastal communities whose drinking watersheds are privately held, and we're trying to provide the capacity to apply for this kind of money to protect those water sources. So I think it's pretty important.
And that, as well as a pretty modest amount of funding available in our program now and in the future for the need. I mean, in a survey of communities, that there was a lot, as you may remember, a lot of interest compared with the funds available.
So I have a process question that I would like to save till the end, just because it may lead into other discussion. I'm going to propose that we let Miriam finish. We probably take lunch, come back, take public comment, and then come back into this. If folks are comfortable with that, there's a bit of gap between when we'll ask questions and move into a motion. Before we do that, are there any questions online that we're missing?
No, not for me.
Thanks, Claire. Okay, please continue.
All right. So you have the fabulous pie chart that shows how these funds within the board allocated section are distributed. You will notice we've got just about $136.5 million This represents the program buckets. You'll notice a little asterisk on our focused investment partnerships because those do include multiple types of projects. So I will move on in interest of time. All right, the next section is the lower section, and not any less important, is the legislative external partner funding section. This one is actually quite a bit easier in determining what we add back in or recommend adding into the spending plan, because these are generally funds that are coming and they are designated for something specific. So you will see this information on the chart here in tables 2 and 3 in your staff report, and I think in the ebook it's pages 92 and 93. Two amounts that we are recommending adding into the spending plan is 20 million would be something, $20,000 unspent recaptured funds. And what that means for those newer members is grants that have ended with underspent. So we recapture those funds. We have just about $20,000 there. We're recommending adding that back into the spending plan. And in fact, you'll see those funds and the remaining balance of that program recommended for award later this afternoon. And then we have the $1 million that we talked about already, the drinking water source protection. Those funds have been awarded through the Environmental Restoration Fund State Agency Program Fund, and we are recommending adding those to this section as well for award later in this biennium. So the total is just a little over $1 million to add to that lower section. So another lovely math problem. So grant funds available, if you look back at the April 26th, we had total spending plan of just a little over $153.5 million. We're adding $11 million here for a total new spending plan amount of just a little under $165 million. And again, another representation of the total spending plan. So both sections there represented with showing you the percentages of how that is split out. And with that, I will hand it to Sarah for closing. The next steps.
I think I have very little else to say here, other than that you'll continue to see the spending plan. As longtime members are aware, then things come and things go, and we usually revisit the spending plan in some form at every meeting, but you will certainly see proposed additional changes and additions if and when we secure the federal funds that we anticipate and hope for later in the fall. And we do have, as folks will have observed, our program managers in the room available to answer any questions. But the staff recommendation is to, when you're ready to vote, and I do think, Lindsay, putting public comment ahead of the vote would probably be wise. I don't know of any public comment related to this topic, but I think it's wise to delay if only for that reason. But the staff recommendation is as Miriam described.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I do want to just check the temperature. If people do have additional questions so I can just see, could you raise your hand? So it looks like 3 additional questions. Okay, I think because of that, let's go ahead and break for lunch and we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Write your questions down.
Yeah, please write your questions down.
Brian.
Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order if folks can find their seats. That was fast. Everyone's back in. That's great. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We're jumping around just a little bit. So at this time, we're going to call the meeting back to order and move into item E, which is public comment. We've got some folks that are going to provide verbal comment this afternoon. But before we do that, I would like to acknowledge the written comments the board received ahead of this meeting. So we received written comment from Terry Prigg-Rigsby on the updates from the Network of Oregon Watersheds, Joe Buttafuoco on updates from the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, Mary Mertz on drinking water source protection, Daniel Whalen on drinking water source protection, Mark McLaughlin on drinking water source protection, Dale McCabe on drinking water source protection, Carson Kendrick on land acquisitions, Brenda Patton with land acquisitions, Ken Beerley on open solicitation for specific grant 227-5018-25002 on the Warm Springs Valley Spring Monitoring, Melissa Petschauer on open solicitation for project 227-5018-25022 Warm Springs Valley, David Bates on open solicitation for project 227-5010-25014 Sheep Ridge Water Efficiency, Amy Steiner on open solicitation for 2 engagement grants, Kelly Beamer on open solicitation for project 227-3024 Kelly Creek Dam removal, Charles George on open solicitation for project 227-3024 Kelly Creek Dam removal, Michael Carnosh on open solicitation for the Kelly Creek Dam removal project, Andrea Kreiner on capacity rulemaking, and Neil Schulman on capacity rulemaking. Thank you for submitting your written comments to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. Today, we have a handful of folks signed up for verbal comment. We're going to do in-person first and then move to online. So the order I have things are Andrea Kreiner, followed by Terry Prigg-Rigsby, and then followed by Dale McCabe and Jed Arnold for in-person. And so I'm going to remind board members that they may ask clarifying questions only. And when folks come up to provide public comment, if you could keep it to 3 minutes, that would be great. And I think we have the timer set up. So we'll move through that order. So Andrea first, please, followed by Terry. Sure, yeah. Oops, there we go.
Okay, Co-Chairs Coates and McClary and members of the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. For the record, my name is Andrea Kreiner, and I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. I've submitted written comments on the capacity grant rulemaking, so to respect your time, I'll focus on the comment on the Oregon Conservation Partnership. Our legislative tours this year have begun. The first tour was the Wasco Grasslands Project, about half an hour south of here, that we did with ODFW. It was a Natural and Working Lands Fund project. We had 15 attendees, including 2 press. So we were actually on TV in Bend. And if you can get a copy of the South Wasco Times, it's still the current edition for another few days. I'm not allowed to share that one out until it's August. right? And they're in their next edition. But our next one will be on Tuesday in Tillamook on the Esther Creek Tidegate project. And so if you're interested in attending, I just invited Chen Allen. I realized, oh, you're from Tillamook. If you're interested in attending, please let me know, because we do feed folks, so I need to know, have a count. But it should be a great project to see. And then we'll have another one in September on climate smart forestry work in Tualatin. And I know that Nelsie and Colt are both actively planning their tours. Earned media. This quarter, we've had two TV stories, one on regenerative farming with Teacham Conservation District, and the one on the Wasco Grasslands Project. We had an Axios story on the Columbia Slough cleanup with Columbia Slough Watershed Council. Print, we had the Wasco Grasslands in South Wasco Times, and upcoming stories, and actually I think one of these may already have come out, is more on the Pendleton Flour Mill Soil Health Project and youth conservation with Marys River Watershed Council. So we've had a lot of questions about our Grant Hub and how's it being used. So our Grant Hub users are up to 204 users. We've asked the consultants to give us a usage rate, like to see how often they're actually coming on. We've got the Google group listserv has 76 members. And so right now, I think the total number of open or ongoing grants is about 39 as of my last update a couple weeks ago. 15 state, 10 private, and 14 federal. So they're trying to really expand into identifying a lot more private grants that are available to folks. OACD's Best Practices Project is coming to completion. As a reminder, this project is focused on everything HR, board operations, and strategic planning. So this will be useful for all of the partnership organizations and the councils, the districts, and the land trusts. And the curated library of best practices should be ready for initial release at the OECD conference in November. Colt will talk about the fact that they released State of the Lands report, which is very cool. An outgrowth of the partnership that I'm very happy to share is that OECD and Ocean will be piloting a joint conference for the first time in the spring of '27. So that's a very exciting thing to hopefully bring those two groups together to learn together. And lastly, for Jessie, because I promised her I would have something, my son is about to start at OSU. Go Beavs!
Thanks, Andrea. Any clarifying questions for Andrea? Okay, thank you so much. We will have Terry followed by Dale.
Okay, thank you for having me today. For the record, my name is Terry Prieg-Rigsby, and co-chairs Coates and McCleary and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to provide verbal testimony. I did provide written testimony as well, and a lot of my messaging in that was in regards to the partnerships that our councils make with other similar organizations and our tribes to get work done on the ground, and that is a really key part of project development is the ability to spend time developing relationships, identifying ideas for projects to get things done on the ground. So, project development is not necessarily just grant writing. There's a lot that goes into it. As part of one of the members of the Oregon Conservation Partnership, I'd like to highlight a couple of the things that we've been doing in the last quarter. One is, as Dan Brown here mentioned about the OERC restoration priorities and how the funds from OERF might support our councils. We have been regularly at the table, attending those meetings and making our priorities known. And we also I am working with one of our watershed councils to develop a GIS watershed toolkit. So that would be something that could be used throughout the state to assist with monitoring and also reporting to OWEB. And let's see, one of our legislative tours is that is in the process of being planned that also dovetails with some of the supportive work that the support work that I provide to councils is for the West Willamette Watersheds Council, or W3. And you may have heard about this. They were able, this is the Trine Creek Watershed Council and the Oswego Lake Watershed Council was able to secure some funding through the Christmas tree bill last session. And in doing that, they are exploring the development of a new watershed council, which would include both of their councils. So it would be one large council instead of those two. And it would also cover a geography that has never had watershed council coverage. And so I am working with them to identify the best way to engage with the public and other partners, and also some of the logistics of merging two organizations and growing a geographic footprint. And so that's on the horizon. And I want to thank Sarah for your comment earlier about us looking for solutions for rivers or waters and people, including our sovereign nations, to get shovels on the ground to get the work done. And that really is what our watershed councils and our soil and water conservation districts and our land trusts do. And our organizations that support them, so Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, COLT, and OACD, we really appreciate the support that OWEB gives to us so that we can then help our members to succeed. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Clarifying questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, Dale followed by Jed.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Dale McCabe, and I'm the Public Works Director for the City of the Dalles. I first want to recognize one of your staff members that we've been working with over the last year or so with this project, Audrey Squires. She's been extremely helpful through this entire process and a pleasure to work with. I did submit a written comment late last week on this, so as you know from that, the city is currently working on trying to acquire approximately 3,400 acres of some forest land property within the Dalles Municipal Watershed. The property is known as the Arrowhead Ranch property, and it's the last property of privately owned property of significant size that's remaining in the Dalles Municipal Watershed. We also consider this property extremely important for us to acquire as it's upstream of our water intake structure at the Wicks Water Treatment Plant. In 2024, the property was estimated to be approximately $2.7 million. We applied for a $2 million grant through the Forest Legacy program, and then we also applied for a $675,000 grant through the OWEB Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program, and we're going to use those funds as the required match for the Forest Legacy Program grant that we received. In April of 2025, we did receive from OWEB a grant in an amount of $528,813, which we were extremely happy to receive and grateful for, but it was a little bit short of what our original request was. And so over the last year or so, we've been exploring other funding opportunities and trying to come up to make up with that shortfall. We also did a preliminary appraisal back in December of 2024, and the property was estimated to be $3.18 million over what exceeded that original $2.7 million. So we do have a shortfall. We've been kind of planning for it over this last year, but we did learned that there's the possibility of getting the additional $146,187 through the monetary amendment opportunity, and are seeking to, in support for getting those additional funds to apply for this, towards the purchase of this property. We are in the process of doing a current appraisal, Yellow Book appraisal that's required through the Forest Legacy Program and that grant, and we are starting that right now. So we'll see where the property comes in at. But with that, just in closing, I'd like to, respectfully request that OWEB consider granting the city that remaining $146,187 to make it whole with what our original request was. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dale? Oh, Mark Webb, please.
Did the value of the ground just go up, or did the purchase price go up?
We will have to pay what the appraised property comes in at. So if it's the 3.18 is what it comes in at, that's what we will have to pay for the purchase of it.
Other questions? Russ?
So if the Yellow Book comes in higher than the estimate you have, you're going to have to go up higher than that?
Yes.
I just want to mention to members, we will have, an agenda item on this later, and it's great to have this chance for informational questions, of course, but just so you know, there'll be more information available before the discussion, or before the decision.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jed, please.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Jed Arnold. I am the district manager at Hood River Soil and Water Conservation District. I've been slightly involved in the capacity grant rulemaking process, and since you guys are here in my neighborhood, I figured I'd swing by and provide some comment in person. I just wanted to express to the board how important flexibility of those funds has been over the years to conservation districts and how they allow us to be effective as local resource experts to the public here. I was trying to think of how I could encapsulate that, and then I realized I'm just going to tell you about a single day of mine last week and how the capacity grant funds made it possible. I got a phone call from a new local landowner who was rather frantic. He thought he had Tree of Heaven all over his forest property. So I told him, hey, you know what? I can swing out there, I can take a look, and we'll come up with a plan. That's something I would not be able to do without capacity grant funds, because I have no reason to think that would lead to a project, and I have no way of billing a site visit like that to a specific project. I got out there. Good news, no Tree of Heaven on the property. It was a local native plant that he'd misidentified. But since I was out there, I was able to walk around with him, talk through the property with him, give him some advice. That 1.5 hours of my time resulted in a 200-year-old oak tree not getting cut down. It resulted in probably a 1/4 acre of pesticides not getting sprayed onto those native trees. It allowed me to identify native plants on the property that he could cultivate to the benefit of local pollinators. Identified a potential wetland, seasonal wetland restoration project downhill, and a rather modest oak woodland that I referred into one of our local partners to help in improving the health of and growing into a real important natural resource. My staff and I do several of those visits every month. Some of them result in OWEB projects. The vast majority of them result in the local landowner independently going out and implementing our suggestions at zero cost to the taxpayer. It's a very small investment of taxpayer funds for very big results. And it's something that the capacity grant has historically funded and allowed us to do. We are able to go out and do these technical visits with staff time and with travel funds. After I got back to the office, I then started working on our annual audit, which is, again, funded through those capacity funds. We have a budget of just under $1 million a year, but the vast majority of those funds go on to project implementation and contracting. Very little of those funds stay within the district. But because of that, we have about $8,000 in direct audit fees we have to pay every year, and several days of my staff time that we have limited resources to fund. Well, again, we can't bill that sort of thing to a project. And it's difficult for a small, non-tax-based district like ours, it's difficult to pull from indirect funds because that pool is very small for us. So that's it. I just wanted to reiterate to the board what those capacity funds do to us and how important flexibility is them in allowing us to do our job. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments and a snapshot into what your day looks like. Are there any clarifying questions for Jed? Oh, Dan Brown.
Just out of curiosity, I think this is a clarifying question.
Okay.
You mentioned like a lot of times that advice is implemented by the landowner without any.
Yes, yeah.
And is there any kind of even anecdotal sort of quantification of that? Like, it's a great story.
That actually like goes in, we could certainly do that, which would take staff time, which we would then have to have a funding source for. So that's exactly the sort of thing that if we saw a need from OWEB and that unit would be useful, we would just need to bill it to the capacity grant. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna move to online comments. So we'll start with Kurt, followed by Joe, and then Mark McLaughlin if he is on.
All right, should I just go for it? Can you all hear me okay?
We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for having me. I would have made the drive, but we got a new baby in the house, so I'm trying to stick closer to home. But hey, my name's Kurt Burning. If we haven't met, I'm the executive director of the Pudding River Watershed Council. Been here for 4 years. We're based in Woodburn, so I like to say our watershed is known for Silver Falls and outlet malls. Something for everybody. I wanted to speak today and just ask the OWEB board to really encourage a review of the merger rules as part of the council capacity grant RAC process. I care about this a lot. Before I was a Watershed Council ED, I was a nonprofit accountant. So I've always been fascinated by the operational side of watershed councils. And I think this might be apparent, but as you know, like every day I see watershed councils doing world-class programmatic work that is transforming our state in very positive ways. The back-end operations is not always world-class and doesn't always match that level of programmatic excellence. And I think a big reason of that is because almost every watershed council has decided to set up their own independent nonprofit and manage that themselves. I counted 52 watershed council nonprofits in the state. So we got 52 nonprofit executive directors, 52 governing board, 52 bylaws, 52 accounting systems. I do love that. But 0 HR directors, 0 finance directors, 0 general counsels. I did find 1 development director, which is cool. Shout out West Willamette Watershed Councils. But that's an immense duplication of effort without achieving organizational complexity and, I would say, proper oversight. So I really think there's a better way to keep this programmatically diffuse model, but not have every watershed council have to run their own nonprofit. So in our region, I'm proposing this kind of new form of merger. I'm calling it something like a watershed co-op. And so the pitch to EDs is you can keep your council, keep your branding, keep your separate programming, but we're going to consolidate on the back end. So you don't have to run this nonprofit by yourself anymore, and we have some more oversight. I'm thinking about it as a kind of a hybrid model between fiscal sponsorship and traditional consolidation. But to experiment like this, we need the merger rules to be reevaluated. So example, under the current rules, if our partnership of Molalla, Yamhill, and Pudding Watershed Councils merge, we lose $133,000 in capacity funding per biennium. $133,000, a lot of money. And we know that OWEB has planned this as a merger incentive, but on the ground, it's not felt as an incentive. It's felt as a severe loss that constrains us from exploring these kind of more creative options. So we all just kind of feel forced to keep running our own independent small nonprofits. And it's possible that that is the best system. Maybe there is not a better way, but I really think we should let councils try new formations, experiment, and as long as they're serving those watersheds, try to find a model that works in their region with no financial penalties. So that's what I'm asking in this rack. I'm really hoping that we can discuss how OWEB's rules can be changed to allow for more creativity, flexibility, and then, of course, more oversight in the Watershed Council model. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments and that feedback. Are there board member clarifying questions for Kurt?
I just feel like cheering that on.
Oh, Dan Brown is giving you a cheering it on clap. Raya?
This is a clarifying question about the type of question. Thank you, Kurt. I know we've already been doing a lot of math today with Miriam, and I do find slides that have it laid out, but your fact about the loss of the $130,000, this might not be the moment to go into the mathematical detail of that, but could I ask a question that either later in the next committee meeting or a request to the OWEB staff that we could be walked through that to better understand what Kurt was flagging?
Yes, and I think, in fact, would Eric, and Brian be willing to cover that as part of the capacity rulemaking conversation later? I think I remember you talking about having this conversation with Kurt before as well. Looks good.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Kurt.
Oh, Mark Labhart.
Just follow up. So great comments. We have had some success in the past of combining watershed councils, and there was an incentive that was built into that. We actually, I think, gave them more money to do that in Southern Oregon, and it's been a great success. So there is an opportunity there, and maybe there's some options to look at what you're talking about with other potential options.
It looks like Kurt wants to respond. I don't think that was a clarifying question. That's okay, Mark. That's okay. Okay. So that's okay. Kurt, go ahead, and then we're going to move to Joe Buttafuoco, please.
100%. And I appreciate you mentioning that. And I think that it's very true that it was meant to be an incentive. For us three councils that all have 3 capacity grants existing, we would lose 133,000 per biennium to merge. So yes, that one merged entity would be able to get more than 1 capacity grant, but it would be a reduction from what we get as 3 separate entities. So it incentivizes people to stay separate, because if you're joining together, you're getting much less funding. So I think that's what I'm asking is it was planned as an incentive. It has not functioned as an incentive on the ground.
Thank you. Okay, Joe, please.
Hey everyone, Co-Chair Coates, Co-Chair McClary, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Joe Buttafuoco. I'm the Executive Director of Coalition of Oregon Land Trust. Thanks for the opportunity to provide comments today. COLT's a membership organization that serves and strengthens the land trust community in Oregon by building connections and advancing policies that help protect our natural world. We represent 32 members, and together they've worked to conserve over 981,000 acres of land in Oregon. So sorry, I'm not there in person. I don't have the excuse of a new baby, but I do have a sick dog who needs me to keep an eye on her. So I'm going to focus on land acquisition stuff today. Carson will be there in person tomorrow to give you more of the COLT update. So look forward to part 2. We want to share our strong support for the recommended spending plan rebalance to allocate an additional $6.396 million to the Land and Water Acquisitions Program. With more than 12 million in requests, last solicitation, additional funding will help meet demand and support high priority conservation projects. Regarding the land acquisition program modernization, big thanks after 18 months of ARE committee meetings, listening sessions, working groups. We really appreciate all the effort that the OWEB board, staff, leadership, and the committee have put into it and their dedication and partnership through the whole process. Overall, we support solutions OWEB outlined in attachment A. While we're generally aligned with the options, there's several areas where additional discussions would be valuable to implement the proposed recommendations. So we do welcome the opportunity to continue working on this through a land acquisition working group to further refine recommendations. I have time for a few, dig into a few of these. 1C, due diligence information review. We support the goal of increasing the agency's willingness to accept reasonable uncertainty during the application stage. However, we encourage OWEB to ensure that application questions regarding ecological outcomes and legal sufficiency are designed to identify fatal flaws rather than require applicants to fully resolve complex legal issues prior to award. Otherwise, the recommendations may be in conflict. We also have questions about 1I, the recommendation around multiple uses. We'd like to have more conversation around what is meant by sufficient research. It could be subjective, so more conversation around what is meant by that would be great. And finally, 1K, we've talked so much about risk management and tolerance, and we appreciate the goals throughout this document to increase risk tolerance and develop more of a shoulder-to-shoulder approach with applicants. Our view is the apparatus OWEB has built to minimize risk is not always translated into a meaningful reduction in risk on the ground. Instead, it's often resulted in additional process and review requirements that increase costs, staff time, and administrative burdens for both applicants and OWEB. So we encourage the board to keep looking at that. We'll continue to be a partner through this, and we really thank you again for your deep commitment to this effort. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe, for those comments and your partnership in that process. Clarifying questions for Joe. Russ, please.
Joe, thank you for the comments and for the additional bullet areas of concern. And I just want to not only thank you for the depth of input, but want to make sure that as we go from this 18-month review towards final, that you will be there to help address the final bullets that you have addressed in your comments, both written and verbal.
We will still be showing up, and so will COPE members will hopefully be part of a working group if formed. So we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder till we get all the way through this.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Joe. We're going to move to Mark McLaughlin, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Co-Chair Coates and Co-Chair McClary and members of the board, appreciate the opportunity to provide some public comment today. I also provide a letter of comment as well, so I'll keep my verbal comments brief, but wanted to provide support. Oh, sorry, I'm the conservation director for North Coast Land Conservancy. We're a land trust based in Seaside, Oregon, and we have a service area from the Columbia River down to the Silettes, from the tips of the Coast Range out to the near shore. And with part of our work, we support communities and drinking water districts in protecting their drinking water source areas, and wanted to speak today just to support the staff's recommendation to the project scope change for the Nescoin Regional Water District's Drinking Water Source Protection Grant. We are supporting the water district in their efforts to protect their own drinking water source, and their proposed scope change that are supported by staff will continue our support of those efforts. And we encourage the board to grant those scope changes as well as extend the water district grant award from October 2026 to April of 27. So again, appreciate the opportunity to provide verbal comment as well as written comment on this topic. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Clarifying questions from board members for Mark. I'm not seeing any. Okay, thanks for your time. And also just wanted to note, we did receive an additional written comment from State Senator Gorsuch and State Representative Hudson on the Kelly Creek Dam removal project. That written comment will be added to the public record online after this meeting. Okay, that wraps up the item E, public comment on the agenda. We are going to circle back to item F, spending plan rebalance. So again, thank you, Miriam, for the presentation. I think staff are going to come up to address maybe some broad overarching questions. I do have a list of folks who have questions. We'll get to that as well, and then we will hopefully move towards a motion.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I just want to invite all of our program managers up and ask them to help clarify what I gave kind of an insufficient explanation earlier. It seems like a lot of members were, as we ended the conversation before the break, curious about the more detail about the thought that went into the staff recommendation and how that linked in particular to previous input from the board, previous board deliberations. And so I suspect that 3 or 4 of you had questions along these lines, so we called the crew up to share a little bit more information. You guys know who's talking first? You nicely color coordinated up there.
I guess we are.
OWEB colors.
Hello, co-chairs, members of the board. Eric Williams, Restoration Grants Manager. Linda, is it possible to get or Nicole, to get the presentation back up on screen? Because I think some of the questions that folks had were around the specific pots that the proposal was to add funds into those spending plan categories. And so particularly since we have several new board members, we thought it would be helpful to kind of recall how we got to this point. When we work with the board at the beginning of, I'm going to get my years confused, odd numbered years, I think, to start talking about the next biennium spending plan. And then that results in adoption of the spending plan in July of that odd numbered year. We include in the staff report that leads to that spending plan adoption what we project we would add into the spending plan at the midpoint of the biennium based on a clearer picture of revenues received. And so when we did that last July, looking at the chart that's up on the screen here, we had already included the $2.5 million in restoration and the $500,000 in technical assistance as spending plan items that we would prioritize for adding increased funds. We also included a couple $1 million in the land and water acquisition line item as well back at that time. So since then, fast forward to today, when we have a little bit more than we had anticipated to program into the spending plan, that resulted in these recommendations that you see on the screen. And the changes there were adding smaller amounts of funds in the engagement and monitoring categories in open solicitation, and adding a significantly larger amount to the land and water acquisition program. The rationale for adding the engagement and monitoring line items, I'll take those one at a time. For engagement, we have typically promoted this offering as an offering that perhaps is underutilized because it can be used to do a lot of the work that you heard some of our commenters talk about. Jed just talked about it, having those landowner meetings to generate projects. But you've got to have a lot of discussions with people before you get to putting an application together for a restoration or an acquisition project. And so it's been somewhat underutilized, but at the same time, that line item in the spending plan is so small that often we can't even fund a single engagement project in each of the 6 OWEB regions. And so we wanted to increase that for this last open solicitation offering that's coming up. This will be the last offering in the biennium. And so if you approve this adjustment, there will be another $323,000 in engagement. And for monitoring, if you recall, monitoring is only awarded twice in the biennium versus the other offerings that we've offered 3 times this biennium. And so we've had a monitoring award already. And when the board made that award, we went over a little bit more than half of what was in the spending plan. And so adding money into the monitoring line item will get it back up to our initial target. And for the land and water, I'll turn it over to Renee to address that.
Yeah, thanks. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. So as a reminder, we didn't completely utilize the entirety of the funding that was in the land and water acquisition line item back in April. We had a deep discussion about should you fund a third project, recognizing that with that $2 million that Eric mentioned that was expected with year 2 of the Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Fund, we would have about $2.8 million to work with for the second cycle. As with monitoring, these are just annual cycles, $2.8 million against what can be expensive land transactions. That's not a lot, but I think everyone was grateful for that. So the proposed approach is not to add a whole 6.4 million, and we already expected that 2.8 million would have been sitting there. So basically the supplement is about $3.6 million, so that for the second year of the spending plan, that combined line item would have just under 6.4 million in it, and recognizing that that will be tapped into by year 2 of the land acquisition cycle. And then, as Sarah mentioned earlier, the legislative allocation for water acquisitions is nearly spent down. So it very well could be that with the cycle for water acquisitions that Brian will open this fall or later this summer, that by the time we get to an April award, depending on demand, we could actually need to tap into that combined line item again for the first time since 2022, I think. That was when the allocation was made. So really just, I think, acknowledging increased demand that we've seen on both the land and water side in recent years.
So real quick, before we go back to board member questions, if I can, I just want to point out too, that was perfect, guys. Thanks so much for the clarification. And I just want to note in addition that it's a pretty unusual situation, because normally what we do is we broadcast with the initial biennium spending plan conversation, as Eric described. Here's the rebalancing we anticipate in the middle of the biennium. Because of the delays in Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund and the phased approach, I would say we don't really have a process for how we bring this kind of decision to the board. So in addition to deliberations, conversation, if we should find ourselves in this kind of situation again, which I hope we won't, but if you guys have suggestions about how to better collect board input in advance of the staff recommendation, we'd be very open to that. And would really welcome that feedback. It's just a pretty unusual situation for us to be in this time of the biennium to not just fully implement the rebalancing that we originally anticipated.
Thank you. Miriam, would you be able to forward into your presentation the full pie chart of all? Yes. That's perfect. Thank you. Thanks for that context, Sarah. And it is interesting that we haven't been here before, and having extra money is a good problem to have. But I don't want to speak for the full board, but I have a hunch that some board members like myself feel that part of our job is to sort of allocate that funding where we have priorities and where we have some vision. There's no doubt the staff knows the demand for some of the programs. You guys are seeing some of those applications come in and how competitive things are, or how many more applications you're receiving. But I do, in board conversations, it does feel like we have a sense of our duty and responsibility. And I would love to think about a way on maybe checking the temperature from the board members on where our priorities are for those different buckets that we can allocate funds. I know we can't do that outside of a public process, and I'm not asking for that. But when these things come up, I do think that some way of getting some input would be helpful. So I have a list of folks that had previous questions. It was going to go Russ, Mark Labhart, Brian Staub, Dirk, Jesse, and we'll start there. So Russ.
I just want to start with a acknowledgement and a thank you, I guess, to Renee to help us through the land acquisition modernization process. it goes back 18-plus months. And to think about how we got to a point where land acquisitions could be as low as 9% of the overall pie, when you think about the constitutional mandate of acquire and restore, how we are at 9% today is reflective of a lot of problems that over the 27 years have not been addressed. But to think about in the last 18 months, how Renee has reached out to both the tribal and land acquisition communities to create a modernization process. We are now seeing a wave of new applicants or applicants coming back to the fold that haven't been there in a long time with very, very good projects, but a testing of a new approach, a very welcoming approach. And I just am hopeful, and I'm grateful for to see the $3.6 million bump in the program. I know it's just a drop in the relative bucket, but I'm grateful nonetheless to see that there. I'm looking forward to seeing the next round of applications. It's going to be some very tough discussions about where to put the investments and which projects to move forward on. But I'm also struck, and this shifts back to the engagement. For me, this is sort of the gold entry point. It takes a lot of effort from concept to execution. And if we all sit here and look at, we may be in a relatively bleak place today as it relates to federal funding. Perhaps it's the optimist in me, but I do feel that better times are ahead, that pendulum swing, and we need to be prepared for that. And I would like to see more investment today in the engagement, so project development can be ready and projects ready to be executed when in fact we see additional funds flow into the future. So if there were any tweaks that I would see needing to be made, would be to put more money into the engagement at this point in time.
Thank you, Russ. Mark Labhart, please.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. So I talked to Lindsay just before lunch, and so staff must have got the question because Eric and Renee answered the question that I was asking is how did we come up with these numbers? And so I thank you for that. This is a reverse discussion from what I'm used to in government, and that is the reverse discussion is, well, we're down to $10 million. Where are we going to cut? So this is a good conversation to have because we're up $10 million. Where are we going to put the money? So I really, really appreciate that because I'm more used to saying where are we going to cut. So I'm fine with where we are right now. In particular, I like what you put the 500,000 into technical assistance because technical assistance is such a tough time or such a hard area for people to get money to do the work on the technical side of a project. And so I think the 500,000 in technical assistance, when I saw that, I go, yes, we could get, that's good for these watershed councils and groups that have projects to have dollars there for technical assistance. And it's always tough. So thank you for your work on this. It's fun to have this discussion.
Thanks, Mark. So Brian Staub had to step out, so Kelly Coates is going to read his question.
Brian Staub for the record. Okay. Spending plan question. Have the project level funding adjustments that have sometimes been proposed, considered cumulatively, of course, ever approached the level of variability or need for adjustments that are driven by external factors? In other words, rebalancing is needed to adapt to things beyond the board's control. Are the proposals to consider funding below the line big in the context of the other required adjustments, or pretty small and thus relatively easy to accommodate as part of a broader rebalancing? And Nicole had a follow-up clarification here. What do you mean by external factors? Like general cost increases? And Brian said, yeah, like anything that drives rebalancing. Uncertainty regarding PCSRF funding, cost increases or savings, new appropriations or legislative pullbacks of money, et cetera, that the board is reacting to versus driving. You can read it again if you would like me to. I feel like I just threw a lot at you.
That was a lot.
I'll give it a shot. Brian, it's always hard to keep up with you intellectually, but thank you for that question. I think the external factors that are beyond our control have been at play for a number of years, mainly in the kind of post-COVID inflationary environment that we've been in. Obviously, other factors too. And that really has been part of our thought process into these spending plan allocations. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily driving this particular rebalance because I think those external factors are happening across the board. If I think I understood the next part of your question, it was around some of the public comment we've received in open solicitation for moving projects above the funding line and what's the relative impact of that versus what our spending plan totals are. And what I would say about that is that we are, in terms of open solicitation, with this set of awards, we'll be 2/3 of the way through the biennium. In other words, this will be our second award cycle. We have one more remaining. And so any additional funding that the board chooses to apply in this cycle will mean less money available in the next cycle. In terms of your question, relatively, is it significant? I think that's in the eye of the beholder. I think to some, it will appear significant. For example, if you go $500,000 deeper in one spending plan category, that will seem significant to some of our grantees out there that's $500,000 less that's available in the next cycle. But that's your tough job as a decision-making board to decide, is funding this project now worth the watershed benefits that we'll receive at the potential expense of, you don't know what kinds of projects, what quality of projects are going to come in the next cycle. And so we try to do our best throughout the biennium to apportion relatively evenly the open solicitation cycles so that we have ample funds remaining in the last cycle to meet whatever the competition demands for funding. So that was a long-winded roundabout answer to say, that's up to you. Thank you. Renee, did you have something to add to that?
The one addition I would make is that one of the external factors Brian mentioned was legislative action or sweeping of funds. So the reality is we do need to think about potentially utilizing the combined land and water acquisition line item sooner than we would have if the $3 million would not have been swept by the legislature out of that other funded water acquisition line item down lower in your spending plan.
And the only other thing I'll add is he mentioned PCSRF, and as we have conversations, though we don't break it out in open solicitation, our PCSRF funds are just used for restoration, technical assistance, and water acquisitions at this time. So we don't put the PCSRF into monitoring, engagement, or land acquisition.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Dirk followed by Jesse.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Dirk Reiner, Fish and Wildlife Service. This is probably part of my, real nascent understanding of the OWEB budget process, but I'm curious as to how the priority was made or the decision, and this isn't a value statement. I'm just curious that acquisitions is basically being doubled, going from 6.5 million to the 12.9 million, while other areas in the budget didn't get such an increase. And I'm just kind of curious to know more how that was decided, and is there more? It sounds like I picked up on a few things that perhaps there was a number of acquisitions that could have happened had we had a bigger budget. I'm just kind of trying to better understand how that was prioritized. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dirk. So over the last 3 grant cycles, we've had 2, prior to last year, we had 2 total applications come in over 3 years. So we had very low demand. And I think that was the lowest point we had hit. But I think for 2 biennia, probably, I'm looking at Eric because I didn't have the program prior to 2023. I think 2 biennia prior to that, we maybe had not fully expended that line item. And so I would say it was probably disproportionately lower in the grand scheme. If you look at the pie, it had kind of ticked down, down, down because we weren't seeing demand. We did see a drastic increase in demand in the last cycle. To be clear, I don't think the thinking is it should be big enough that all fill in the blank 12 projects that come in the door would be funded, because we have to have a review process that makes sure they meet muster relative to administrative rules. And I don't think that any of our programs, I can't think of one where we have not had to draw a funding line, because we typically have demand. So I think that in terms of the land acquisition is different now than it has been over the last many years. And then the situation where we did have the benefit of a $10 million influx of funding from the legislature for water acquisitions, which was fantastic out of the drought resilience package. And that didn't result in us needing to tap into that line item. At the same time, we did start to see an increase in demand on the water acquisition side of the house, if you will. So those 2 things combined. I can speak for myself. I don't think that anyone on the executive team was saying, land acquisitions is more important, or acquisitions writ large is more important than any of those other pie slices. It was just reflective of where we are in time around demand and then loss of some of that legislative funding.
Thanks.
Jesse, followed by Dan, please.
So not a question, just a comment. Similar to Russ, I keyed in on the engagement piece, and that was one of the lowest that was allocated. And then reflecting on Eric's comment that this is like, it's sort of the gateway to OWEB, and it's been underutilized. And then I was looking in the board book, page 137, where it shows that only 53% of applicants were awarded compared to 74% for TA and 86% for restoration. So there is demand there, and I just want it to be something that we consider as a board, that there may be new opportunities for restoration dollars, but we need to support those earlier efforts so that people are ready to apply for restoration.
Thanks, Jesse. Dan?
I'm running with the engagement theme. So I'm kind of curious. Number one, if somebody could apply for an engagement grant to, like we heard during public comment, that a lot of engagement leads to projects that aren't funded publicly. And I don't know if we have any data on that, and or whether having data on that would even be helpful. It seems like it would be. So the question is, could somebody apply for an engagement grant just to kind of quantify that? That's just a curiosity question. And if we did that, I mean, it seems like it would just, I mean, we know we have a lot of great information on when engagement leads to a project, and then we can quantify the benefits of that project. But I heard there's a lot of engagement that's leading to projects that are getting done. And that seems like a really important part of the story, and another boost for putting more engagement money on the ground.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. The rules around engagement simply say that to be eligible, you must be doing engagement work that leads to an eligible restoration or acquisition project. It doesn't necessarily have to be an OWEB-funded restoration or acquisition project. We don't, I believe, have the kind of data you're talking about to sort of quantify the number of projects that might have arisen from engagement activities. We have some of that through the capacity program. When they report to us at the end of the biennium, they talk about how many projects they developed. I don't think we've really quantified that in a way that might tell the story that you're trying to find. In terms of can you get a grant for that, I think probably not an engagement grant, but that sounds like effectiveness monitoring to me. And so, I think potentially, I'll defer to the person to my right, who's kind of like, looks a little bit uncertain around that. But I don't think that would necessarily make a competitive engagement project, because the engagement has to lead to an eligible restoration or acquisition project.
Miriam, do you have a slide that shows table 3 in your slide deck there?
Let me look at what table 3.
Oh, it's just basically the motion of how, well, it's not the motion, it's the table showing the reallocation of the spending plan as proposed. Yeah, that would work.
Will that work?
Yeah. So other comments, questions, thoughts from board members? Mark Webb.
Just maybe one for Eric. So different than maybe Russ or even Dan, I've been wondering why we even have an engagement category. Why not just include that in open solicitations and general capacity to cover the sort of things that were explained earlier? Because it doesn't sound like, just wondered about flipping that.
Thanks, Mark. I think if I understand your question, it sounds like the kinds of activities that are eligible under engagement can be covered under capacity grants. So why not just include it in that offering? Yeah. And I think the answer to that, well, there's a couple of answers to that. One is, as you heard in some of the testimony today, that grant is pretty stretched. The amount of funding in capacity doesn't typically cover enough for even one FTE in an organization. And so it's already stretched pretty thin. And when you throw in things like audit costs and so on, it's tight. And so having the engagement offering, I think, also helps, because in some of the kinds of conversations that you heard Jed, and I think we heard from others today too, those conversations, you don't go necessarily right from that to a project on the ground. There's sometimes more engagement needed, and that can be more than talking to landowners. It could be talking to more community organizations, municipal groups, other organizations in the geography of the project that you might need to bring on board to have a successful project. And so it's a bit bigger than the kind of cups of coffee meetings that you need to have with landowners. That's certainly a crucial element, and has to happen to get projects on the ground. But engagement is bigger. And I guess the other piece to that is some of that further engagement beyond those initial conversations would be too much it would swallow up the capacity grant. If you really have maybe a more complex project that looks like it's developing and has a real chance of happening, you probably need more resources than you're getting in your capacity grant to cover your staff time and other costs to put that project together.
Want to mention who gets capacity grants versus engagement?
Yes, I do, Renee, thank you. The capacity grants only go to soil and water conservation districts and watershed councils. And we have a number of other different organization types that are eligible grantees who cannot get capacity funding.
I've got Raya, followed by Annie.
For the record, this is Raya Bushnell. Following up on Mark's question and then your reply, Eric, is a question in terms of meshing from engagement to technical assistance, where you're talking about, I think also sometimes also what we were just discussing, the backside of, grants and paperwork. Of oftentimes, I think sometimes there is initial engagement needs to happen. However, there is also sort of this weird pre-development no land where you're already started engagement, but you're needing to transition to technical assistance and to designs, but that also has an engagement aspect. And so what you're saying of it might not be into the capacity grants, but is there sort of a melded engagement technical assistance world where organizations not having to apply for engagement and then technical assistance, but either engagement can be more flexed into technical assistance or technical assistance can be broader to include that earlier engagement?
Yeah, thanks, Raya. There definitely is an option for that. And many of our applicants do take advantage of that and include engagement activities in a technical assistance application. That is eligible, those landowner conversations that you might need to have to get to your, whatever phase of design that you're in. You can incorporate that into a TA grant. And I think many will do that. Many applicants will do that because simply there's more money in the TA category, right? And that's one of the things where creating the spending plan line item does influence demand. We have heard from grantees saying that, they have a potential engagement project, but there's so little money in there that they'd rather either go into TA or find funds elsewhere for it. So I think that also drives people to include engagement in TA. And so sometimes what we're seeing in the successful engagement activities really is the sort of preliminary steps before you're in that design phase that requires that additional engagement with landowners and others. And that's where there is blending and overlap in several of these offering types that I think is healthy and positive, and is one of the ways that we can do our best to make the process as simple as we can for applicants.
Great, thank you. And then I just have one other follow-up question. So understanding that the whole point of this is to rebalance, there would be additional available funds. How does that actually then go into action in terms of, opening a grant cycle? When would the rebalancing and grant cycle be opening if this occurs?
So the grant cycle, this will impact for the open solicitation items, and I believe for the land and water acquisition program, the numbers will be included in the solicitation to say, here's how much money is available. And so and those numbers are ballparks anyway when we put the solicitation out there. So I'm not sure it makes much difference if we say there's 15 million available versus 16 million. I think you're still gonna, incentivize the same number of applications. But I think probably more importantly, if people see that we've had about 500,000 in engagement in the past two cycles, and this next one will have 800,000, that might make a difference to someone in deciding whether or not to apply.
So I have Annie, and then I'd like to move us to board deliberations.
Yeah, I don't know that I have much more to offer. I would kind of just echo what Eric was saying based on my experience in the review teams over the past many years. But engagement it shows up in many different ways in different applications. That initial kind of engagement piece that I see on the screen here is like that, that initial kind of come together process tonight. What do we need here? What kind of project, what kind of people we need to be at the table? And I know that this cycle's different. I've stepped away from the review teams, but quite often you don't see that many applications. And maybe that's on us to kind of seek out those initial engagement, but I think it can show up in many ways, in technical assistance and in even the restoration grants. So it's there. Depends on how people want to tuck it in or at what stage of the process it's in. So.
Thank you. Okay, so in front of us, we have the staff recommendation for consideration. At this point, I would like to entertain a motion. It's been moved by Mark Webb. Since I have it, I'll read. The motion is the board adopt the updated 2025 to 2027 grant fund spending plan, adding $11,120,048 in available funding to the grant program detailed in Table 3 for a biennial spending plan of $164,789,085.
Second. There you go. Woody.
Okay, so it's been moved by Mark Webb, and I heard Woody second it. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I see Nicole walking up. I'd like to call for the vote.
Okie dokie. Lindsay McClary.
Yes.
Kelly Coates.
Yes.
Russ Hoflick.
Yes.
Xavier Borja.
Yes.
Raya Bushnell.
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl.
Yes.
Chad Allen.
Yes.
Mark Webb.
Yes.
Mark Labhart,
Yes.
Liz Agpawa,
Yes.
Woody Wolf.
Yes.
Agreement really makes quorum very easy, you guys. Thank you. Motion passes.
Wonderful. Thanks, everybody. So we are a little ahead of schedule. We are up for a break. We're going to go ahead and move into the break, and I would ask folks to be back at 2:20 to move to item G.
my back on? Yes, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't have my microphone on, but I appreciate how all of you responded with the clap. So I feel like a lot of you have also wrangled small children in large quantities, trying to get them to look at you and pay attention.
I just learned it when I went to Girl Scout camp.
There you go. Okay. Thank you, everybody. So we are moving forward with item G, the drinking water source protection. This is going to be on page 94 of your ebook. And we are going to, I see Audrey Squires is online. Hi, Audrey. And we've got Renee back up. And I will hand it over to the two of you.
Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. I'm honestly here only to say Audrey Squires is on virtually, patching in from her vacation in Maine with her family, but she cares so deeply about the program. Dale from City of the Dalles did earlier share some of his perspective about what an incredible asset Audrey is to the Drinking Water Source Protection Program, and just wanted to say I wholeheartedly agree. So Audrey, I'll turn it over to you to walk the board through the agenda item.
Great, thanks Renee, and hi everyone. Yeah, it's 5:22 p.m. here, and I have a lot of notes in front of me because I have not been paying attention to work since Thursday. I'm really good at turning off my phone and computer, even with Renee as a supervisor. Just kidding. Renee is the best supervisor ever, and she
Very
is
self-aware, I know.
She's very supportive of vacations and time off. So she's just fantastic. Yep. So I might be redundant with things that, the public comment from grantees have said or other things since I haven't been listening in today. But I'll run you through our agenda item. We don't have slides, giving you a break from that. You can look at each other instead of slides. I can see myself in the background because the screen is behind you, Kelly and Lindsay. So that's kind of fun. Like wave to myself. All right, so diving in, I know we have several new board members since we last had drinking water on the agenda, so I can give a quick background before we dive into the overview of our request today. And hi to Sarah Deardahl. We worked together at the Middle Fork Willamette Watershed Council, so nice to see you on board. Hey. Okay, so drinking water source protection. This was funded by the legislature in 2023 to the tune of $5 million. It's for source water protection through land acquisition or other types of protection, conservation easements, covenants, equitable servitudes, things like that. We can fund the purchase, or we can fund loan repayment of a previous purchase. And the focus is on small rural public water suppliers under 25,000 service population, with legislative intent focusing on low income populations, but not a requirement. So we went through rulemaking when I joined, actually started a little bit before I joined OWEB, and we got rules adopted by the board in 2024. And then in 2025, April of 2025, we awarded the $5 million to the penny that the legislature allocated to us. And that was really important because we have lottery revenue bonds, which is a new funding source to OWEB, and it expires. Most of our funds don't expire, but lottery revenue bonds have a 3-year lifespan from the time of the bond sale, which was in May 2025. So those funds expire in May 2028. And that's why we worked hard to award the full $5 million, which left the Dalles a little bit short of their full request, which we are going to address in a little bit. And it's part of the reason why we're doing the shuffling of funding today, is that unique funding source. So when we awarded the $5 million, that was for 2 loan repayment projects, City of Port Orford and Rhododendron Water Association. They have closed, they've paid off their loans with the funding from OWEB and are off on their own, managing their watersheds. And then we have 4 prospective fee simple, so outright land purchase projects with City of Reedsport, City of Rockaway Beach, City of the Dalles, and Neskowin Regional Water District. They all are doing great moving forward in their projects, but we, as you've seen in your packet, will be requesting some extensions for them today. And then the other update, which has probably been talked about already and is in the staff report, we will hopefully be getting, more than likely, I think, be getting $1 million in grant funding from the environmental restoration funds. We'll know for sure in September when those, when the determination of how much funds are available happens, and then we'll be able to launch a winter grant cycle for that $1 million of funding. Okay, so that's quick background and then an overview of the grant amendments that we are requesting today. So for those 4 prospective grants that I mentioned, we're requesting 6-month grant extensions for each one. That's kind of our standard extension request. None of them actually need the full 6 months. We think maybe one, but most of them just need a couple of weeks or a couple months, which I'll talk about in a minute. We're requesting budget adjustments because of those lottery bonds and because of with land acquisition, it's really hard to get the exact price at the beginning of a project, especially since appraisals aren't required at time of application. So it's an estimate, and then once the appraised value comes back, there may be funds left on the table or more funds needed. And with that lottery bond expiration date, we want to shift those funds around to make sure they're utilized. And then finally, the other request is a scope change for one grant for Neskowin to accommodate complexities in the transaction negotiation. So starting with the simple part first, the grant extension. So during rulemaking, we defined an 18-month grant period for this program, which is similar to our other land transaction programs. However, drinking water grantees tend to have less experience in land transactions because that's not, they're not land trusts doing it day in and day out. They're city governments, water districts doing a million other things, running a city, things like that. And so our grantees have run into needs for short extensions related to that and related to the complexities of other aspects of their funding. So 2 grantees just need short extensions to match closing dates in their purchase and sale agreements. City of Rockaway Beach and City of Reedsport would be those ones. City of Rockaway Beach has a closing date in December, and City of Reedsport has a closing date of October 30th. And the grant ends October 23rd, and we're not going to make them hurry up by a week. We're going to just help them out and keep them on their timeline and ask for that extension. City of the Dalles needs a couple months. They're looking to close by the end of the calendar year in December. Their match funding is from the Forest Legacy Program, Forest Service funding. And so that just has brought added complexities with federal funding in the mix and different grant requirements from the 2 funders. But we're moving forward really well with that, despite the complexities of 2 different funders. And then Neskowin needs likely the full 6 months due to a scope change that adds parcels to the purchase, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. So that's the simple stuff, asking for 6-month extensions for each of the 4 grants. Then the budget adjustments, and I went back and forth a million times on all the numbers, getting it right, because we've got the 4 different grants, the lottery bonds, the general funds, and different things in the mix. Had Miriam share, check my work. So I think the numbers in front of you are accurate. But so what we have going on here is that the City of Reedsport no longer needs about $500,000 of their grant award, which is not money that we want to send back to Dalles. Their appraised value came back lower than anticipated, and they partitioned off 42 acres of the parcel that they're purchasing because those acres are outside of the watershed. And so really it makes most sense for our grant program that is just focusing on the drinking watershed, and the landowner is willing to work with them on partitioning that off. So they have $500,000 approximately on the table, which is from the lottery revenue bonds that expire in May 2028. And even if we get the new funds from the Environmental Restoration Fund, with the expiration date of May 2028 for the lottery bonds, we won't have time to utilize those in a new grant cycle because we would give them that 18-month timeline again, and then, asking somebody to do it really quick by May 2028 just wouldn't be reasonable with a land acquisition project. So that's why we'd like to reallocate it, or whatever the proper budget term is. Sorry, Miriam Share, if I use the wrong words. So we'd like to reallocate it or recapture and shift it over to another grantee's budget to help them, because they had kind of the opposite situation where where they didn't have enough money. And so City of the Dalles, like I mentioned earlier, received only a partial award last year because of that funding line, because we wanted to award the full $5 million. I'm sure most of you are familiar that in most of our grant programs, we don't cut projects in half. Um, but again, the uniqueness of lottery bonds, and City of the Dalles was very willing and gracious to accept less than their request. And now that we have extra funding available, we would like to make them whole. So it would be $146,000 to City of the Dalles to get them up to their original $675,000 request. And then City of Rockaway Beach, they are planning to take out, they've got all the loan papers signed, to take out a loan from DEQ with Clean Water State Revolving Fund money, and that's a $3 million loan, which is pretty huge for a city of a few hundred people. I think that's their population. So we can help reduce their debt burden by shifting the remaining extra funds to their grant award. So that's the budget adjustments, basically taking Reed Sports extra money and shifting it over to holes that the Dalles and Rockaway Beach have. And then finally, kind of the more complex request is for Neskowin Regional Water District. We're looking at a scope change for their project. So they, their watershed is the Hot Creek watershed, and they originally requested to purchase 3 lots from one family in the watershed. And that family is willing and ready to sell 2 of the tax lots, but not the other one. And it's just, there's a lot going on with these negotiations. And so it's, it could happen eventually, but not in our grant timelines. And so we are looking to keep the 2 parcels that the family is ready to sell. And then there's extra funds available in another willing and ready seller in the watershed to help Neskowin purchase 3 additional tax lots in the watershed. So a couple notes on that, because it is kind of a unique request. So initially, the acquisition of parcels within the old scope appeared to be urgent, and that timeline has changed for the landowning family, where it's not quite as urgent. It's still, like I said, could happen one day for that one parcel, but they need a little bit more time. And then this other family that is looking to sell, it is a more urgent situation. Their property is on the market. And so that makes it so Neskowin, the water district, is needing to go after those parcels as soon as possible. And we do have the extra funds available within their, they don't need any of the extra, budget allocation from Reed Sport. They have the funding available in their grant award by dropping the 1 parcel to be able to pick up the other 3. And yes, so like we talked about with the bond funding, there's not time to just, drop the 1 parcel, have the extra several $100,000 and do another grant cycle. We'd like to keep it within the current grantees so that it can get spent in the timeline that we have. And let's see, the new landowner, I think I mentioned already, is willing and ready to sell their 3 parcels, and they're ready to work through the necessary due diligence steps and land use elements of the transaction. And so the appraisal is already complete, so they know exactly how much money they need. They've already worked with the county to determine what needs to happen for partitioning. One of the parcels will be partitioned right at, basically at the drinking water intake. So Neskowin will only purchase above the drinking water intake and will not have to also purchase part of the tax lot that is below the drinking water intake, which is really beneficial for this funding source. Let's see, you heard from Mark McLaughlin earlier today from North Coast Land Conservancy. They're a really strong partner on this project, and they've already completed initial review of title for the new parcels, and they haven't found anything concerning with respect to any exceptions or encumbrances on title. So we don't think it will be a complicated project in that respect or anything that will, throw a wrench in this scope change. And some of the access is related to the access for the other parcels. So some of that work has already been done. And then really getting at the heart of the purpose of the program, drinking water protection. These new parcels, I'm actually pretty excited about them because they offer even greater value to drinking water protection than the parcel that is getting dropped from the original scope. So Hot Creek flows through the new parcels. The new parcels lie on either side of Hot Creek. So the water district will own the riparian areas on both sides. They'll have management of Hot Creek from the intake up for a little ways. I didn't calculate the mileage on that, but they will own either side of Hot Creek directly above the intake for a little ways. If this scope change happens, which is really great source water protection. It's also the slopes of the new parcels are much steeper. There's a very bright red, yell in your face kind of map in the staff report showing the slopes of the parcels. And so the ones that we are looking to change the project to are the steepest and they're right along the creek. And the parcel that we are dropping for the project is still super steep, but it is less steep and not right on the creek. So, so definitely greater value for reducing erosion potential into Hot Creek. And then additionally, the new parcels are primarily mature forest as compared to younger stands on tax lot 6500, the one that we'll be dropping. And so just a better protection value, protect the forest that is standing rather than the work that the water district would need to do to get a young forest up to a mature forest condition. And then I worked closely, our program works really closely with the DEQ Drinking Water Protection Program, and they reviewed the scope change and agree that it fits within the original intentions of the grant award. The new scope provides a clear case for drinking water protection. It is more effective at reducing risks to water supply than the original scope, given the steep slopes, proximity to stream, and the drinking water intake, and the contiguous public ownership that it creates. And so these new parcels would then abut current ownership that the district has, and then Forest Service ownership. So it creates a really large contiguous public ownership area within the source watershed. And it's all within the drinking water source area, so it still clearly meets the purpose of the program and the objectives of the original proposal. And then finally, I don't think it sets a precedent for any other OWEB grant programs within the land transaction world as far as scope changes, because it really is focused on best utilizing the lottery bonds before they expire. And so it's pretty specific to this grant program and this funding source. And with that, if Renee doesn't have anything to add, then I think we're ready for questions and discussion from the board. Thank you.
Okay. Mark?
So a little bit tongue in cheek here. So, but I would, after our vote this afternoon, I would recommend that the City Public Works Director of the Dalles reach out to the mayor and have him send a letter to the city of Reedsport saying, you saved our bacon. I want to thank you for returning that money, and you've been able to fund our project. So I would recommend Reedsport do the same thing. Right?
I have one question, actually. Yes. Audrey, thank you for taking your vacation to share with us in such a clear, concise manner. I'm really just curious about the challenge of getting Yellow Book appraisals and the timelines that you're describing, and overall what your experience is in nailing the value of these properties to help the people who are behind these projects to actually pin down as accurately as possible the number that they need to request?
That is a really good question, Russ, and I don't know that I have a good answer. I think it's really hard. It's kind of a chicken and egg scenario with um, getting an appraised value and putting a grant request in. You know, if you get the appraisal done first, then you have the exact number you need. But if you don't get the grant award, then you don't have funding to reimburse you for the appraisal. So we don't require the appraisal at time of application, and they do their best through various methods to try to come up with a number, you know, looking at comparable sales, getting a broker's estimate of value, various ways to do so. But none of it is going to get you right on the mark. So it is a big challenge. And yeah, I'd be interested to see if there are other programs that have a way to help folks get on the mark really well. But I think the best solution we have is helping shift funds around like we're doing today. And then just a slight correction, we don't require the Yellow Book appraisal for OWEB. The City of the Dalles is doing Yellow Book because they have federal funds involved. But the others are doing the USPAP appraisal, which obviously, as you know, is relatively similar, same quality. So the USPAP appraisals have gone through relatively quickly. I think it's a challenge to find, there aren't a ton of appraisers around, is what I've heard from the grantees, but they've all ended up finding somebody and gotten their appraisals done. Relatively timely, and so it's not the appraisals holding anything up. It's just that challenge of getting a good estimate before you submit a grant proposal, which I think is hard to do.
Dan?
Just a comment. I have people in Maine, so say hello to them for me.
Will do. I think I met them the other day.
The comment, though, is like, you know, I live in Portland, and it's easy to take it for granted that my drinking water is never really at risk because the city owns the Bull Run watershed, right? And it's extremely well protected. And
easy, Dan. Federal government owns the watershed. Well, it's actually jointly owned, so.
It's the point being, despite Brian's comment, is that, you know, some of these communities have like had severe impacts to their drinking water, right? And it's like, it seems to me woefully inadequate, the amount of money available to help people protect their drinking water. But really, the comment I want to make is to thank you for the diligence in ensuring that every little last penny that we have in this program is utilized to protect drinking water. And then the point on top of that is like this whole conversation we have about, you know, these I forget the right terminology, Sarah, but like these temporary positions to implement programs. It's like, you need somebody to do this work, like to make this work and get the most effectiveness out of it. And so it's limited duration maybe or something like that. So it's just like super support for everything you're doing and whatever arguments we can make to keep people focused on this and bring more money into it.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Really appreciate that. And I also just want to note, maybe I'm just beating Renee to the punch here, but that in addition to the great drinking water source protection work, Audrey, during this period of a limited duration position that, you know, it's just a stressful position for anybody to be in, has also been making incredible contributions to other OWEB programs, and including the land acquisitions modernization work we'll talk about later. So it's just, nobody at OWEB is sitting on the sidelines when there's like a dip in work on a particular program or a delay. Everybody's pitching in and pulling on different programs over time. So, no, we appreciate it, Dan.
Raya?
Thank you. Hi, Audrey. We haven't had the opportunity to meet, but thank you for your presentation. I'm relatively new to the board, so also relatively, well, completely new to the drinking water source protection. And I was just thinking about all these conversations we've been having about how Oregon's on fire. And I know you like to think that your water source is well protected. It very well can be, but I do think we are living in this world where even if someone owns the land, a fire doesn't care about that. So it's going to come through. And so this is, I guess, I don't know if this is a comment or a question. But my question is, thinking about that and talking about, switching out a parcel because it's an older forest and it would have been more work than for to bring up a new, younger forest. Does the drinking water source protection, in addition to actually acquiring the land, is part of that sort of requirements in terms of how that land is managed? Or for people that have participated in the drinking water source protection, is there funding that they can then accessed in order to restore the land, whether it's, forest management to decrease the likelihood of fire or other forms of restoration to then protect the land which they've acquired?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and nice to meet you as well. Yeah, so there are two things that we do as far as ensuring that the forests are well managed. So uh, the grantee is required to have a long-term management plan approved by closing of the project. Since we don't have any teeth after we close the project, we get it all. We make them do everything at once, which is a lot of work, but they're all doing great at that. So um, they all have hired consulting foresters to work on developing these long-term management plans. And yeah, for, a mature forest, it may not be much action. For those acquiring younger stands, there might be a lot of thinning. There could be invasive species management. There's roads management, various things going into that. And the legislature actually had the foresight to do this. They put it into statute that the grantees would have to have a long-term management plan. And so that is one thing. So the cities or water districts adopt these plans. And then they have that as kind of a guiding light for what they do in the forests. And the ones I've read so far are excellent. I think they'll be able to manage their forests really well. And then the other piece is a legal aspect. And so we record on title a notice of grant requirements that basically says you have to continue managing this watershed for drinking water source protection in perpetuity. And if you don't, we'll take the money back. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's kind of the gist of it. So we do have those requirements. And everybody I've been working with, all the grantees, are really, really focused on this work. They all care deeply about it, and are working to set their communities up to have really well-managed forests around their drinking water sources. And they all have that idea of like in perpetuity, and so setting up the folks that come after them as well. Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
And Raya, just one additional thing, because you asked about resources for subsequent restoration. So while that is not part of this program, that certainly is something that not only OWEB, other funders could support that. But I think about some of the work in the city of Ashland under individual grants, under the Ashland FIP, one of the first round FIPs that was funded, and the focus on Ashland's drinking water supply, Ashland's watershed. So certainly, and that's just one of many examples of, I think, municipalities or water districts partnering with local partners to potentially propose to OWEB or other funders to secure resources they need for exactly some of the things you're describing, to hopefully build as much proactive resilience into the systems that if a fire does come through, that hopefully it can decrease some of the severity of those burn impacts.
Hold on, Brian, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Just to follow on the management plans and the restoration funding, do those include a financing component as part of the plan that gets reviewed before it gets approved, in the sense of, being clear on what any capital investments for restoration would be needed, but also separating that out from long-term maintenance and kind of parsing out the responsibilities a little differently from, grants that might fund restoration, but then the landowner more on the hook for long-term maintenance, like those kinds of things. Does that make sense? My question,
Yeah.
Audrey?
Yep, totally. Yeah, so I think, yeah, one that I just reviewed, I think Nescoins, I really liked how they had broken it apart just like you're talking about. And so they have it broken down by stand, and each stand has like a different age class, and so each has different needs. And different, like some stands have more Swiss needle cast and are going to need to be managed in a different way than those that don't, and things like that. And so the forester broke it down for them as far as like what actions are needed with respect to like kind of annual maintenance, ongoing, like typical stuff that a land manager is doing. And then those like larger interventions, like when they need to go do a bigger thinning project or something like that. And so they have those budgets broken down stand by stand and year by year. And so then the district can use that and build it into their operating budget and then see what kinds of grants they need to go after for the rest of it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm willing to make the first of the four motions.
Okay.
Okay, I move the board approve the project scope change for Nesquin Regional Water District Grant 225-8016-24163 to drop parcels 6500 and 6200 and to add parcels 800, 6600, and 6601.
Okay. Mark Labhart proposed the motion and Mark Webb seconded.
Kelly, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
we're not dropping parcel 6200, just 6500.
Oh.
Oh,
It's only one parcel.
okay. Sorry. Thank you, Audrey, because that's in our motion. So
Come on, Mark, you fouled up.
It was.
In all fairness, I'm reading the staff recommendation.
I could have written it wrong. It wasn't an earlier version, but changed though.
okay, so Audrey, so it's just dropping parcel 6500?
Yes.
Okay.
Make sure we know what we're adding.
Okay.
Yep.
And adding 800, 6600, and then 6601.
So moved.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I see in my staff report now, we were like on the fence about what exactly we were doing, and I forgot to make that edit, and I apologize for the confusion.
Okay.
So amended. Okay.
Yeah, there's no change to the budget.
Okay. Lindsay McCleary,
Yes.
Kelly Coates,
Yes.
Russ Hoflick,
Yes.
Xavier Borja,
Yes.
Raya Bushnell,
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl,
Yes.
Chad Allen,
Yes.
Mark Webb,
Yes.
Mark Labhart,
Yes.
Liz Agpawa,
Yes.
Woody Wolf.
Yes.
Okay, motion number 1 has passed.
Okay, I think Liz is ready with the second motion.
Okay, second motion, extensions motion. I move the board approve extensions to the grant end dates to April 23rd, 2027 to Nescawan Regional Water District Grant Number 225-08016-24163, City of Rockaway Beach Grant Number 225-8016-24164, City of the Dalles Grant Number 225-8016-24165, and the City of Reedsport, Grant Number 225-8016-24166.
Second.
Okay, Liz proposed the motion, Xavier seconded.
Okie dokes. I'm going to go in reverse just to throw you guys off for a loop. Okay, Woody Wolf,
Yes.
Liz Agpawa,
Yes.
Mark Labhart,
Yes.
Mark Webb,
Yes.
Chad Allen,
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl,
Yes.
Raya Bushnell,
Yes.
Xavi Borja,
Yes.
Russ Hoflick,
Yes.
Kelly Coates,
Yes.
and Lindsay McCleary.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Russ.
Additional funds, the Dalles motion. I move the board award an additional $146,187 to the city of the Dalles, existing drinking water source protection grant number 225-8016-24165, as detailed in Table 2 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, Russ made the motion, Mark Labhart seconded. I'll hand it to you, Nicole.
Thank you. Woody Wolf,
Yes.
Liz Agpawa,
Yes.
Mark Labhart,
Yes.
Mark Webb,
Yes.
Chad Allen,
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl,
Yes.
Raya Bushnell,
Yes.
Xavier Borja,
Yes.
Russ Hoflick,
Yes.
Kelly Coates,
Yes.
Lindsay McCleary.
Yes.
I'm so good at writing Ys, you guys. Motion passes.
I move the board to award an additional $342,813 to the city of Rockaway Beach existing drinking water source protection grant number 225-8016-24164 as detailed in Table 2 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, Zavi proposed the motion, Lindsay McCleary seconded.
Woody Wolf,
Yes.
Liz Agpawa,
Yes.
Mark Labhart,
Yes.
Mark Webb,
Yes.
Chad Allen,
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl,
Yes.
Raya Bushnell,
Yes.
Xavi Borja,
Yes.
Russ Hoflick,
Yes.
Kelly Coates,
Yes.
Lindsay McCleary.
Yep.
Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, Audrey. Go enjoy your vacation, turn your phone and your computer off, completely disengage. I looked
I
at Renee.
will.
Renee was like, yeah, go for it, so.
I'm out. Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Audrey.
Thanks, and thank you, Renee, as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we are, slightly ahead of schedule here, yay. We are on to item H, the Forest Collaboration Grant Awards. This is going to be located on page 102 of your ebook. And I'm going to call up Eric Hartstein and Heidi Hartman for this. Oh, Heidi, you're online. Hi.
Okay, thank you, co-chairs Coates, McCleary. For the record, again, my name is Eric Hartstein, Senior Policy Coordinator, and I am joined virtually by Kyle Sullivan-Astor, who is the Federal Forest Restoration Program Lead with the Oregon Department of Forestry, who's going to give a little bit of background on the Forest Collaborative Program, and Heidi Hartman, who is OWEB's Federal Program Specialist, who will discuss the results of the spring grant offering for forest collaboratives, as well as the recommendations that are before the board. And I'll pass it over to you, Kyle.
Great, thanks, Eric. Yeah, co-chairs, Coates McCleary. For the record, my name is Kyle Sullivan. I serve as the Federal Forest Restoration Program Lead for the Oregon Department of Forestry, and I'm going to provide, I think, hopefully as brief as possible background for the board to sort of ground us and kick us into the decision making on selection of the successful awards for this offering. By way of setting context, this is an image that probably looks familiar to you. It's our state, and the 30 million acres or half the land cover of our state that's forested. And the next slide shows just how much of that forest is federally managed. So it's 60%, 17 million acres. It's the majority of our forests that are federally managed, and it just highlights or illustrates sort of the importance of those federal forests when we think about the Board of Forestry or the ODF's mission, but just as we think about forests more broadly in our state. Next slide shows a pictures tell 1,000 words. So this is just to illustrate sort of what the Federal Forest Restoration Program does and the type of things, the activities that we do. The left photo is an example of really the millions of acres of our federal forests in our state that are in need of restoration, resilience treatments. And so this is an example of some work that we've done to break up the connectivity to the fuels, to thin the forests, and return some of these stands to their natural range of variation, to a natural state, essentially. But we don't just do that. We do other things as well. The middle set of photos is an example of some road restoration. This is pretty common. We've got sedimentation concerns and delivery and erosion concerns on a whole bunch of our road systems on federal lands. We of course work to improve those, not just to reduce erosion, but also ensure the public can access their public lands. And then we also do invest directly or indirectly through partners in floodplain restoration work through the Federal Forest Restoration Program and our Good Neighbor Authority as well. And so that's what the right set of photos is. It's a before and after of a floodplain restoration project. Next slide, please. So what is the program? This basically represents the highest level of direction that we have as a program at OWF. We have a mission since the creation of the program in 2013 to accelerate the pace, scale, and quality of forest restoration to increase the resilience of Oregon's federal forests. And in 2018, the legislature passed a law making it a policy of the state to pursue projects under the Good Neighbor Authority that increase timber harvest volume, contribute to job creation, reduce wildfire risk to all lands, improve wildlife habitat and watershed health, and stimulate local economies. And so this again represents the highest level of direction that we have, and we anchor into this as we think about implementing the program's components. And that gets me to my next slide, which is those program components, and it kind of illustrates how we achieve that mission and adhere to that guiding legislation. We designed this program to be holistic, and so this is where these program components come in. So collaborative support, that's a component that does contain kind of why we're here today, this Forest Collaborative Grant Program. It also contains an ODF administered grant program called the TAS, or Technical Assistance Grant Program. We invest heavily in planning and project preparation. How do you get the compliance, the shovel-ready projects ready to be completed? You have to do a lot of planning and compliance work. And so we invest heavily with a lot of time and resources in planning federal forest planning and compliance, NEPA projects. That's what that component is. And then, of course, where the rubber meets the road, implementing commercial and non-commercial sort of fuels and restoration projects, but also habitat improvement, aquatic restoration, reforestation, a variety of quote unquote restoration or resilience activities are things that the program does and would fall under that program component. And then, of course, we actually do invest in monitoring. So did we achieve what we intended to achieve with some of these projects? We invest in that well, and that, of course, this is really just modeled after the adaptive management framework is the idea. So next slide will bring us to kind of why we're here today. So these are this is the Forest Collaborative Grant offering. This has been a part of the FFR, or Federal Forest Restoration Program, since 2013. So the last 13 years, we've had this grant offering. The goal is to increase the number, acreage, and complexity of collaboratively planned projects in Oregon. We've determined that that's critical to achieving the overall mission of the program. And we've been partnering with OWEB for the last 13 years with this grant offering. Why are we here? We are here because in January, you all approved the first round of this offering for the biennium, and there was funds left over. We didn't get as many applicants as there were funds, and so We reauthored the grant solicitation. We also expanded the scope. So traditionally, so for the last 13 years, this offering has been geared towards agreement-seeking forest collaboratives, groups of individuals that generally don't agree on the nature of forest management, the intensity and so forth, or whether it should occur at all. And the model over that period was to support these groups in their pursuit of some zone of agreement or areas of agreement where they can actually agree that something can take place and provide that commentary to the federal government so that they can move forward on projects. That's been the historical model. Where we expanded this offering is to what we're calling collective action forest collaboratives. These are groups that largely made up of folks that largely do agree that work does need to occur on public lands, but they may need support with pooling their resources or coordinating their efforts. Typically, this is work that they're doing across all lands, and so it often does contribute to the overall goal of the offering. And so that was kind of a big change to the scope, but it was intended to offer this to a wider variety of groups that have basically been created over the last 13 years. And so that was largely successful. We got, I think, 6 or 7 applicants that were more collective action support forest collaboratives and not necessarily agreement seeking or zones of agreement forest collaboratives. Agreement seeking was still a priority of the offering, and still is, because that work is harder and more resource intensive. So we did give preference to those zones of agreement applications or project types. But we did offer it again to these collective action support. Collaborative governance, this project type sort of in the middle here on the slide, is really governance for both types of groups. It's to support their ability to create a charter or some governance structure so that they can be most effective at either achieving zones of agreement or collectively coordinating their efforts. Let's go to the next slide. And then this is the last sort of background slide. The reason we're showing it is just to show trends over time. With this offering, it's been around, like I said, for the last 13 years. One important note is that this offering, this fund source, was eliminated by the legislature in the last long session. The reason we have funds for this go around, this biennium, was a one-time reallocation from different areas of the program, the Federal Forest Restoration Program, and some holdover funds from previous biennia. So that's why we have the $350,000 budget for the current biennium. But absent the legislature taking action in the next long session, this grant offering will unfortunately go away. There won't be any funds to support it, but I think so we wanted to make that point. Wanted to also make the point that there's been a relatively significant amount of funds to support these groups over the last 13 years, 5.8 million between this offering and the TAS, that technical assistance offering that ODF administered. And with that, I think we'll transition to Eric to talk about the review process.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. So the review process is pretty similar in this grant offering to other board-awarded grants. We have applications that are reviewed by a technical review team according to established criteria. In this case, it's OWEB's technical assistance criteria. We do have some supplemental criteria that were added to this that are specific to forest collaboratives. You can find those in attachment B to the staff report, by the way. At the meeting, the review team discusses strengths, concerns, according to that criteria, and makes a funding recommendation as well as a ranking of the applications to staff. So staff then take those recommendations from the review team, write up the evaluations, and then make a recommendation to the board based on available funding. So it's important to note that this time around, we had the amount recommended for funding exceed the amount of available funding. So we do have a funding line, and you will find that in attachment C. And I'm going to pass it over to Heidi to give some additional details on the grant offering and the funding recommendations.
Thanks, Eric. Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, Heidi Hartman, Federal Program Specialist with OWEB. So as you can see on the map, we had a total of $231,149 available for funding for this grant solicitation cycle. This money includes the $20,048 in unspent funds from a previous grant that was closed out. This money was recaptured back into the program and made available this cycle. Miriam, I think, talked about this in her spending plan presentation. So we received 9 applications for a total ask of $509,989. And based on the total funds that we have available, staff is recommending funding 4 projects for a total of $231,149. Projects that are represented by the green circles on the map are the ones that were recommended for funding.
I think we may have lost you.
Can you all hear me?
You're back.
You're back.
It's on our
You
end.
took a break.
Oh, she's moving.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, where did you stop hearing me? I'll go back.
Green circles, Heidi.
Should I just start over, or did you hear my information on this slide?
We just heard green circles.
Oh, okay, sorry, thank you. So yeah, the projects that are represented by green circles on the map are the 4 projects that staff are recommending for funding for this cycle. And you can find more details on our funding recommendations in attachment C of the Forest Collaborative staff report. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. So this is our first project recommended for funding. It was ranked number 1, and it's an OWEB request of $64,947. The Southern Willamette Forest Collaborative supports the Oak Ridge West Fir communities within the Willamette National Forest. And the Oak Ridge West Fir community is entirely surrounded by federal forest land and faces ongoing risk from large high-severity wildfire. This project will build on established zones of agreements and active partnerships to increase the pace and scale of restoration by supporting the communities that drive these decision-making efforts, such as the Land Planning Coordination Committee, the Implementation Advisory Committee, and the Fire Safe Council. Activities include developing collaborative input on the East Oak Ridge Strategy and Rigdon restoration projects, as well as preparing recommendations and zones of agreement for the Aubrey-Kitson environmental assessment and coordinating with the Forest Service for their planning and implementation activities. Next slide, please. Okay. Great, so this is our second project recommended for funding. The OWEB ask was $64,602. The Deschutes Forest Collaborative works across the Deschutes National Forest in Central Oregon in a heavily valued and used landscape that surrounds the Bend, Sun River, Lapine, and Sun River communities. And the current zones of agreements do require an update to remain relevant in the coming decades because they're currently grounded in a historic range of variability, which does remain appropriate for many areas of the forest, but is becoming less reliable as climate change alters forest conditions. And so to address this, the applicant will develop a future desires conditions addendum that will update the existing zone of agreement and provide strategic, non-prescriptive guidance that can be used by the Deschutes National Forest in project planning. Next slide. Great. So this is our third project recommended for funding with an OWEB ask of $84,467. The Northern Blues Forest Collaborative works across Umatilla and Wallowa Whitman National Forests. The application is requesting funding for both collaborative governance and zones of agreement. The collaborative governance work will update and adopt a charter. They're also looking to develop an operations manual and engagement strategy. They want to finalize their strategic plan. So they have a lot of work that they want to do under the collaborative governance, and they'll also touch and refine a process for developing zones of agreements and other forms of shared guidance that they can use to help inform forest management on the national forest. And next slide, please. Oh, great. So this is the fourth ranked project. The Wild Rivers Coast Forest Collaborative is based in Curry and Coos counties down in Southern Oregon, and they work across the Road River Siskiyou National Forests. The key forest collaborative activities that they're proposing and with this project is to support coordination with the National Forest on fuels reduction, developing a potential operational delineation and NEPA ready project planning. They're also looking to advance tribal community and partner engagement, as well as supporting workforce and market discussions related to biomass utilization and non-timber forest projects. So this particular project, staff is recommending to fund this project at a reduced amount of $17,133, and that is due to our limited funding. The original ask was $19,800. Our recommendation would be to reduce the budget by $2,667. We did discuss this proposal with the applicant. They were agreeable to the fund reduction, and they did feel that they could easily adjust their scope of work and budget to reflect the recommended award amount. And with that, I think we're on to the next slide. Any questions?
Sarah.
Yeah, thanks. I keep on making this clink. Thanks for that presentation. In a former life, I was an advisory member on the Southern Willamette Forest Collaborative, and I'm very familiar with the good work that that group has done and continues to do. And one of the comments, Kyle, that you made in your presentation was that it sounds like this sort of capacity funding, or maybe that's not quite the right word, collaborative grant funding is essentially coming to a cliff, like a funding cliff. And so I'm curious, knowing of the good work that at least some of these groups are doing, and I'm assuming many are doing, what's the sort of prognosis for some of these groups without being able to get these zones of agreement and really, in terms of their role in reducing conflict so that we can have better managed forests, which essentially, gets at the wildfire risk, and it gets at rural economic issues, jobs, that kind of thing. So just understanding the benefit that these groups provide at addressing many of the factors that we're seeing on the landscapes. And then, how are these groups, are there other funding mechanisms that you're seeing on the horizon to be able to fund some of these groups, given that, if I heard you right, that the funds are no longer going to be available? Thanks.
No, you heard it right. And the short answer, the prognosis is not good. This has been kind of, I would say, just not taken for granted is probably the wrong term, but it's been sort of assumed that this funding, it's not even a whole lot of funding. It's been $500,000 for the last 6 biennia. But it is important for the reasons you mentioned. And there really isn't federal funds would be the replacement, the only surrogate to support these groups, and they do to a degree through the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program. And then there's an NFF, National Forest Foundation grant offering that covered Oregon, covered Washington, and other states, but it was not anywhere near the amount of funding that this has offered over the last, again, 6 biennia. So in short, the prognosis is not that good for these groups like the Southern Willamette Forest Collaborative. They're going to have to, pivot to other grant offerings, or unfortunately, disband, as we've seen with, for instance, the Clackamas Stewardship Partners, or other groups that haven't received funding in the past. So yeah, the short answer is it's not the best situation for these agreement-seeking forest collaboratives that are really the thrust of why the program, the grant offering, was created. So,
Russ.
So also in a previous life, I moved from the Oregon State Vice President and Senior Policy Advisor for the Restoring America's Forest Program. So as a state director, then shifted, did that for 3 years. And the focus was on building the relationships with the Forest Service and the BLM to make sure that the state of Oregon would be able to effectively compete for the federal funds as well as other critical fire-prone states around the nation and build the science behind the programs. And I'm really concerned that if Oregon is not standing up to make a minimal investment, what kind of message that is going to send to our federal partners, and where there's a highly competitive landscape for collaborative projects in other states that also need resources. This is just a very sad day for me to hear that Oregon is, when we say that we have significant fires and unprecedented fire scales, to turn our backs on this program is very disturbing.
Can I share a quick reflection on that? Maybe in part so Kyle doesn't have to. Totally agree, Russ, and I do want to remind folks we have a long arc before us in terms of lead up to budget development and legislative session, and many phases of budget development that the public can weigh in on. And so there comes a point at which we're limited in our ability to advocate for some of these things. And I won't speak for the state forester, but I know that they face some of the same constraints in this budget environment that we do. But everybody who's an individual and goes to represents themselves as an individual is, welcome to weigh in through those various phases on the importance of these programs. And I do believe they're really important, and it's really admirable the kind of work that's taken place under this program, given the relatively limited amount of funding available for it. We were disappointed to see it cut last time, that's for sure.
Mark Webb.
I was just going to add, Sarah, both the Southern Willamette Partnership and Wallowa Resources are good examples where any more forest collaboration is not the primary focus. So they've expanded the scope of work and services to make both to address the need as well as open themselves up to additional funding. So those are some of the ways in which they might continue, but in a reduced scope.
Okay, not seeing any additional questions. Good.
They're moving fast today.
I know.
Brought through this. I need a fire.
Mark, we have matching shawls.
Mark, are you doing it? There he goes.
Which one is it?
Pull your mic down, Mark.
I moved the board of
Can you pull
order.
his mic
His
down?
mic down. He's all wrapped up.
That's what this is for. I move the board award $231,149 for staff recommended projects as shown in attachment C with an award date of July 28th, 2026.
I second.
Okay, Mark Webb made the motion and Liz seconded. Nicole?
Lindsay McCleary,
Yes.
Kelly Coates,
Yes.
Russ Hoflick,
Yes.
Xavier Borja,
Yes.
Raya Bushnell,
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl,
Yes.
Chad Allen,
Yes.
Mark Webb,
Yes.
Mark Labhart,
Yes.
Liz Agpawa,
Yes.
and Woody Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Eric. Really appreciate it. And Dan, I see your hand up.
I'm just happy that Mark Webb made the motion, and I'm hoping that the YouTube captured his style statement over there for prosperity.
Probably didn't, so I should just leave it on there.
Yes, okay. Thank you all so much. We are going to take a quick break. We will be back here at 3:35. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back in. I know people are wandering. It's late in the afternoon. We have one item left, so we're in the home stretch for today. So we're going to move into item I. I'm going to give people just a minute to wander back in. Land acquisition update and initial recommendations. This is on your ebook, page 108. And I see Renee Davis is ready for us. We are not ready for you.
They're totally fine. I'll just sit here.
Yeah. Let me go.
Where is everybody? I think Nicole went to corral.
Oh, I think I see some staff corralling folks. Thanks. I tried. I did it twice.
Should we do Kelly's shear?
Yeah.
If we want to get really serious, we just ask everybody.
We probably need everybody. We're already back on and starting.
Kelly will be right here. She says start without her.
Okay, I think, Renee, yeah, please proceed.
Okay, and actually first I'll ask Linda, do we have Miriam and Robin on? Okay, perfect. Okay. Good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. So for this agenda item, I focused on land acquisition program modernization. I'm joined by a whole team of folks who have helped to make this a reality. So of course, Sarah, our fearless leader, and then online we have Miriam Forney, OWEB's land acquisition coordinator. We have Robin Meacher, who is our Oregon Ag Heritage Program Conservation Easement Specialist. We don't have Audrey Squires because she's now vacationing. And I just want to, I appreciate the acknowledgement earlier about all of the work that's gone into this, and this absolutely has been a team effort among the five of us, coordinating and communicating and asking for consultation from other OWEB staff, a whole host of partners, tribal partners, grantees, applicants, and the ARE committee members. So huge thanks to all of those folks, because we are at the point of being able to offer some initial recommendations as part of the process. So we have talked for the last many meetings off and on about land acquisition modernization. This is focused on the Measure 76 program that's outlined in the Constitution and the agency statutes, with a specific focus on land protection for significant habitat for native fish and wildlife species. So I'll provide an update about the various work streams that we included in the program modernization process, and then we will begin outlining the preliminary recommendations, some of which will be proposed to you for potential approval today by the board, along with some additional recommendations that will require a little bit more work between now and the October board meeting. So just a quick reminder, you did see written comment from Coalition of Oregon Land Trust, the Oregon Land Justice Project, and also the Nature Conservancy, and then you heard from Joe from Colt earlier today during verbal public comment. If we could hold all but clarifying questions until the end of the presentation, we will have plenty of time for Q&A and discussion. That said, as we're going through the presentation, I would ask for Dan and Russ, and also Kelly and Mark as ARE co-chairs and members respectively, if there are pieces that you feel from your experience, your perspective, the discussions that happen in the committee context that you want to chime in on that we have too light a touch on, please just do chime in during the presentation if there's something that you feel like would be helpful to underscore during the outline. So because I'm a Luddite, Linda's navigating the PowerPoint for me because I can't have two laptops at once. So Linda, if we could go to the next slide, that would be great. Perfect. Okay. So in terms of background, and we've talked about this over the last several meetings, so the land acquisition modernization process was launched in early 2025. It was in response to both direction from Governor Tina Kotek, broadly about looking for opportunities within the agency for things like streamlining of grant programs where possible, improving customer service experience, and then also some specific focus on the land acquisition program and looking for opportunities to make it more accessible and customer friendly, I would say, removing any unnecessary sideboards on it. In addition, when Sarah became our executive director, she was really interested in how can we think through differently integrating across programs, having fewer silos. I think to Dan, your point about we get these programs, we might have limited duration staff. Are there ways that we can leverage staff across programs, think about commonalities across programs, and do all of that in the context of having an accessible experience for our customers and our grantees? So the modernization process really has aimed to address what have been fairly longstanding, ongoing concerns and some challenges, and identify refinements and opportunities for some program changes to solve those problems through time. So it is a modernization process that has a work plan with multiple process streams. We'll talk about those shortly. And it's been informed by so many touch points over the years, really, but certainly in the last 18 months or so. So I mentioned applicants, grantees, and other interested parties. We really appreciate Colt's involvement in helping us co-convene multiple listening sessions, multiple coordination points, even harking back to 2021 with federally recognized tribes. And generally, the feedback that we've gotten that ultimately informed the process was some feedback or frustration, questions about some philosophical issues, which in just a bit you'll hear me describe as foundational questions, agency culture, and then different process pieces. So Linda, if you could go to the next slide. All right, so the work streams, you've seen these before, but I'll touch on them briefly. So we had 3 primary work streams, and then that 4th work stream really is a placeholder. So the ARE committee has been leaning in since March of 2025 was the first meeting where we were talking about this. So it feels like you've been hearing about this for a long time because you have been hearing about this for quite some time. So this really was an opportunity to tackle some of these philosophical questions, some of the foundational questions, give the committee an opportunity to take a deeper dive than we can do with an 18-person board to help translate some of this pretty heady content to the board, and then offer learnings and recommendations that just are not possible in very crowded quarterly meetings of the full board. We have a tribal work stream that again harks back to some initial outreach as far back as 2021, inviting input from federally recognized tribes about all of Oregon's or all of OWEB's grant programs, but we did specifically during that get some feedback on the land acquisition program that we did some subsequent follow-up on. So really focus that work stream on sovereignty issues of particular concern to the federally recognized tribes. We had a work stream focused on doing some initial streamlining to get at some of the direction, both from Governor Kotek and Sarah's interests in terms of program streamlining and integration in advance of the 2025 grant cycle. So you all made those awards back in April. Thank you again. And then we did have this placeholder of potentially rulemaking. We weren't sure what was going to emerge out of the modernization process, so just wanted to hold space for that. If you go to the next slide, please. All right, so let's talk about where we've been with each of these work streams. So again, the ARE committee really did focus on those 4 foundational questions that we structured fairly early on in the process. So one was focused on the use by the agency of conservation easements to meet the statutory requirement for a title restriction on land acquisition investments. Significant habitat, both kind of current conditions of habitat as applications come into the program, and then also future expectations for future habitat conditions for projects that are funded. The question of how habitat related land acquisition investments can either dovetail with or maybe be in conflict with other uses or multiple uses. So things like cultural uses, working lands uses, public access and recreation. And then finally, risk tolerance, in the sense that a lot of the feedback we've gotten is OWEB could probably benefit by reflecting on the level of risk tolerance that the agency has been willing to endure through time. So in terms of progress to date, we have been meeting on this since March of 2025. We've had multiple panels, authors of measures 66 and 76, grantee panels, tribal panel, a lot of input from diverse interested parties, and deep discussions of each one of these 4 foundational topics, in addition to just overall kind of agency culture and expectations relative to how OWEB generally manages our grant program. So at the March ARE committee meeting, the committee charged staff with bring us some draft recommendations. We are ready for that. So at the June meeting, we did review the recommendations drafted by staff with the committee and got some great feedback from the committee. And so we'll move into that, a couple stages of that that we'll dig into when we get to the recommendations. All right, and then Linda, next slide, please. All right, so tribal work stream, we've touched on a lot of this, builds on a lot of past work with federally recognized tribes, very specifically focuses on substantive and process issues of particular concerns to tribes. You may remember last, I think it was October, we did distribute to all of the federally recognized tribes in Oregon and the Nez Perce tribe a memo to begin outlining some of the legal options that are available to the agency associated with some of the feedback that we've heard about tribal concerns and some potential policy options for tribes to be thinking about where are your areas of interest, where are priorities from each of your perspectives. We did invite some additional feedback at the December ARE committee meeting from a tribal panel, had great representation, I think, of 6 or 7 tribes at that panel. And then we, in June, did discuss some initial recommendations from the tribal workstream with the ARE committee. So we'll talk about those also. Linda, next slide, please. All right, so the 2025 streamlining, even though that's in the rear view, I do want to touch on it because it's going to have relevance for something we talk about later. So this was a well-scoped process to begin doing some of that initial streamlining. Where can we be responsive to some of the feedback we've heard, but without venturing into the space of the board, which is our decisional board that provides direction. That said, across OWEB's grant programs, staff do have latitude so long as we are tracking from statute to administrative rule to any additional direction that you provide to us. We have the ability to think about the questions we ask in grant applications, to think through adjustments, to review processes, how we present funding recommendations to you. So we really took that opportunity in advance of the last grant cycle in 2025 to begin implementing some of those streamlining opportunities, but again, without getting out ahead of the board on your deliberations. And I think so, and then we talked about the 4th work stream, which was a placeholder for rulemaking, and I would say we are not there yet. So Linda, could you go to the next slide? All right, so now let's dig into the categories of recommendations. Linda, thank you for putting together also a beautiful PowerPoint. So you'll see the left-hand side of this slide focuses on the ARE committee work. The right-hand side of the slide focuses on the tribal workstream. There certainly are some interconnections here and there, but we do want to make sure we retain some separation between those given sovereign considerations as we're working with federally recognized tribes. So you will see that we've chunked that also into 2 steps. So essentially, shortly we'll talk about preliminary recommendations that have emerged from the ARE committee work that we're putting before you today for possible signaling of some approval on. And again, I'll talk a little bit more shortly as to why the timing issues. There were a set of things we talked about with ARE in June, and Dan and I just talked a little bit about that great feedback from the committee, and they're fairly complex topics, things like content of this conservation easement template, how you establish interconnections between things like a conservation easement, a baseline document, and a management plan, and how do we strike the right balance there and hit the mark in terms of maybe having more risk tolerance. Given the timing of the June ARE committee meeting, we could not put all of that together for you in advance of this board meeting. So we are going to share some ideas and plans for the second set of recommendations, but those will not come to you for consideration until October. So same in terms of tribal workstream, we have some things that are fairly obvious, would like to share with you today for some early signaling, and then we can talk about plans for more complex aspects of the tribal workstream recommendations that will come to you probably not necessarily in October, maybe pieces in October, but in subsequent meetings as we follow up and have individual conversations with the federally recognized tribes. I think, Linda, we can go to the next slide. All right, so in terms of, just before we dig into the recommendations, some operating principles, underlying principles emerged from the ARE discussion. So one, I think, clear acknowledgement that not all risks are equal. This goes back to that risk tolerance feedback that we've gotten. It would be really helpful for the agency to identify areas of highest risks or concerns focus here, focus more attention there, rather than kind of trying to solve all problems that could come up in the context of a land acquisition grant. Approach grant making with an adaptive management lens. That's a core part of what our direction from the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, and I think also from the Oregon Conservation Strategy, both of which are referenced in our statute. And create some space for learning and dialogue and less prescription up front. Let's make sure we have the necessary sideboards, but then have plenty of space for communication, learning, and adjusting accordingly. Associated with that, taking a shoulder-to-shoulder approach with our grantees, including sharing some risk. If we can say we will have increased risk tolerance on some things, be willing to share some risk up front, then that provides an opportunity for our grantees to do what they do, which is intending to secure and then subsequently manage land for the purposes of conservation. We recognize that the recommendations really do need to balance flexibility and accountability. We're a public funder. We need to be able to be accountable for the investments we make, and it feels as though we can do that with some additional flexibility built in associated with adaptive management. Identifying the best point of intervention. So rather than saying, let's take a run at statutory changes, which typically are kind of difficult to do from the outset, really thinking what warrants a statutory change, what is an administrative rule change, and what can be adjusted in program guidance or program implementation. So identifying those points of intervention. And then sharing ideas about next steps. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but things like what I think was referenced in Joe's comment, or maybe Russ's question and Joe's response, opportunities to basically figure out what is next from here by working in partnership via internal and external work groups with applicants and grantees for the program. That's oftentimes something that OWEB does in the midst of continuous improvement. So I think, Linda, we can go to the next slide. All right, so we're getting into the recommendations, finally. Thank you for your patience. So we'll start with the ARE recommendations. These are included in Attachment A, and this slide focuses on Table 1 of Attachment A. So I'll walk through this slide. I would note that I don't know what color that font is, dark red, sienna, something like that. Ochre. So where you see things like habitat and risk tolerance, that is a connection back to the foundational questions that were tackled by the ARE committee. So just wanting you to see that connection back to the charge that was given to them. And then the parenthetical number letter combinations are which row in the table we're referring to, because we're not going to walk through each one of these, but give some examples. So the first category, refined solicitation and application review process. So a few examples that you'll see in Table 1 and Attachment A. So incorporating a technical review team that convenes and talks through together the slate of applications before us as part of the land acquisition grant program. Historically, we still will have a multi-part process, including an ecological review, but we've had folks provide written reviews. And so having a team of folks that come together and can sort through things and ensuring that that has diverse expertise in terms of habitat types, different species of concern, and also geographies, because this is a statewide program. So that's one proposed change. Another is continuing to use the 2004 board-adopted conservation principles. Those are very soundly based in conservation biology, but making an adjustment instead of relying on those 2004 priorities for species and habitats, leveraging the 2026 Oregon State Wildlife Action Plan. That's a great resource that we should really be tapping into as part of our grant making. So an adjustment there. Change in due diligence process. So a few examples of that. We've talked about increasing the level of risk that the agency is willing to incur at the application stage, really trying to signal in our program guidance, make sure in terms of project soundness and legal considerations, you're thinking about, these key topics rather than please tell us about every potential legal consideration associated with your property and how you would solve that, trying to have some additional nuance in terms of due diligence. And then encouraging folks, if you think you might bump into a challenge, please be open about that in the application process, such that if you're funded during the 18-month due diligence period, we can have a more collaborative process associated with problem solving. It's not that we haven't had any collaborative process, but just feeling as though it's more of a shoulder-to-shoulder, proactive conversation. I'm gonna take a sip of water. All right, the third category is refining the management plan process. So things like making adjustments to being clear on acceptable uses for cultural practices involving federally recognized tribes who either may own a property or be partnering with a land trust or another grantee, and also associated reporting expectations for those, being sensitive to considerations around sovereignty and some culturally sensitive information. Balancing habitat and other or multiple uses. We did have a request in the context of the modernization process. Please don't call it other uses. Can you just call it multiple uses? So again, things like working lands, public access and recreation. So in those cases, again, working with federally recognized tribes to scope what type of space we can create for infrastructure associated with things like cultural gatherings, because that has not really been a space that folks have felt like there is an opportunity for, but things like if you could maybe have some bathrooms or a small parking space or small shelter space if you're doing some cultural gathering or having other tribal uses of the property. Completely separately from tribal cultural uses, though, also thinking through refinement of the process by which multiple uses are considered, and whether we're talking about at time of application, how do we encourage folks to describe for us, how might you be doing sustainable forestry, or how might you be thinking about using flash grazing as a tool in your project? So having some space for folks to be thinking about multiple uses there, but then also for projects that have been funded, if a change is proposed, creating a little bit more space for thinking through what that balance of habitat and multiple uses are. And then finally, increasing risk tolerance while accounting for ensuring accountability. So really here, it's trying to, I think, adjust our risk tolerance to feel a little bit more like some of our sister OWEB programs. And then when we're thinking through risk considerations, making sure that we're considering nuance around what's the probability of a risk actually happening, what's the severity of it if it does happen. Again, kind of moving towards a little bit more risk tolerance and nuance rather than more of an equal distribution of potential risk. So I think I'll stop there and see if Miriam or Sarah or Robin have anything to add, because we've got more, right? And this is not the end of the presentation, but I'll see if anyone else has anything to add. And then if there are clarifying questions, we're happy to take those.
I'm out, Renee. You guys have gotten so far over my head in some of this work. I'm looking at Miriam and Robin, and I have very little to add to this process. I think it's going so well.
So Miriam, Robin, anything you want to chime in with that I missed? Okay.
Liz, do you have a clarifying question?
I do, but I think maybe toward the end, because it's sort of an overarching question.
Okay.
Dan, clarification?
I'll just chime in a little bit to say that this conversation has been very broad. There's been, the ARE committee meetings have been very active with public engagement and the land trust community, so the discussion has been very well informed.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, so I think, Linda, can you go to the next slide? All right, so you'll be happy to know that I'm going to do a much lighter touch on these, because this is just the sneak preview for other ARE recommendations that are not yet ready for prime time. So we will be coming to you in October with those, but I wanted to give you a sense of the subject matter. So things like revising the conservation easement template to get at some issues related to risk tolerance, as an example. adjusting our approach to considerations around future habitats and how that's future habitat conditions and expectations and how that's described in the conservation easement and also following through to the management plan. Further refining the management plan process, already I mentioned some adjustments to management planning, but really thinking through, are there ways to have that be maybe less prescriptive, more open to grantees' approach that they're interested in bringing to management planning, and also really thinking through how, if and how that's utilized in compliance monitoring of our easements. It's a responsibility for us since we hold an easement on fee title projects to do compliance monitoring, but we also don't fund subsequent stewardship or restoration. So being a little bit sensitive to how that's utilized in the compliance monitoring space. Some additional work on balancing habitat and multiple uses, clarifying, making sure to clarify if you all have expectations, base expectations about the types of projects that come in the door. And then just, again, a placeholder for, there are some areas that we think if we ultimately embark on rulemaking after some learning time following implementation of the recommendations, there are some ideas we have for topics within rulemaking. But again, we'll talk with you more about all of these topics in October, but just wanted to give you a sneak peek. I don't know, Dan and Russ and Kelly and Mark, if there's anything from the ARE conversations about this kind of staged approach and kind of meatiness of the topics on this slide that you want to comment on?
Sure. I just think that the power of having at the table our tribal team and having Colt, the Land Trust Alliance, the Land Justice Group, I have found that the most constructive conversations have been when all input has been gathered and the dialogue between the groups have been together. I find that the tribal work stream is very relevant to the other work stream and vice versa. And I really appreciate the space where there's been a safe conversation between the land trust community at large and how the OWEB staff has been able to listen and take a hold of those issues and try to find creative solutions. And I feel like we're so close to full consensus. And that's why I asked the hard questions on the four really important but remaining issues that Colt had raised today. And I just hope that there's a commitment that before we go final, that those four issues, it would be really nice to see them resolved and creatively resolved before we go to a final vote in October.
Kelly, yeah.
Yeah, I'll add. I appreciate this phased approach because there are definitely things, topics and subjects that we've discussed that we felt were ready to bring to the board, but some that we're just not quite there yet, and still need to be fleshed out a little bit. But I do think it's helpful to bring it in a phased approach, especially just reflecting back on some of the things that we heard yesterday when we were all talking about giving you all a bit of a preview or bringing things to you and having you kind of talk through it and get a temperature for what you're thinking with it. So I think that this approach has been really good. It is a lot to tackle and multifaceted and multi-layered. I do appreciate the conversations that we've had as well. I mentioned earlier how impressed I've been working through the tribal work stream as well. And I think one thing I really do appreciate as well is the continued conversations with tribes to get feedback on that and how we can refine things a bit more. And when we hit a point where we have questions or, how is this, where are we going to go with this? Stopping and saying, let's re-engage with the tribes. And I've just really appreciated that approach. So yeah, I'll say for now.
So I'll go ahead with my clarifying question because it tags on to yours, Kelly. So I also appreciate any tool that allows us, like you said in the phase approach, Kelly, to take these smaller bites on really complicated issues. And I think just in my career, land acquisitions is some of the more complicated things that we can do. And it intentionally takes a long time. And a lot of people don't understand that, but it's actually meant to take a long time. We've done 9 straight up decisions today, and this is the first time, because we're trying to do something new, that we're saying we're making a decision to signal support, which I don't think we've ever done before. It's a new kind of motion. So I just want to see if my definition, as I sit here today and learning about it, matches what your all expectations are. So what I look at this as, and I think it's a really positive thing, as sort of a check the course, is how I use it in leadership. We're checking the course to see if you all understand or, mostly on board, and I wouldn't know use one of the hand signals kind of a thing from what we learned, what we heard recently. So is that what you're thinking, Renee, and the folks that put this together? Because if it's check the course, then there's room. There's room, even though, these are what we're going to bring, and you said you're going to bring more. There's going to be room for a full and robust conversation and dialogue this fall. Am I expressing that correct?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Liz. And I would say that with a friendly amendment, which is on slide 13, but I'm happy to give a sneak preview of it now. So yes, check the course in terms of the table 1 in attachment A for ARE committee recommendations, and then the category 1 in attachment B for the tribal recommendations, which we'll get to. Those absolutely check the course on this because these seem quite well baked at this point. And we have 2 slides describing things we'll be bringing to you in October. So what I just presented in that October bucket, and we have one for tribal also, although it's even past October. But that will be that space you're talking about for a more robust conversation, because this is where it's all coming together. The amendment I would make, though, is on the signaling support today, to the degree that you can do that, that will enable us to do another round of streamlining. In fact, Miriam and Robin and Audrey already have scoped, if the board supports what is in table 1 and supports category A of tribal, here are the types of adjustments we would make to application questions, to program guidance, to our review team process. So we would try to keep this positive momentum of streamlining, continuous improvement going. If you signal support for those July items, we would incorporate that for the cycle that we intend to launch in early September, because we don't want to lose momentum with the interest and demand that we're seeing with the program, and also with the really positive dynamic that's being created with tribal partners, with applicants, with grantees.
Thank you.
Sarah, then Dan.
I had something to add that just evaporated out of my head, but I think I want to second and kind of reinforce what Renee said, because I think it's been an onion peeling experience, right? Like the deeper we got, and there was a little bit of weeping towards the end. And a lot of the changes that are implied by what we're asking you to recommend today are really pretty deep in program guidance. And it's not necessarily the kind of thing we would normally even bring to the board, but we also recognize this program has undergone a lot of development over the years without that sort of course check with the board. And so that gut check is important even though it's the kind of thing that we might not normally ask for a formal vote on, we are going to just kind of continue to go deeper and deeper and deeper. And it's hit a point, I mean, I wasn't joking when I said it's gotten over my head. It's become difficult for me to engage, and it's been difficult it's approaching a level where it really needs to come outside of committee conversations and be in a work group with partners that engage deeply with the program. And before we start heading folks down that road, we really want that philosophical checkpoint with the board to see if there's agreement. So I just do want to clarify, Liz, it's not like we're getting a temperature check now and then you'll have a robust discussion about exactly the same thing in October, but we're giving you a checkpoint along the road. And as Renee said, we'll continue to work deeper and deeper on work that probably is not necessarily normally at the board level, but that we really want to have that loop back with you.
So I've got Dan, then Russ, but I'm going to chime in and just say some of those deeper conversations are happening in the committee and everyone's able to attend the committee. So that might be a spot where you want to tune in a little bit deeper. Dan.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Liz, from my perspective on the committee, right, I think when we went into this under the governor's direction to sort of make some improvements, I think we initially thought there was going to be some pretty major kind of rulemaking changes necessary. And through this process of eye-watering from the onion, I wouldn't say I was crying, but there was definitely eye-watering. Simply because there was a vast amount of conversations, very, very meaningful conversations. I mean, our constituents in Oregon are very forthcoming with here are some problems. But what we realized in having these conversations was these are problems that we can start solving now without going through rulemaking. So what's being asked of the full board right now is just to say, hey, we're gonna try to implement some of these changes that we can fix some of these problems right now that don't need major kind of rulemaking efforts. As we still kind of look into some of these other questions about the CE and how much we can push that before it breaks sort of thing. So that's what I think we're trying to do is as we move, take care of some of these things and make things move more efficiently. We're already seeing the response from the applicants. We're seeing the bump up, which is why we're talking about putting more money in there because people are kind of seeing the results of, hey, okay, well, maybe we can work shoulder to shoulder with OWEB and get some of this important work done. That's my perspective.
Russ, and then I might ask Renee to finish because there may be more discussion.
So I really feel like we're at a point where it's like climbing Mount Everest. You're about to summit the mountain. You've put extraordinary effort in, but you need a technical support team to just get you over the top. Oxygen. Yeah, a little bit more oxygen, thank you. And I'm so confident that the support team that we've had through this process, if they're given a little bit more time with staff, we're going to hit the summit and be at a point where we get full support. But I do appreciate the conversation and check-in at this point, but I think we're really close.
Most people die on the way down.
Mark Webb, did you want to weigh in?
Thanks, Russ. I just wanted to add, for my part, Renee's up here, but it should be some, board members up there. We really asked Renee and other staff, based on the range of conversations and depth of conversations we were having, to start to tell us what they think could make really important changes, and we gave them that permission. And as I think about this, it's, for me, us, Brian, Russ, me, Kelly, asking you all to give them that same permission to take it further. So it really is a request from the RE committee. It is via the staff, But I think that's the way to think about it. So it is both open-ended, but it's also pretty substantial in what's probably going to come out of it. But it's probably by and via the people who know best, both local staff and then their partners. So that's how I'm looking at it. We're requesting you to give them that permission to continue on down something that seems pretty good. I mean, that's me. That's how I'm looking at it.
Did you pull up the PowerPoint again?
What's that?
No, I was talking with Linda.
She's asking for the presentation to be pulled back up.
Okay, we're close. 3 slides.
All of that was good, Mark, except that you call me Brian.
That's because I dropped the blanket.
I didn't know I was giving you a security blanket.
Consider it a compliment, Dan.
Okay, so in terms of the tribal work stream, same situation, we have kind of 2 stages. And again, just want to underscore, the tribal recommendations really are grounded in a recognition of tribal sovereignty. So that's why they're connected to ARE recommendations, but we are differentiating from. So in terms of the recommendations for July, so I mentioned the tribal cultural uses, that connects back to that ARE recommendation. Again, the infrastructure related to cultural uses, so setting an intention to have direct follow-up conversations with tribes about what would this look like in practice. Updating as needed management plan guidance to account for that allowable use and different expectations, kind of more modest expectations of reporting of cultural uses. We got some feedback about confusion associated with the specific tribal notification that occurs as part of our tribal and public involvement step with our land transaction programs. So clarifying that notification. And then in coordination with Kelly as the board's tribal representative and also with Kelly and Lindsay together as co-chairs, committing to follow-up meetings with each of the federally recognized tribes. Linda, if you could go to the next slide. And at those meetings, we will circle back on some of the specifics on things that like grant agreement, content, conservation easement, template, content, even with adjustments to those, would some tribes still have concerns about transfer to trust opportunities or feasibility? Thinking through, are there some rule-based changes? Are there some statutory changes that are warranted? But rather than making an assumption about what we come up with from the ARE recommendations that we'll bring to you in October, being very deliberate and understanding for each tribe, what are their priorities? Where would they like to see work happen? So that we can have, I think, a very well-informed set of recommendations to bring back to you in terms of this is the direction that the tribal work stream is going. Okay, so Linda, I think we can go to the last slide. And we've talked about some of this already. So in terms of implementation next steps, and I gave you that sneak peek. So an incredibly important consideration for all of this has been, how do we avoid, if at all possible, having to pause or delay a next grant cycle? So land acquisitions are annual cycles. Miriam typically opens those cycles in late summer, early fall. We have enough time by doing that to get through the review process, bring you something at an April board meeting. So we want to commit, given interest, demand, re-engagement, to having a cycle and trying to keep it as close to the mark as possible. So as we talked about earlier, that was some of the thinking around the 2 stages for the Table 1 and Attachment A, Category 1 of the tribal changes. We're already scoping what changes to applications, guidance, the review process would be implemented, and could they be implemented this cycle if you all signal support for those? And we feel like, yes, they will be. We've talked about it as a staff. We've identified what is feasible. All of those things are feasible unless they involve a conversation with federally recognized tribes. That will wait. but some of those tribal issues will not need to wait, things like allowing space for cultural uses and not having required detailed reporting. We can do that and still open a cycle in early July. No, early September. Sorry, no. The next, so that is our hope, is to get some feedback from you all about that. We would then come back to you in October on those meatier issues. To your point, Liz, have the deep conversation about the full package based on where you all land with that and the direction you give to us. That is when we really dig in earnest to prepping for the 2027 cycle and doing things like convening internal and external work groups to really sort through all of the specifics of what do those conservation easement template changes look like? How are we restructuring a management planning process and expectations around that? So having a through line to do some additional streamlining before the 26th cycle opens, but knowing we are hopefully after October going to have a set of recommendations or direction from all of you that will inform a pretty significant overhaul in advance of the 27 solicitation. So I think the last slide, Linda, you can confirm this for me, is the questions for us and discussion.
Thank you for a really thorough presentation. Yeah, great job. Okay, additional questions or comments on the land acquisition update? Okay, Chad.
I think this might be a question of some maybe 101 on the application process, but I was just interested to get a review, I guess, of the requirement for certain applications for public buy-in, impacts to adjacent land uses, and things like that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chad. So we have a community impacts and benefits evaluation criterion, and Miriam and Robin and Audrey and I have just been talking through some adjustments to that to really get clear on. We have questions related to what have your communications been to tribal partners? What have your communications been to local government, county commissions, as an example? What does engagement look like with your local community? And so that could be coordination with neighbors. That could be partnering with a an implementation partner. That could be a special interest group. So really inviting our applicants to give us a range of understanding to gauge that community benefit and impact, and ask them to explicitly describe, what do you view? What are you talking in these communications about related to benefits? So that could be benefits to populations that are disproportionately impacted by climate change. That is one of the climate rules that's in our Division 5 rule set. That could be concerns about loss of property being on the tax rolls, and economic impacts. And so trying to restructure that section of the application to get as targeted information as we can about communities, but also signaling we want to understand what your outreach and discussions have been with tribes and with governing bodies in the area.
I think it would be smart to talk a little bit offline as well, Chad, and catch up on some of those conversations. We didn't talk about it much today, but we did, in addition to the committee conversations, have a similar kind of presentation and feedback options with the Association of Oregon Counties, a couple of individual interested counties and commissioners, Farm Bureau. I think we checked in with Water Resources Congress, a couple of partners that we know have been interested in and sometimes concerned about the outcomes of the program, also with a handful of legislators that either had projects coming up in their area. And it's an interesting tension, right? We want to know if there's a conflict with a community comprehensive plan or county natural resources policy. We want to know what's going on in the community. We had for the first time last year, application that was opposed by a tribal government. We had a couple of projects that there was concerns expressed by the county commission. And it's a private property transaction from the perspective of the landowner entering into an agreement. And there are some needs for confidentiality in some situations. There are, you know, what we often tell folks when we're having conversations around the public comment and input portion of this is your neighbors don't necessarily get a veto on every project that might come over, but there is, you know, an expectation, and we need to have some space for the kinds of conflicts that you talked about and the kinds of conflicts that we hear from whether from tribes or local government or legislators. So figuring out the appropriate space to that, I think, will require some more conversation. It'd be good to connect offline.
Yeah, I think I just follow up. My thoughts are just being a public funder, that just the public communication is a critical part of that, you know, for all taxpayers.
Yeah, well, and we do also public hearings associated with each of the actual transaction.
Yeah, so it's separate from the community benefits and impacts criterion, but we have a whole section on tribal and public notification. So the clarification of the tribal notification that I mentioned, we do public hearings for any fee title projects that are proposed to us. And I think last year we had 7 public hearings around the state to ensure that we have that public input as required, since we hold a conservation easement on fee title. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Chad, I'm happy to follow up, Miriam and I, sometime, yeah.
Last final thoughts? Not seeing anything. I would entertain a motion and move towards discussion.
I'm happy to move. I move the board signal support for A, the Table 1 recommendations in Attachment A, and B, the Category 1 recommendations in Attachment B.
Second.
It's been moved by Mark Webb and seconded by Zavi Bora. Any additional discussion? I think we're ready for Nicole.
And per Mark Webb's request, I'm going to jump around for your names. Thanks, Mark.
There was order there. Start in the middle and then go back and forth.
Oh, is that what it was?
Let's
start with Mark Webb.
Yes.
Chad Allen,
Yes.
Sarah Deerdahl. Yes. Raya Bushnell,
Yes.
Xavier Borja,
Yes.
Mark Labhart,
Yes.
Lizette Powa,
Yes.
Woody Wolf,
Yes.
Russ Hoflick,
Yes.
Kelly Coates,
Yes.
and Lindsay McClary.
Yes.
Thank you all. Motion passes.
Okay, great job, everybody, today. We smooth sailed right through the agenda. So our meeting tomorrow will continue at 11 a.m. here with a panel of partners to discuss their restoration experiences working in watersheds and urban landscapes. I'm going to adjourn the meeting today. Oh,
We can
sorry.
adjourn. I have a comment after we adjourn.
Okay. We're so close. Dan.
Before we adjourn, I've had this little critter over here looking at me all day long, and I'm just hoping that there's some sort of an explanation.
I think it's Linda's responsibility.
I think you're not supposed to mention it. I'm still sitting with a troll on my desk from like 3 meetings ago, so.
Mark Labhart.
Well, so mine's on the same, so it's nice now, instead of just 2 Marks, we have 2 Brians, 2 Sarahs, and I'm missing one here. There's one more. 2 Brians, 2 Sarahs, 2 Mark. Huh? Erics, 2 Erics, yeah.
Miriam's.
So, yeah, so.
I refuse to be Brian.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to adjourn today's meeting at 4:30 p.m., but please stay seated. Nicole's going to stop the